As the 9 Xuanwu turtles howled, a cold, emotionless voice suddenly echoed out into the minds of the lords of the 9 mountains and seas. The Paramitha bridge has awakened. Destroy it. Eradicate its life force. It must not become complete. Simultaneously, the sun and moon flickered with explosive destructive power. Back in the former location of the Bridge of Immortal treading, the bridgestones continued to fuse into the Paragon Bridge, causing its energy to rise up explosively. Meng Hao stood atop it, completely steady despite how violently it was shaking. His eyes gleamed with a strange light as he suddenly realized something. There are 2 stages to Paragon magics. The first is the illusory stage and the second is the corporeal stage. Only by advancing the Paragon magic to the corporeal stage can it truly explode with power. In fact, that power depends on the physical Paragon object. Having Paragon magic means you can join the echelon. By advancing the Paragon magic to the corporeal, you transcend the echelon. As Meng Hao gained this new enlightenment, his echelon mark appeared on his forehead, flickering brilliantly. As it glowed, it began to transform. Apparently, he was moving beyond the echelon, turning into a completely unique entity in the mountain and sea realm. The soul of the Bridge of Immortal treading, seeing that it could do nothing to stop what was happening, let out a maddened roar. Eyes blazing, it cried, "I refuse to accept this. If I can absorb the Paramitha bridge, then I'll finally be free. I can escape from this sea of bitterness and be like the fish who jumped over the dragon gate." The face that represented the soul howled as it ceased resisting and actually shot directly toward the Paragon Bridge. This was its ultimate decision. It would try to possess the Paragon Bridge to take its place. Such an outcome wasn't an impossibility. After all, it was born from the outrage of the Bridge of Immortal treading and was actually a soul automaton. The soul of the replica was trying to possess the object after which it had been fashioned, to take its place. Rumbling could be heard as the soul of the Bridge of Immortal treading merged into the Paragon Bridge. Meng Hao could do nothing to stop it, and in the blink of an eye, it was part of the Paragon Bridge. Everything was shaking violently as the Bridge of Immortal treading completely vanished from the starry sky. Numerous cultivators in the area were pushed away from the vicinity, and the cultivators who had come to watch were staring wide-eyed. There was now only one bridge in the starry sky, and that was Meng Hao's Paragon Bridge. However, the Paragon Bridge was trembling as its aura rose up. The soul of the Bridge of Immortal treading was trying to possess it in an attempt to become the soul of the Paragon Bridge. "I can allow you to become the soul of the Paragon Bridge," Meng Hao said. A roaring response could be heard from the Paragon Bridge. "I don't need you to allow me. I can do it myself." A powerful force battered away at the connection between Meng Hao and the Paragon Bridge, trying to separate it from Meng Hao and turn it into an independent entity. It was attempting to do the same thing that Meng Hao had done to the Paragon painting of the First Mountain's Echelon Cultivator, to break it away from him permanently. Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and he was about to unleash all his power to suppress it, when suddenly, an intense sensation of imminent crisis welled up in him. Looking up, he could sense a powerful force of expulsion coming from the mountain and sea realm itself. A huge power was coming, a power that would destroy the Paragon Bridge that was still in the midst of awakening and being completed. Meng Hao's face flickered. Although he wanted to put away the Paragon Bridge, because of the soul of the Bridge of Immortal treading, he could not. Suddenly, he shot backward, moving to the location on the Paragon Bridge where Han Shan and his wife were. He quickly waved his hand to set up a shield around them, then looked out into the starry sky, his eyes shining with a strange light. He even stopped trying to prevent the soul of the Bridge of Immortal treading from interfering with his connection to the Paragon Bridge, and he looked up into the starry sky and caught sight of a beam of light. That light was caused because of the roaring of the 9 Xuanwu turtles, and was killing intent from the sun and moon. An all-destructive arrow of light pierced through the starry sky, slamming into the Paragon Bridge to destroy it. The Paragon Bridge started shaking, and because it was born from Meng Hao's magic, Meng Hao also trembled and coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, the soul of the bridge of Immortal treading was even more seriously wounded. The bridge soul let out a blood-curdling scream, and the entire Paragon bridge shook. Massive destructive power washed over it, and the bridge soul could feel the menacing threat of death. "Do you surrender or not?" Meng Hao suddenly said. "Surrender and become mine. A single thought on my part can make you the soul of the Paragon bridge. Refuse to surrender, and you'll be destroyed by the power of the mountains and seas." Meng Hao was now using the power of the mountains and seas to threaten the soul. "I'll die before I surrender," the bridge soul howled. "If I die, the bridge will be destroyed, and you'll be wiped out too." Suddenly, a second arrow of light appeared, even more powerful and terrifying than the previous one. It slammed into the bridge, shattering the azure light, overwhelming the white light, and causing the entire Paragon bridge to tremble and begin to fall apart once again. The rising energy was interrupted, and Meng Hao coughed up more blood. As he fought back against the power, the bridge soul screamed and weakened even further. It could not withstand a third arrow. "I'll give you one last chance," he said, eyes shining. "Yield to me and become my bridge soul. Meng Hao, swear an oath that I will use the blood of the Jition to resolve your blood feud. I will help you resolve your outrage. If you don't take advantage of this opportunity, then I'll watch as the power of the mountains and seas obliterates you." Even as the words left his mouth, a third arrow of light appeared off in the distance. It looked like a sun, and the entire starry sky of the ninth mountain and sea trembled from the ripples which emanated off of it. It seemed to contain a power that could shake heaven and earth, that would destroy anything with a single strike. The bridge soul trembled. In this critical life-or-death moment of crisis, it let out a miserable cry. "Even if I yield to you, I'll still be killed by that power. You'll still abandon the bridge to save yourself." "I die either way. I won't abandon the Paragon bridge," Meng Hao said with decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron. "If you yield, I'll make sure you will not perish." The bridge soul shivered. Considering it was about to be destroyed, it had little choice. It immediately opened itself up. Meng Hao unleashed his divine sense, borrowing strength from the Paragon bridge to leave his mark on the bridge soul. That mark was now indelibly branded into the soul, never to be removed. "Now let's see how you keep your promise," the bridge soul roared. As soon as Meng Hao marked it, it had no need to attempt to possess the Paragon bridge, nor any reason to interfere with Meng Hao's connection to it. The Paragon bridge approved of the bridge soul, allowing it to fill the bridge. Instantly, the bridge's power exploded with incredible might. Now that it was marked, it became part of Meng Hao. Furthermore, there was now absolutely no way for the Paragon bridge to leave Meng Hao's control. Regardless of whether it was illusory or corporeal, that fact would never change. You could even say that the Paragon bridge, having absorbed the bridge of Immortal treading, now had the good fortune to one day become completely corporeal. The next step is to go to the ruins of immortality and absorb the entire section of the real Paragon bridge. Meng Hao thought, eyes gleaming. At long last, he understood the path of the Paragon. By this point, the third arrow of light had almost arrived. The bridge soul trembled as Meng Hao stepped off of the Paragon bridge, placing himself directly in the arrow's path. Then he lifted his right hand and pushed it toward the arrow. That movement caused a tremor to run through the bridge soul. How could it ever have imagined that Meng Hao would do something like this? Stand up directly to the power of the mountains and seas. "He's crazy," whispered the bridge soul. However, what happened in the next moment caused the bridge soul to gape in complete disbelief. That was because the arrow slowed to a stop directly in front of Meng Hao. "I call upon the authority of my status to order you to return whence you came," he said softly, eyes blazing with determination. Although his hand did not possess the power to resist the arrow, his voice was like an unbreakable barrier that made his hand completely and thoroughly impenetrable. The arrow stopped as if it didn't dare to pierce through it. A cold voice spoke out into Meng Hao's mind, echoing like thunder. "The Paragon bridge may exist. However, to prevent anything untoward from occurring with this particular awakened bridge, it will be destroyed. This bridge is my paragon magic. Nothing untoward will occur, Meng Hao said coolly. According to the law, the bridge may not. If I say nothing untoward will occur, nothing will. Back down. As he spoke, he caused the drop of Paragon's blood inside of him to suddenly flare up. Its aura spread out. Not much, but enough to completely shock the 9 Xuanwu turtles on the tops of the 9 mountains. The cold voice that represented the will of the mountain and sea realm was also astonished. The arrow trembled, and the cold voice fell silent. Meng Hao said nothing more. He simply stood there, and even let his hand drop to his side. Behind him, the bridge soul inside the Paragon Bridge was staring in shock. After a moment, the cold voice once again echoed out into Meng Hao's mind. The orders of the Son of the Mountains and Seas shall be followed. The arrow slowly faded away, transforming into motes of glittering light that spread out into the void. Meng Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Everything that had just happened had been a gamble, considering he wasn't sure exactly how much control he could wield over the mountain and sea realm. Son of the Mountains and Seas, he thought, smiling slightly. He liked the sound of that title. As he turned, the mark on his forehead completed its transformation. Shockingly, it now depicted 9 mountains which flashed briefly before vanishing. The bridge soul inside the Paragon Bridge said nothing, but it now felt unprecedented respect and awe for Meng Hao. It did nothing at all to resist him, and when he waved his hand, the bridge slowly faded away. Now, the only thing that remained in the starry sky was a floating block of ice. Within that ice were Han Shan and his wife. They looked just like they had before, sitting there together, leaning up against each other. Gradually, the ice began to melt. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Han Shan shuddered, then looked up in confusion at Meng Hao. As soon as Han Shan looked at him, a smile broke out on Meng Hao's face. Clasping hands, he bowed deeply and said, "Big bro Han Shan, I'm happy to say that I've fulfilled your request." The starry sky was now completely silent. As for the spirit realm cultivators who had been on the bridge participating in trials by fire and who were now scattered about in space, Meng Hao assisted them and encouraged the other cultivators who had followed him to do the same. These cultivators who had borne witness to the vanishing of the Bridge of Immortal Treading and the subsequent rise of the Paragon Bridge agreed with the request and began to send the spirit realm cultivators back to their respective sects. Everything was brought to a perfect conclusion, and Meng Hao repaid his debt of gratitude. Not only were Han Shan and his wife saved, but Meng Hao's Paragon Bridge underwent shocking transformations. Now, Meng Hao stood there, smiling warmly at Han Shan, thinking about everything that had happened so many years ago. At first, Han Shan looked confused, but gradually, his eyes grew clear. His wife shivered as she woke up, and also looked around blankly. Then she saw her husband, and the blankness vanished, to be replaced with a gentle gaze. It was as if, no matter where she was or what hardships would come along, as long as Han Shan was there, she would be fine. Han Shan slowly rose to his feet, looking around for a moment before his gaze came to fall on Meng Hao. An expression of appreciation appeared in his eyes, and he laughed. "Have any alcohol?" Meng Hao smiled and waved his hand. The alcohol flagon that Han Shan had given him years ago flew out. Han Shan grabbed it, threw his head back, and took a long swig. Han Shan lowered the alcohol flagon and looked seriously at Meng Hao. "Young friend, I will remember this great kindness which you have shown us for all eternity." He didn't mention anything about Meng Hao freeing him. Giving voice to thanks wasn't important. What was important was that he had not been mistaken to place his trust in Meng Hao. What was important was that he and his wife had both been saved, and he now owed Meng Hao 2 lives. That was something that Han Shan would never forget. Meng Hao shook his head. "I had no choice in the matter, big bro Han Shan. I had to do it. Didn't I say I would?" He looked at Han Shan and his wife, and could see how happy they were. Han Shan said nothing more. He simply stepped forward and embraced Meng Hao. "No need to draw things out, bro," he said. "Suffice to say, if you need us, my wife and I will be there for you." Together, he and Meng Hao laughed heartily. Han Shan's wife stood off to the side, watching them silently, her eyes filled with appreciation. Soon it was time to part, and Meng Hao suggested that Han Shan and his wife go settle down on planet South Heaven, and even gave them the appropriate identity medallions to go there. Han Shan was not of a mind to refuse. Now that he had his wife back, it didn't matter where they went. Since planet South Heaven was Meng Hao's home, Han Shan was more than willing to go there. Meng Hao watched Han Shan and his wife leave. Soon, the flash of a teleportation portal could be seen, and they vanished. At that point, Meng Hao turned and looked one last time at the place previously occupied by the Bridge of Immortal Treading. Then he turned and headed toward another teleportation portal. This time, he was not going to collect money from anyone. Instead, he was going to the Immortal Mausoleum. The Immortal Mausoleum was also one of the 5 great holy lands, and was where his childhood friend Fatty lived. Although, by this point, it would probably be less appropriate to call Li Fugue simply Fatty. He now deserved to be called Big Fatty. He was now so fat that it would take 4 people to wrap their arms around him. However, he was still quite lively, and his teeth were sharper than ever. The Immortal Mausoleum had treated him well, and he was already an immortal. When it came to his beloved partners, he actually had quite a few more than before. No longer did he only have 100. Now he had 500. When Meng Hao got to the Immortal Mausoleum and announced his intentions, Fatty came rolling out like a ball. When Meng Hao laid eyes on him, his jaw dropped. "Biggest bro, you finally came to see me," Fatty roared, racing over to hug Meng Hao. Unfortunately, his belly was too big and his arms weren't long enough, making an embrace impossible. When the huge belly bumped into Meng Hao, he stumbled backward, laughing awkwardly. He looked over the spheroid that was Fatty, and started to get a bit worried. However, after scanning him with divine sense and seeing the level of his cultivation base, he felt a bit better. "You should eat less," Meng Hao said with a wry smile as Fatty led him into the Immortal Mausoleum. Of course, the sect itself could by no means ignore the arrival of Meng Hao, and went all out to receive him. Even one of the Dao realm patriarchs emerged. Meng Hao decided to stay there for several days, during which time he and Fatty would reminisce, talking about old times and wonderful memories. On one occasion, after they had been drinking and talking for a while, Fatty started crying. He told Meng Hao that he missed his father and mother, and had even gone back to planet South Heaven on several occasions. However, the state of Zhao was gone, and he had never been able to track them down. He knew that even if he did manage to find them, his parents had probably long since passed on, and the rest of the members of his household would have gone their separate ways. However, he still missed them, and in fact, as time passed, that feeling had grown even stronger. In fact, sometimes he felt like it didn't matter that he could live for such a long time, and had such a thriving harem. He still wished that his parents could be around. Seeing Fatty weeping in this way caused Meng Hao to sigh. However, all he could do was sit there listening and drinking. Apparently, Fatty hadn't had a chance to vent in quite a while. After crying for a bit, he started chuckling again, and soon they were talking about the Reliance sect. That had been one of the happiest times of Fatty's life. Eventually they started reminiscing about the vendor booth they had set up, and Meng Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fatty joined him, and soon their laughter was echoing out. However, it was impossible to talk about the Reliance sect and not bring up the subject of Su Qing. Fatty sighed. Of the 4 of us who elder sister Su took to the Reliance sect, Wang Yukai has turned out to be the fiercest. He really shook things up over at Moonset Lake. They call him the Devil-Eyed Killer. He's really famous. As for me, I'm pretty useless, although I managed to get by. But biggest bro, well, I don't even need to talk about that, do I? And there's Dong Hu. I'm not sure what happened to him. He seems to have vanished without a trace. Now that I think about it, elder sister Su had some excellent powers of foresight. Oh, right. Meng Hao, remember that cave back on Mount Daqing and how you threw that vine down? Ha ha ha. I guess you got lucky, didn't you? Otherwise you would never have been taken to the Reliance sect. Meng Hao cleared his throat. The things Fatty was talking about caused him to recall everything that had happened back then. After failing the imperial exams another time, he had gone for a walk on Mount Daqing, sighing to himself about his life. Back then, how could he ever have imagined that heading up the mountain that day would completely change his life? The world had lost a scholar that day and gained a cultivator, and the mountain and sea realm had gained its future lord. When Su Qing's name came up, Meng Hao thought about the red wedding, and his mood sank. He finally told Fatty that he was going to the fourth mountain to get her back. Fatty could see that Meng Hao's mood was sinking, so he quickly waved his sleeve, calling to a young woman who stood off in the distance. She approached, clasped hands, and bowed to Meng Hao. "Biggest bro, come, let me introduce you to one of my beloved partners. This is my true love, little Emerald." Meng Hao looked at the woman, smiled, and nodded. Considering that Fatty had called her his true love, Meng Hao took out a magical item and handed it over. Seeing this, Fatty's eyes suddenly gleamed. Before Meng Hao knew what was happening, "Biggest bro, this is the love of my life, little Scarlet. Biggest bro, this is my heart and soul, little sweetie. Biggest bro, this is my..." One by one, Fatty brought out all 500 of his beloved partners to introduce to Meng Hao, even managing to recall the different pet names for all of them. Meng Hao looked at all the women, and Fatty's crafty smile, and the exultant gleam in his eyes, and could do nothing but smile wryly as he gifted one magical item after another. When the last beloved partner had been introduced, Meng Hao assumed the entire affair was over. But next, Fatty called a young man over. "Why haven't you kowtowed to your Uncle Meng Hao yet?" Fatty said, eyes wide with anger. Then he turned and smiled at Meng Hao. "This is my son." Meng Hao's eyes went wide. He looked at the young man and then back at Fatty. Chuckling wryly, he handed a magical item over as a gift. After that, Fatty introduced over 300 sons and daughters. And after that, "Biggest bro, this is my grandson." Meng Hao felt numb. He had to admire how Fatty could remember the nicknames of all 500 beloved of his partners and not make a single mistake. Neither did he forget the names of any of his sons or daughters, nor the more than 100 grandchildren. Most terrifying to Meng Hao was that he soon found out that Fatty actually had great-grandchildren too. Although the great-grandchildren were all toddlers or younger, Meng Hao couldn't hold back from giving them gifts too. After all, having given so many gifts already, he couldn't stop short now. He had originally planned to stay for several days, but by the second day he quickly took his leave. He was worried that if he stayed any longer, the loot he had built up so carefully in his bag of holding would eventually all be divided up by Fatty's family. "Since I can't take over the Immortal mausoleum, my goal is to have my descendants do it for me," Fatty said as he saw Meng Hao off. His eyes glittered with a strange light as he gave voice to his grand aspirations. Meng Hao couldn't help but admire such notions. He had the feeling that Fatty would definitely be able to pull something like that off. Eyes glittering encouragingly, he patted Fatty on the shoulder. "Work hard, bro," he said. "I think 500 beloved partners is actually only a good starting point. You should really have at least 5,000. That way you would have a great big clan. Think about it. You would have thousands of sons and daughters, and then when they had children, the final number would be astounding." It might be somewhat irresponsible, but Meng Hao egged Fatty on anyway. In response, Fatty's eyes lit up, and he started laughing heartily. "No wonder you're the biggest bro. That's a great idea. I was thinking the same thing. I'm going to start a clan." Seeing the wild ambition flickering in Fatty's eyes caused Meng Hao to cough dryly and then turn to leave. There was no bitterness to this parting, only smiles. Meng Hao didn't mention anything about when he would return again, nor did Fatty ask. Both avoided the topic. When it came time to actually part ways, Fatty's smile faded away, and he clasped Meng Hao by the shoulders. "Meng Hao, we're brothers. Forever and ever. Forever." Meng Hao replied with a decisive nod. They looked at each other for another moment, then started laughing again. Finally, they turned and parted. One headed back to his sect, the other off into the distance. After leaving the Immortal mausoleum, Meng Hao flew through the starry sky, thinking about the old days in the Reliance sect. After a while, he turned and headed toward another asteroid and another teleportation portal. This time, his destination was the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto. He was not going there to collect money either, but to see an old friend. His elder brother Chun Fan had joined the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto years ago. Meng Hao was not unfamiliar with the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto, although he had never been there since he was the joint disciple of the three great Taoist societies. Then, technically speaking, the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto was also his sect. As soon as he arrived, the sound of tolling bells rang out through the sect. The Tao Realm Patriarchs came out to see him, and Meng Hao was taken to offer respects to the sect leader and the Patriarchs and explain the purpose of his visit. When he finally saw Chun Fan, he looked different than before. Last time, he had seemed middle-aged, but now he looked old, with grayish-white hair and a placid expression. His cultivation base was in the Immortal realm. Although he wasn't very well known among the disciples of the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto, the elder generation felt that he had unlimited potential. Chun Fan sat in meditation. Wherever he went, he took a huge boulder with him, within which could be seen the faint image of a woman. One of the Tao Realm Patriarchs of the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto stood next to Meng Hao, explaining. He converges his love and transforms the love into a sword that can pierce the heavens. The sword of your elder brother here is not merciless, and does not sever love. His memories of the past have filled his heart to the point where they have become his sword. His love allows him to cultivate the Tao of the heart sword. His latent talent is well suited to such a Tao. If he can step into the ancient realm within the next 100 years, then he will definitely be another chosen of the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto. The praise in his eyes as he looked at Chun Fan was impossible to conceal. Chun Fan's eyes slowly opened as he looked first at the sword laid across his knees, then up at Meng Hao. A smile appeared on his face. It was the same smile Meng Hao remembered from the Reliance sect and the Solitary Sword sect. It was a warm, caring smile, although now it seemed much more ancient. "Little junior brother," he said. As soon as those 3 words left his mouth, Meng Hao's heart surged with emotion, as he remembered all the things that had happened in the past. "Elder brother," Meng Hao said softly. As he walked over toward Chun Fan, the Tao Realm Patriarch smiled slightly, then turned and left, leaving Meng Hao in Chun Fan's care. Meng Hao first clasped hands and bowed in greeting to the boulder. He knew that the woman in that boulder was his eldest brother's true love, and that she had eventually come to be Chun Fan's entire life. "In my life, I will only love one person. I fell in love with you when you were alive, and after you died, that feeling became a memory. If you live, I will spend my whole life with you. If you die, then I will accompany the memory of you for my whole life." That was Chun Fan. His naivety and obsession was why the Solitary Sword sect chose to take him from the Reliance sect in the first place. Back then, he didn't hesitate at all to make his decision. If the sect was going to be destroyed, then he would choose to die along with it. He was naive and obsessed. That was Chun Fan. Chun Fan's expression was the same as ever as he watched Meng Hao offer formal greetings to the boulder. Since Meng Hao was his little junior brother, then Meng Hao was also junior brother to his wife as well. Years ago, he had constantly worried about this junior brother of his. But then, he had watched him flourish one step at a time, and that made him very happy. He had always hoped that Meng Hao would continue to improve, and that one day he would reach the true pinnacle. On the path of cultivation, Chun Fan said softly, "It doesn't matter if you talk about your own heart or the Tao. The most important thing is to be steadfast." Meng Hao nodded, then sat down cross-legged in front of Chun Fan. It felt just like it had back in the year they had met. Now, Meng Hao possessed a cultivation base that stood on equal footing with the Tao realm. However, in the presence of his elder brother, he was still the same little junior brother he had always been. That was how it would be for their entire lives. He told Chun Fan about his plan to leave the 9th mountain and sea, to find Su Qing and bring her back. "I am aware of the purpose of your visit," Chun Fan said quietly. "We are cultivators, and our lifespans are long. Heaven and earth are large, and it's a good thing to visit new places and travel new paths. There is no need to worry about us here in the ninth mountain and sea. We all have our own different paths. You have to trust Li Fugue and myself, just as we trust you. All of our dreams will come true eventually. He looked over at the rock and the faint image of the woman inside. Elder brother, if it ever becomes possible for me to do so, I will definitely help you resurrect sister-in-law Shan Ling, Meng Hao said softly. It was his first time he had ever said such a thing. Although he had been able to keep his promise to Han Shan, considering the level of his cultivation base, there was no way for him to resurrect someone who had been dead for so long. You're thinking too hard on it, Chen Fan said, chuckling. His eyes shone with a soft light. To me, she's always here. Meng Hao stared at Chen Fan in shock. When your Tao is the heart, then if you have something in your heart, it exists. If you don't have it in your heart, it doesn't exist. Chen Fan waved his right hand, and something like a domain appeared. It wasn't very large, only about 9 meters wide. However, now that that 9-meter domain existed, Meng Hao could see that the woman in the boulder was opening her eyes. Her life force seemed to be restored, and suddenly, she walked out from within the boulder and sat down next to Chen Fan. She looked at Meng Hao, smiling as she leaned up against Chen Fan's shoulder. This, Meng Hao said, taking a deep breath. This Taoist magic first gave him the sensation that he was looking at an illusion. However, as he examined the woman closely, she actually didn't seem like an illusion at all. Chen Fan looked deeply into Meng Hao's eyes and said, "She might seem artificial to you, but to me, she is very real. Sometimes the difference between what is artificial and what is real depends on different perspectives and different hearts." Meng Hao's heart trembled as if he had just gained some sort of enlightenment. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. 3 days later, he opened his eyes again. Rising to his feet, he clasped hands and bowed to Chen Fan. "Many thanks for your advice, eldest brother," he said. Although his cultivation base far exceeded that of Chen Fan's circumstances made him serendipitously proficient with the Tao of the real and the artificial. That was the reason that he cultivated the Heart Sword, and was one of the reasons why the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto viewed him with such importance. "Go. Bring junior sister Su Qing back. I haven't seen her in a long time, and I miss her." Chen Fan's eyes glowed with encouragement. Meng Hao took a deep breath, nodded, and took his leave. His next destination was the Moonset Lake, one of the 5 great holy lands. In many ways, the place was not as beautiful as the name would have it sound. Meng Hao had never had much dealings with the sect, but he was aware that the techniques of the Moonset Lake were similar to the Tao of the devils. When the moon hangs high in the sky, it might be nighttime, but there is still light. However, after the moon sets, when the sun has not yet risen, there is no darker time of night. That was the meaning of the name Moonset Lake. Wang Yukai fit in well. He was fundamentally a ruthless person. He treated others ruthlessly, and he treated himself even more so. In order to further his cultivation and create his own technique, to see further than he had ever been able to see, he had dug out his own eyes. The ruthlessness of that act had caught the attention of the elders of Moonset Lake, and was what prompted them to take him in and help him grow and develop. Although most people assumed he lived in a world of complete darkness, there was something that nobody knew. Wang Yukai could actually see things very vividly. The divine ability he created remained eternally fixed inside his mind. From then on, he could actually see everything even though he had no eyes. After arriving at Moonset Lake, his ferocity and ruthlessness were even more evident. After going through some fierce battles, both with members of his sect and with others, he had earned the nickname Devil-Eyed Killer. The word devil was a term of respect. The word eye was a reference to the 2 empty eye sockets on his face. And the word killer represented how he slaughtered his enemies. When Meng Hao came and said that he wished to visit Wang Yukai, the disciple assigned to receive visitors looked at him with a flickering expression. Apparently, in Moonset Lake, Wang Youcai's name was even more awe-inspiring than Meng Hao's, and that was despite the fact that Wang Yukai was still only an immortal. When he was taken to Wang Yukai, he found him sitting cross-legged next to a black pond. Vicious-looking faces floated in and out of the water, swirling around Wang Yukai as they consumed parts of his flesh. "Long time no see, Meng Hao," he said in a grating voice. He lifted his head up, staring at Meng Hao with his two vacant eye sockets. Meng Hao looked at him and sighed. After a moment of silence, Wang Yukai slowly said, "There's no reason to sigh. Everything comes with a price." The faces around him continued to tear at his flesh, and yet he didn't even frown. Apparently he was used to this. "These are all the people I've killed, whose souls I extracted. I allow them to chew on me day and night. It is only in this way that I can feel their hatred, and thus see the colorful world around me." Meng Hao looked at Wang Yukai and sighed inwardly. The 4 young men who had been taken from Mount Daqing all those years ago included himself, Fatty, Wang Yukai, and Dong Hu. Fatty had the most carefree life, and Wang Yukai was the most vicious. As for Dong Hu, although had been missing for many years, Meng Hao had the feeling that he was somewhere out there, shaking things up violently. Meng Hao meditated with Wang Yukai for an entire night. The following day, he stood and turned to go, when Wang Yukai suddenly said, "Meng Hao, we're friends, right?" Meng Hao looked back at him and replied, "We were friends in the past, we're friends now, and we'll be friends in the future." Wang Yukai laughed. It was grating but not ear-piercing. This was the same bumbling young man from back on Mount Daqing, who thought that because he was the oldest he had to take care of his friends. "Meng Hao, you must become as strong as you can, and quickly. The moon has set, and the sun has not risen. The dark of night has come, and it's impossible to say how long it will last. I have seen, and I can feel, that soon great chaos will strike." Meng Hao shivered. Although he knew exactly what was being referred to, he had never imagined that Wang Yukai would too. He gazed at him deeply for a long moment, then left. Slowly, he faded away into the distance, leaving Moonset Lake behind. Next he went to the ancient demon Immortal sect. Before leaving the 9th mountain and sea, he wanted to see Kujusi. However, although he could find the location of the ancient demon Immortal sect, he was unable to enter. There was an invisible barrier in place that he could not pass without trying to break it open. He hovered quietly outside of the ruins for a while before finally clasping hands and bowing deeply. Then he turned and left. On a mountain peak inside the rubble of the sect, Kujusi stood there looking at Meng Hao leave. Suddenly Knight's voice spoke out next to him. "Why didn't you let him in? He has Jition's karma on him, and I have even more than he does. If the two of us met now, it would be harmful for him." Kujusi sighed, then turned his head to look out at the ruins stretching out beneath him. "Jition?" he murmured, cold killing intent gleaming in his eyes. Meng Hao didn't get a chance to meet Kujusi again. He left and headed toward the ruins of immortality. He needed to get the incomplete Paragon Bridge that he had copied to make his Paragon magic. Back then, he had been unable to take away the bridge itself. But now, his own Paragon Bridge had already transformed. Thanks to the Bridge of Immortal Treading, it was no longer illusory, but corporeal. With his current cultivation base, he would be able to use his Paragon magic and merge it with the true broken Paragon Bridge. A prismatic streak shot into the ruins of immortality as Meng Hao followed the same course as last time. He saw many of the same things he had seen before. He saw broken-down temples and huge disembodied heads. He saw numerous corpses, shattered lands, destroyed magical items, and the ruins of palaces, all floating out in the void. After a long time, he reached the area where he had created his Taoist magic, and then found the location where he had gained enlightenment of his Paragon magic, the Shattered Bridge. It was only a section of that bridge, but even from a distance and despite the fact that it had fallen into ruins, Meng Hao could sense the might of a paragon emanating off of it, the incredible power of heaven and earth. This bridge had once spanned the highest heavens, and had been the object of worship by countless life forms, all of whom deeply desired to walk upon it. But now it was broken. Perhaps most of the bridge had faded away into the sands of time, and only this small section was what remained. After all the years that had passed, it remained in this one spot. No one had ever been able to take it away. Not even Jition could take it, much less other Dao realm cultivators. However, years ago, Meng Hao had forged his own paragon magic by means of this bridge and thus had allowed it to become whole once again. It was that very Taoist magic that had earned him a spot in the echelon. Today, he had returned to take the bridge away. "Are you really the Paramitha bridge?" he asked softly. "Well, I'm not completely certain what your previous name was, but I do know that a lot of people know you." He couldn't help but think of the black-robed man who had emerged from the Paragon painting in the windswept realm, and the expression on his face when he saw the Paragon bridge. Perhaps in the so-called Paramitha, even paragons need to walk across you to truly become paragons. But today, I'm going to take you away. From now on, you belong to Meng Hao. You are my Paragon bridge. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a bright light as he began to walk forward toward the bridge. The pressure of a paragon rumbled out, and Meng Hao began to shine with scintillating light. He waved his right hand, and suddenly his paragon bridge appeared. "Merge!" he roared, performing a double-handed incantation gesture, and then waving his finger toward his paragon bridge. Instantly, the two bridges began to merge together. The roar of the bridge soul could be heard from the paragon bridge, as it ensured that nothing unexpected happened during the merger. As the process continued, the pressure radiating off of the paragon bridge grew stronger. Rumbling filled the air, and everything grew dim. A wind swept through the ruins of immortality, as if the paragon bridge were truly awakening. The pressure intensified, and the heavens trembled. The ruins of immortality quaked, and soon the entire mountain and sea realm was imperceptibly shaking. No power of expulsion could be felt from the mountains and seas, and yet it seemed like a pair of invisible eyes had turned their gaze towards it, as if recalling memories of the past. That wasn't all. Above the mountain and sea realm, in the 33 heavens, everything was shaking. Countless cultivators there were shocked, although they had no idea what exactly was happening. In addition, outside the 33 heavens, far out in the great expanse, was a world in which several suns were hauling a huge statue. All of the cultivators there were also astonished. Shockingly, it was also possible to see that in the land of the statue, which was growing inexorably closer to the mountain and sea realm, there was also a bridge hovering in midair. It was also a paragon bridge, but it was in ruins, as if it were in place only as a symbol and had lost all of its previous significance. That bridge also began to tremble. The voice of woman spoke out, gloomy and serious. "Someone is awakening it." Beneath the 33 heavens, back in the mountain and sea realm, in the ruins of immortality in the 9th mountain and sea, Meng Hao threw his head back and roared. He suddenly flew up to stand atop the Paragon Bridge, where he first lifted his hands up into the air and then slammed them down onto the surface of the bridge. Merge! Rumble! Meng Hao's Paragon Bridge began to descend as the merging quickened. The aura of a paragon rose up into the air, inundating Meng Hao. Even though this was his own paragon magic, he was still affected and coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, his eyes gleamed with focus. This time, he was going to take away the ruins of the Paragon Bridge no matter what. He was going to merge them with his own Paragon Bridge to make it stronger. Merge! Meng Hao glowed with azure light as the bridge soul of his Paragon Bridge went all out, risking its own life as it controlled the bridge, causing it to descend further in its merging into the original bridge. This time there was a force of expulsion which turned into a powerful backlash attack. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth, and his Paragon Bridge appeared to be on the verge of collapsing. Apparently, the majesty of the broken bridge would not permit anyone to take control or ownership of it. Meat jelly! Parrot! Get out here! Meng Hao roared. Meng Hao wiped the blood off his lips as the meat jelly and Parrot flew out of his bag of holding. As soon as they appeared, their eyes went wide. Why you? What are you doing? The meat jelly said, trembling. The shattered bridge filled it with a sensation of complete terror. That bridge had once been powerful enough to affect heaven and earth, to shake the world. Even though that power was now broken, its aura was still there. It's that bridge! The parrot squawked excitedly. Suppress it. Fudge. Lord Fifth will definitely help you suppress it. It transformed into a multicolored streak of light that shot toward the broken Paragon Bridge. Meng Hao's Paragon Bridge then increased its own pressure and began to descend once more. The meat jelly gritted its teeth and spread out as it transformed into a flying rope. Apparently, the moronic meat jelly had decided to try to tie the broken Paragon Bridge and Meng Hao's Paragon Bridge together. Rumbling filled the air as the Paragon Bridges continued to merge together. Meng Hao's cultivation base was in full rotation, exploding with the full might of an all-heaven Dao Immortal. By now, the forced merger had reached the point where the broken bridge and Meng Hao's Paragon Bridge were now almost completely superimposed. However, it was at this point that the power of a backlash attack, as well as the aura of expulsion, both exploded out. Performing an incantation gesture, Meng Hao unleashed his demon-sealing hexing magic. "You're already broken," he shouted. "You might have been supreme and almighty in the past, but now you're rubble. You're incomplete, not even half of what you used to be. With the will of my Paragon magic, and the form of the bridge of immortal treading, I won't believe that I can't absorb you." His eyes were shot with blood, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he produced his fourth nirvana fruit and pressed it into his forehead. "Mastiff!" he roared, and the mastiff flew out to form a cape. "Parrot!" The parrot and the copper mirror instantly formed together into the battle weapon. This time it was not a long blade, but rather a glove. As the glove settled on Meng Hao's hand, he took 7 steps forward, building up massive energy and then unleashing a powerful punch. It was the god-slaying fist, Meng Hao's most powerful fist strike, capable of shaking even cultivators of the Dao realm. His Paragon Bridge was already beyond qualified to absorb the ruins of the bridge. With the power of the fist strike pouring into it, that last final distance between the two was closed. The two bridges were completely superimposed. At some point a woman, dressed in white, had appeared up above. It was Paragon Sea Dream, who watched Meng Hao merge the two bridges, a complex expression on her face. In the moment that the two bridges superimposed, the broken bridge trembled, and then, cracking sounds could be heard as it collapsed of its own accord. It was just like the World Tree, which destroyed itself rather than look up and see a sky controlled by the G-Clan. The bridge was aware that it was simply too weak to do anything to prevent itself from being absorbed. If it were anyone else, the bridge would be able to fight back, even if it were weaker than it was right now. However, Meng Hao was different. He had the will of the Paragon Bridge, and the form of the bridge of immortal treading. He had a bridge soul. Essentially, Meng Hao's Paragon Bridge was the true supreme Paragon Bridge. Although it was not as paramount as the broken bridge had been, it was more complete. Since that was the case, there was no way for it to prevent the merging. So the broken bridge chose to use the last bit of its aura to destroy itself. It would rather explode than be absorbed. Meng Hao's face flickered as he looked at the broken bridge crumbling and turning into ash. Then his eyes shone with a shocking, icy gleam. "You would rather destroy yourself than be absorbed? Huh? Well then, go ahead and blow yourself up. Your death will allow my Paragon Bridge to take your place, to be born anew." Roaring, Meng Hao pushed both hands down onto the Paragon Bridge, which instantly began to shine with brilliant light. Instead of attempting to merge with the broken bridge, the Paragon Bridge would consume it. It would consume the ancient broken bridge to give itself new life. In the future, there would be no broken bridge. There would only be Meng Hao's Paragon Bridge. Rumbling could be heard as the Paragon Bridge voraciously consumed the flying ash that was the remnants of the broken bridge. As it did, its aura rose dramatically, shaking heaven and earth. The Paragon Bridge truly did have new life. It was now no longer illusory in any sense of the word. It was completely corporeal. When it became real, the 33 heavens trembled, and all the bridges there collapsed. The incomplete bridge in the world of the statue, out in the vast expanse, also trembled and collapsed. For all eternity, it would never again exist. Back in the ruins of immortality, Paragon Sea Dream's soft voice echoed out. "It used to have a name," she said. "It was called the Heaven Tra. As of now," Meng Hao interrupted, "it's called the Paragon Bridge." His words were not a show of disrespect. Rather, he didn't want to hear the former name. What he cared about was the current bridge, not what it had been in the past. Turning, Meng Hao waved his hand, causing the Paragon Bridge to emit a rumbling drone. The ruins of immortality shook as the bridge faded away. Meng Hao clasped hands and bowed to Paragon Sea Dream, then turned and left. Paragon Sea Dream hovered there, watching Meng Hao make his way off. Her eyes flickered with an absent-minded gleam. Back in the day, Big Brother Nine Seals was just as imposing. Meng Hao had finished collecting debts from the 5 great holy lands, the 3 churches and 6 sects. He had visited his old friends and completed his Paragon Bridge. Now, the only debts left were among the 3 great clans. Of course, as far as the Li clan was concerned, Meng Hao felt a bit embarrassed to go there. That left only the Song and Wang clans, Song Luodan and Wang Mu. Once I collect your debts, then I'll leave the 9th mountain and see. He flew out of the ruins of immortality, eyes flickering as he headed toward an asteroid teleportation portal. Actually, deep in his heart, there was still one other place he wanted to visit, right before he left. Planet North Reed was far larger than Planet South Heaven. It was even larger than Planet East Victory. From a distance, it looked like an enormous blue sphere. Shockingly, it was orbited by 3 other smaller planetoids. Those 3 planetoids housed the 3 great clans, and even Planet North Reed itself was divided amongst those clans. All of the sects and schools here were auxiliary branches of those very clans. Currently, Meng Hao was walking out of a flickering teleportation portal on one of Planet North Reed's 3 planetoids, the one that belonged to the Song clan. As soon as he appeared, he found himself facing several hundred disciples of the Song clan. Apparently, they had been waiting for him. Almost as soon as he appeared, one of the Song clan disciples stepped forward with a bag of holding. Our clan prince said that all of the extortion money he owes you is here, the Song clan cultivator said angrily. Then he threw the bag toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao blinked in response to the way the Song clan was handling the matter. He was aware that word had spread throughout the 9th mountain and sea about him going around collecting debt. It was something that clearly would not endear him to others. So the Song clan handed over the balance of the debt immediately in order to shoo him away. But Meng Hao didn't care so long as he got his money. After scanning the bag of holding with divine sense to confirm the amount inside was correct, he turned to leave. His destination was not the teleportation portal, but rather the starry sky, and beyond that, the Wang clan. Currently, the teleportation portal behind him was flashing continuously as one cultivator after another showed up to watch the scene of Meng Hao collecting debt. However, what was happening now was actually fairly boring. They had hoped to see Meng Hao collecting his debts through force, not just this lukewarm scene of him accepting the money without ado. Meanwhile, Song Luodan sat on a mountain peak some distance away, watching the events unfold via a secret magic. When he saw that everything was ending, he let out a sigh of relief. Although he felt truly wronged in the whole matter, there was nothing he could do about it. If he could settle his debt with the miserly Meng Hao and make him leave, that was all the better. However, just as Meng Hao was about to leave, the Song clan cultivator who had given him the bag of holding, apparently disgusted with what was happening, sarcastically said, "Our clan prince said that the heavens see everything we do. If you go around extorting people like this, you'll get your comeuppance sooner or later." The other Song clan cultivators gaped in shock. Off in the distance, Song Luodan's jaw dropped, and he shot to his feet, rage building up in his face. He was willing to swear an oath that he had never said such words. He was familiar with Meng Hao's personality, and he knew that uttering words like that would turn the situation into a disaster. "Damn it!" he thought, instantly flying off of the top of the mountain. He couldn't just sit around and watch what was happening. He had to go give Meng Hao an explanation. In order to raise the money he needed to pay back Meng Hao, he had borrowed from virtually every willing party in the sect. In fact, he had even taken out a loan from the sect itself. If all of that was destroyed because of a single sentence, he would be reduced to tears. Just before Meng Hao left, right before he flew up into the air, He heard the words being spoken and then looked back at the Song clan cultivator. He also noticed the surrounding rogue cultivators who had come to watch the show, who were all looking on excitedly. There were even some who seemed to want to thank the Song clan cultivator for speaking up. "Well, now, isn't this interesting?" Meng Hao said, smiling. The other members of the Song clan were trembling, and when they saw him smiling, they edged backward, beads of sweat popping out on their foreheads. "Based on what I know about Song Luodan, he isn't that stupid. He would either grit his teeth and hand over the money, or grit his teeth and refuse. Whatever his choice, he wouldn't say something like that. It seems Song Luodan's position within the Song clan has become a bit unstable. Well, that doesn't matter. Since he and I are friends, I might be able to help him out a bit." His smile grew more radiant, and even a bit bashful and embarrassed. His smile and his words caused the faces of the surrounding Song clan cultivators to flicker. "That's what the prince told me to. Song Luodan, get out here," Meng Hao said suddenly, his voice rumbling like thunder, echoing throughout the entire planetoid. Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, Song Luodan appeared, flashing in his direction as fast as lightning. As soon as he arrived, he waved his sleeve, causing a wild wind to spring up and wrap around the clan member who had spoken moments ago. The man was immediately sent flying off into the distance, blood spraying out of his mouth, clearly seriously injured. "Fudge!" he roared. "How dare you try to frame me? Men, arrest him!" The surrounding Song clan cultivators immediately flew out and grabbed a hold of the man. Not even taking the time to ask the man who had given the orders for him to speak, Song Luodan spun and looked at Meng Hao, face grim and heart filled with bitterness. He suddenly regretted his earlier decision to try to save face by not meeting Meng Hao in person. If he had, then what had occurred moments ago would never have happened. Meng Hao looked at Song Luodan with an enigmatic smile, waiting for him to speak. "I never said that," Song Luodan grated stiffly. "I know," Meng Hao said with a smile. "Actually, since we're acquainted, why don't I help you out with this situation? I'll do it for a great price." Song Luodan was about to refuse, but then his eyes glittered. "How much do you want?" "Double what was in the bag of holding you just gave me." "You're ruthless." "Fine." His name is Song Luoshan, chosen of the direct bloodline of the Song clan. He's trying to steal the position of Dao Child from me. Don't kill him. Just ruin his reputation. Meng Hao chuckled, and then suddenly called out in a voice like thunder, "Song Luoshan, you owe me money. Time to pay me back." His voice seemed to contain heavenly might as it echoed out through the planetoid, causing countless mountains to tremble. A coldly spoken response drifted in from off in the distance. "Fellow Taoist Meng, I don't remember owing you anything. The person who owes you money is Song Luodan. If I say you owe me, then you owe me." Even as he spoke, Meng Hao took a step forward. His body flickered, and he reappeared off in the distance, where he launched a punch into the ground. Immediately, the land collapsed, and a figure flew out. It was a young man, handsome but with narrow eyes. Originally, those eyes had been glittering with venomous coldness, but now, they were bright with alarm at the sight of Meng Hao's display of domineering might. "Fellow Taoist Meng, what are you trying to do?" the young man roared. He urgently backed up, and at the same time, dozens of beams of light began to fly out from within the Song clan. Those would be the powerful experts in charge of guarding the area. By now, all of the various sects and clans had gotten the news about the way Meng Hao went about collecting debt. The Song clan didn't want to be any further entangled with him. They simply wanted to get him to leave as quickly as possible. However, these people had been ordered to stand guard in the area just in case something unexpected happened. Now that they saw Meng Hao making a move, they showed their faces. "Meng Hao, you've been paid what you owe? What are you trying to do?" Roaring shouts could be heard as the dozens of beams of light closed in to protect the young man from being attacked by Meng Hao. "Song Luodan already paid me," he replied coolly. "But this Song Luoshan hasn't." He waved his right hand, causing a wild wind to spring up and envelop the group. Even as their minds were shaken, Meng Hao strode forward toward Song Luoshan. "I don't owe you money," Song Luoshan cried. He was already filled with regret at trying to use Meng Hao to weaken Song Luodan. However, regret was now useless. As he shot backward, he crushed a jade slip, requesting assistance from the clan elders. "You don't deserve to owe me money, and yet you try to incite a conflict between me and Song Luodan? What a flimsy plan. I really don't understand how someone with an intellect like yours could possibly cause Song Luodan to feel threatened." Shaking his head, Meng Hao waved his hand toward Song Luoshan, then made a grasping motion, which caused Song Luoshan to fly toward him, trembling. "Patriarch, save me!" Song Luoshan screamed. Meng Hao suddenly clenched his left hand into a fist and then punched out into the air next to him with the god-slaying fist. That punch caused the air to collapse. A muffled grunt could be heard as an emaciated, grim-faced old man appeared. He had been attempting to save Song Luoshan, but hadn't been fast enough. He could now do nothing but watch as Meng Hao grabbed onto Song Luoshan. "Meng Hao," he said in a dark tone, "don't push things too far. The Song clan doesn't want to make you an enemy, but you can't be so excessive." This man was emanating the aura of the Dao realm. He was obviously one of the Dao realm patriarchs of the Song clan. Even as he spoke, another Dao realm aura began to emanate out from the planetoid. Although no one appeared, the aura locked down onto Meng Hao. Further off on planet North Reed, another even more terrifying Dao realm aura seemed to focus its attention on what was happening. "The struggles over the position of Song clan Dao child have nothing to do with me. However, Song Luoshan clearly plotted against me, and for that, he shall pay the price." Meng Hao held Song Luoshan in hand and looked steadily at the emaciated old man, completely ignoring his Dao realm aura. The old man glared angrily at Song Luoshan. It was only now that he realized that Song Luoshan had actually taken the initiative to scheme against Meng Hao, and he cursed him for his foolishness. The entire Song clan had tacitly approved of the way Song Luodan had collected the money he needed to pay Meng Hao, and when those efforts had fallen short, the clan itself had been willing to loan him money. It was easy to see from this that, generally speaking, the Song clan had no desire whatsoever to provoke Meng Hao. But now, this idiot had gone and done exactly that. From the emaciated old man's perspective, Song Luoshan was simply incurably moronic. If it weren't for the fact that his bloodline was uniquely important to the safety of the clan, he would ignore the matter. "We will definitely compensate you for this matter," the old man said slowly. Meng Hao smiled and released Song Luoshan. He was just about to speak when, all of a sudden, a tremor ran through him, and he stared blankly over the old man's shoulder. The old man's eyes widened, and he turned around, but didn't see anything. As he frowned, he could sense Meng Hao's eyes narrowing. Meng Hao began to pant. Moments ago, he had seen something very bizarre behind the old man. It was a man in a black robe with long white hair, strolling along through the void. He had a shocking murderous aura. It was none other than the man who had walked out of the Paragon magic in the windswept realm. The Paragon. Slaughter. Meng Hao could see the black-robed man, but no one else could. He seemed lonely, with the supreme air of a paragon, and yet he radiated a boundless murderous aura as he walked past the Song clan patriarch and headed out toward the starry sky. Panting anxiously, Meng Hao completely forgot about the matter of settling accounts. He instantly flashed through the air to follow the black-robed man. In the windswept realm, he had personally watched this man walk out into the void and then vanish. He would never have been able to imagine that he would actually see him again here. The emaciated old man frowned. He hadn't seen anything unusual at all. Meng Hao's bizarre reaction caused his eyes to narrow. "Fellow Taoist Meng," the old man said. Almost at the same time, Meng Hao cried out, "Senior, wait for me." He kept his eyes fixed on the black-robed man, who was strolling off into the distance at incredible speed. Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, the black-robed man paused and then slowly turned his head to glance casually at Meng Hao. That single glance caused Meng Hao's mind to tremble as if lightning were striking it. It didn't matter that he was an all-heaven Dao immortal. As of that moment, His entire consciousness felt as if it were sinking into boundless slaughter. He trembled violently, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. It felt as if some indescribable power were pounding through his mind, simultaneously, wiping away all his memories of the black-robed man. The rumbling wasn't just affecting Meng Hao. The emaciated old man also started trembling. That was because in the instant that the black-robed man had turned around, he was also able to see him. That single glance caused blood to spray out of the old man's mouth, and his essence aura to grow unstable. His expression was one of shock before it suddenly went blank. His memories of how he had been injured just now, as well as the sight of the black-robed man, were instantly wiped away. It wasn't just him, it was also the other Dao realm patriarch on the planetoid. When the black-robed man turned and became visible, they had caught sight of him. However, his single glance sent their minds spinning, caused them to cough up blood, and made them feel like they were about to explode. It was as if a huge hand were forcibly wiping away everything about the man that existed in their minds. The same thing happened to the Song clan's most powerful patriarch, the one on planet North Reed itself, who had been watching Meng Hao the entire time. Meng Hao's bizarre behavior had startled him, and when the black-robed man turned around, it caused the Dao realm patriarch to cough up several mouthfuls of blood. His memories were also wiped away, no matter what he did to fight back. It was like he was so weak that he couldn't stand up to a single blow. All of these things take some time to describe, but actually happened in a brief moment. The ordinary clan members' memories were not wiped away because they had never laid eyes on the black-robed man in the first place. However, they saw Meng Hao and the patriarchs coughing up blood, which, coupled with the miserable shrieks that echoed from their mouths, made the scene completely bizarre. All of the surrounding Song clan cultivators gasped. Meng Hao was the first to regain his senses. His eyes were completely bloodshot as the invisible hand threatened to wipe away his memories of the black-robed man. Apparently, this gaze embodied a paramount Taoist magic. The black-robed man did not wish memories of him to exist in anyone's minds. To ensure that no trace of him was remembered by anyone, he would wipe their minds clean. However, in the moment that Meng Hao's memories were about to be wiped away, he roared, and azure light suddenly exploded out of him. The power of an all-heaven Dao Immortal surged out, and the drop of Paragon's blood inside of him seethed. His eyes shone with wild light, and he gritted his teeth as he produced his fourth nirvana fruit, then pushed it down into his forehead. My memories belong to me for all eternity. If I want them wiped out, that's my decision. Other people don't have the right or the qualifications to touch my memories. He continued to cough up blood as the nirvana fruit melted down into him. It caused the azure light to become even more radiant and, combined with the Paragon's blood, made Meng Hao just barely capable of resisting the enormous hand, which he shoved out of his mind. Rumble! He staggered backward, coughing up another mouthful of blood, but completely clear-headed. He lifted his head up to find the black-robed man looking at him with a surprised expression. The black-robed man stared at him for a moment, then nodded, as if he approved of Meng Hao's existence. Then he turned and began to walk off into the distance. Meng Hao took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and flew after him. He could sense that this man harbored no malice. That gaze from earlier could shake heaven and earth, but in actuality, it was apparently some sort of test. Of those he tested, only those who managed to maintain their memories of him could qualify to follow him off into the distance. After a long moment, Meng Hao and the black-robed man were gone, and the emaciated old man from the Song clan regained his senses, as did the other two patriarchs. They quickly communicated with each other via divine sense, and came to the realization that none of them had any memories regarding what had just happened. They only remembered Meng Hao acting strangely. However, these were Dao realm experts. The black-robed man might have taken action to wipe away their memories, but he didn't hide that fact. After the three of them considered what had happened, they quickly reached a conclusion. We saw some being that we should not have seen. That terrifying entity erased whatever it was that we saw. After questioning some of the surrounding disciples, the three Song clan Dao realm patriarchs' hearts sank. and their fear of Meng Hao increased. From the various clues they had gathered, they came to the conclusion that whatever being it was that had erased their memories must also have some connection to Meng Hao. After all, Meng Hao had caught sight of the man before they had. Therefore, what was written between the lines was that Meng Hao knew that terrifying entity. Pass orders down that no members of the Song clan are to have anything to do with Meng Hao. He harbors too many terrifying secrets that we should not know anything about. Having made their decision, the 3 Song clan patriarchs officially sent their orders out. As for Song Luoxin, who had dared to provoke Meng Hao, the 3 patriarchs actually didn't rebuke him at all. However, the way they ignored him left him feeling very uneasy. Song Luodan had been watching from off in the distance. He looked thoughtfully in the direction Meng Hao had headed, and realized that it was the planetoid controlled by the Wang clan. Out in the starry sky, the black-robed man didn't take very long strides, and yet every step was like a teleportation. Meng Hao drew on the full power of his cultivation base, and yet was quickly falling behind. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, he didn't allow himself to get nervous. Instead, he keyed in on the movement of the man's legs. As he watched, he was able to detect that there was a certain cadence to the way he walked. Meng Hao began to imitate it, lifting his feet up and placing them down in a certain way. Although he wasn't able to tell, the way he was imitating the man caused his own figure to pulse between being blurry and being clear. Every step he took caused the starry sky to seemingly shrink. When his foot landed, the starry sky would return to normal. Without even realizing it, he was actually matching his steps to the black-robed man's, even catching up. Every time the man lifted his foot up, so did Meng Hao. Every time he stepped down, so did Meng Hao. Time passed, although Meng Hao wasn't sure how much. On the one hand, it seemed like a moment, but on the other hand, it seemed endless. He was lost in the special cadence of walking, step after step. Suddenly, the black-robed man stopped walking, and Meng Hao shivered as he awakened from his reverie. He looked around to find that he was still in the vicinity of planet North Reed, although he had traveled from one of the smaller planetoids to another. Although the planetoids were some distance away from each other, they weren't that far. In fact, you could even reach from one to another with divine sense. Considering the level of Meng Hao's cultivation base, it would only take a few breaths of time to go from one to another. But for some reason, he felt as if a long time had just passed, which would seem to indicate that he had traveled for a very long distance. However, the situation seemed to be the exact opposite, which left Meng Hao feeling as if something strange was going on. By now, he was sure that the state he had been in just now and that special way of walking was definitely some strange Taoist magic, and an unusual one at that. However, the facts of the matter made Meng Hao feel as if he had overestimated the walking technique. He couldn't say that he was disappointed, but he did sigh inwardly. At this point, he turned to look back in the direction of the Song clan's planetoid, and suddenly he began to shake. His eyes went wide with disbelief and shock. His whole body shook. It was as if all of the amazing and shocking things he had experienced in his entire life put together weren't nearly as stunning as what he was seeing now. He had seen many astonishing things in his years, but as of this moment, what he was seeing was truly unbelievable. His mind felt as if it were being struck by a million lightning bolts. His jaw dropped, and he stared in the direction of the Song clan's planetoid as the flicker of teleportation could be seen and a person emerged from the teleportation portal. He was handsome and had the air of a scholar. He even seemed to glow with azure light. He watched the scholar be handed a bag of holding by the Song clan cultivators, and then saw the young man cry out in a thunderous voice, "Song Luodan, get out here." What he was seeing was almost like a vision of himself. He watched himself move forward and grab Song Luoxin. He saw the emaciated man make his appearance, and then saw the black-robed man appear. He saw the test administered, then saw the black-robed man strolling out into the starry sky. Then, he saw himself following all the way, until the other black-robed man and the other Meng Hao superimposed with their real selves. Meng Hao was shaking, and great waves of shock roared through his head. "That walking technique wasn't too slow," he murmured. "It was too fast. So fast that it can cause you to travel through time. I can't believe that I actually walked backward for one incense stick's worth of time. The bizarreness of the Taoist magic caused his mind to rumble with sounds like thunder. After a long moment passed, Meng Hao turned to look at the black-robed man, who was now looking down toward an area down below, situated between a mountain and a river. Meng Hao's heart was gripped with shock as he also looked down at the foot of that mountain, where there was a bamboo forest. Inside the bamboo forest was a vulgar-looking old man, sitting there cross-legged. Directly in front of the old man was a young man, who happened to be none other than Wang Mu. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he looked at the black-robed man, within whose eyes had suddenly appeared gentleness. That gentleness was not directed toward Wang Mu, but rather to the old man sitting in front of him. That old man was a stranger to Meng Hao. He had never seen him before. However, the moment he laid eyes on him, Meng Hao got the feeling that there was something terrifyingly powerful about him. Time passed. The black-robed man and Meng Hao both hovered there, looking down. After a while, the black-robed man suddenly took a step forward. Meng Hao imitated him subconsciously, and when his foot landed, the world seemed to momentarily become magnified and his vision blurred momentarily. When it became clear, both the black-robed man and Meng Hao were now standing in the bamboo forest next to the old man and Wang Mu. Meng Hao took a deep breath, but apparently Wang Mu hadn't the slightest idea any of this was happening. "All right," the old man said coolly. "This session of cultivation is done. Come back tomorrow." He waved his right hand, and Wang Mu staggered backward. He looked up with an unyielding gleam in his eyes. "I want to defeat Wang Tingfei. Then you need to work harder at cultivation," the old man replied, his voice echoing out. Wang Mu once again staggered backwards uncontrollably, then vanished. After Wang Mu disappeared, complete silence fell over the bamboo forest. For some reason, the ambience of the area felt somewhat eerie to Meng Hao. Furthermore, within the silence, a slight droning sound began to rise. Soon, Meng Hao realized that flying towards them from within the bamboo forest was a cloud of mosquitoes. They didn't seem any larger than ordinary mosquitoes, but for some reason, when Meng Hao looked at them, his heart trembled, and a sense of grave crisis exploded up within him. These were definitely not ordinary mosquitoes, of that Meng Hao was certain. The kind of aura that was emanating from them was something he had never sensed on any beast before. It was an aura filled with murderous intent and a towering brutality. Most importantly, there was a sensation of profound ancientness. Based on the level of Meng Hao's current cultivation base, he gradually reached a conclusion that caused his heart to tremble. These mosquitoes are more ancient than the mountain and sea realm itself. He began to pant as he stared at the mosquitoes, especially one in particular that was completely gold and flying in the lead. Boundless ripples spread out from it as it flew directly toward Meng Hao and the black-robed man. It then began to circulate around the black-robed man, buzzing with what seemed to be both joy and grief. From the way it flew around him, it seemed to want to get closer to him, and yet was separated from him, as if by some invisible barrier that it could not cross. Meng Hao suddenly realized that the black-robed man seemed to have the same expression of both joy and grief. It was at this point that a sigh could be heard coming from the skinny old man. Although he normally looked vulgar, right now he seemed filled with complicated, melancholy emotions. He suddenly turned and looked directly at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's mind trembled. It was as if that gaze were a sharp sword that was currently stabbing into his mind, attempting to shred his divine sense into nothing. Azure light suddenly sprang up, and the power of an all-heaven Tao Immortal exploded out. Not only did it shield his mind, it also transformed a portion of his cultivation base into a sword-like gaze which stabbed back into the eyes of the old man. "Eh?" the old man said, eyes flickering. Moments later, everything returned to normal. The old man looked thoughtfully at Meng Hao for a moment before turning his complicated gaze toward the black-robed man. Obviously, he was completely aware that both Meng Hao and the black-robed man were standing there. "You?" the old man said softly. Apparently, that was all he could say before he was at a loss for words, as the complex feelings within him grew stronger. After a moment of silence, the black-robed man suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse, cold, and ancient. "Where is he?" Although the 3 words he spoke were completely ordinary in nature, when spoken by him they were filled with a shocking murderous aura, as if this man were fundamentally formed from a murderous aura. Meng Hao took a deep breath. Although he had no idea who this black-robed man was, if he didn't understand what was going on between him and the old man, then he had no right to have practiced cultivation to his current level. They know each other. We're in the Wang clan, and this old man is one of Wang Mu's teachers. He also knows Wang Tingfei. That means that it's very likely that he is also a member of the Wang clan. This black-robed paragon is very mysterious, and clearly cannot be a cultivator from the modern era. He's existed for ages, and certainly comes from before the time when the mountain and sea realm existed. That much is obvious because of what happened with those ancient mosquitoes. In that case, since they know each other, this old man, having reached this point in his train of thought, Meng Hao's pupils constricted. In his past dealings with the Wang clan, he had always felt their magical techniques to be bizarre. Furthermore, there was something very mysterious and extraordinary about their bloodline. Even as Meng Hao's mind spun, the skinny old man thought for a moment and then spoke in a hoarse voice that seemed to be filled with reminiscence. Back then he left and never came back. The black-robed man closed his eyes for a moment. Finally, he opened them and asked, "What about her?" "They left together. She never came back either." The old man sighed. Within the complicated gaze he leveled at the black-robed man was hidden astonishment and disbelief. Unable to hold back, he finally asked the question that burned in his mind. "You, back then, didn't you dissipate?" The black-robed man shook his head. Declining to say anything else, he turned to leave. "Wang." The old man only spoke one word before stopping, as if he wasn't sure exactly how to address the man. However, that single word caused Meng Hao's mind to tremble. He looked at the old man, then at the black-robed man. The character Wang had 2 meanings, of course. One carried the meaning of a king. The other caused Meng Hao to gasp. He's a member of the Wang clan, the Wang clan patriarch. Meng Hao felt his thoughts going wild. If he's a Wang clan patriarch, then that means the Wang clan definitely did not originate in the mountain and sea realm. They existed in the time of the immortal world. His eyes went wide, and he moved to follow the black-robed man as he left. He took a step and his vision blurred. When it cleared, he was with the black-robed man back up in the starry sky. The black-robed man hovered there thoughtfully, before finally looking out into the void. It was as if his gaze could pierce the 33 heavens and see the expanse beyond, including the butterflies dragging the land mass, and the suns pushing the statue, as they rumbled in the direction of the mountain and sea realm. "They're almost here," the black-robed man murmured, his voice so icy that the void around him grew colder. That was not done intentionally, it was merely a result of his murderous aura. He looked off into the distance and then began to walk. Each step he took seemed without end, and Meng Hao hurried to keep up. However, in the space of a few breaths, the man was so far away that he knew it would be impossible to catch up to him. Meng Hao knew that he couldn't catch up because the man didn't want him to. Urgently, he called out, "Senior, who are you, sir?" "A person who probably shouldn't be here," was the icy response. The black-robed man was now further off in the distance. Meng Hao was the type of person to seize every opportunity. As the saying went, he would pluck feathers from a passing goose. Although he was awestruck by the black-robed man, he gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, look, we are bound by ties of destiny. Could you please teach me some of your Taoist magic, senior? I mean, the reason you're here has something to do with me, right?" The black-robed man paused in mid-step. It seemed he rarely encountered cultivators the likes of Meng Hao. "Spatial bending. If you master that and we meet again, then I guess I can pass on to you the secret to summon the wind." The black-robed man's voice drifted out behind him as he vanished into the starry sky. There was no way for Meng Hao to catch up. However, several different emotions could be seen on his face as he looked at the man leaving, and in fact, his eyes began to shine. So he really is a patriarch of the Wang clan. The magic of Summon the Wind was something Meng Hao had seen Wang Mu unleash. He had always felt it to be extraordinary, but had never been able to acquire it. For well, it is what it is. Wang Mu, you owe me money, but now I'm in no hurry to get it back. Having karma connecting me to you is the same as having karma with the Wang clan. Heart filled with decisiveness, he turned, closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them and took a step. Much the same as before, he slipped into a strange state as he began to experiment with walking in that strange, prescribed fashion. This magic is called spatial bending, huh? It seems that this is just the first step, a way to bend space-time. Meng Hao was very excited. He could already think of many ways that this Taoist magic could be used in magical combat. In fact, if he got familiar enough with it, perhaps he could even use it to travel through time. At this thought, a strange look appeared in Meng Hao's eyes as he walked off into the distance. Time passed as he walked in that special fashion for several days. During that time, he didn't worry about collecting any debts, nor did he stop by any asteroid teleportation portals. He was separated from the world, alone as he traversed the starry sky, getting familiar with the walking technique. In the middle of his enlightenment, the transmission jade slip within his bag of holding vibrated many times. However, he didn't notice that, as he was fully immersed in the strange state. He had no idea, but during those several days, someone he knew was traveling all around looking for him, engulfed in grief. That person went to planet South Heaven, and then to planet East Victory. He scoured the entirety of the Fang clan, and then went to the Song clan, to Mount Sun, and any other place where Meng Hao might have been found. Unfortunately, that person did not find Meng Hao. Is this the working of fate? Is he fated to not be able to see her one last time? The person searching for Meng Hao was Pill Demon. His expression was one of grief, and he sighed constantly. Eventually, he gave up the search and returned to the Mount Kunlun. Another 3 days passed, and eventually Meng Hao awoke from that strange state. His eyes shone with the glow of augury, and then gradually began to flicker with joy. During the past few days, he had grown much more familiar with that strange walking technique. It was only after awakening that Meng Hao noticed that on the transmission jade slip in his bag of holding, there were several hundred messages that had unexpectedly accumulated during the past few days. After scanning the messages with divine sense, his mind began to rumble as if with thunder, and his body shook as if it were being struck by lightning. In fact, he almost couldn't believe what was happening. Although the messages in the jade slip were all from different people, the words were virtually the same. Chu Yuyan's soul is rapidly dispersing. Come to the Kunlun Society. They all said the same thing. He received messages from his mother, father, and sister, from Patriarch Shoudao, even from Taiyangzi, Song Luodan, and Sun Hai. The greatest number of messages came from Pill Demon. In addition, there was one message that had come through on the first day that Meng Hao had slipped into his strange trance of walking. It had come from Chu Yuyan. Meng Hao, I hope that you and Su Qin can have a safe and peaceful life together. That single message caused Meng Hao's heart to feel as if it were being stabbed with blades. Meng Hao was trembling. He couldn't quite tell what he was feeling at the moment. However, one thing he was sure about was that if Chu Yuyan's soul was dispersing, it couldn't be an accident. There had to be more to the story. He had no time to sit there thinking, nor was he even sure what exactly he should be thinking about. Only one thought filled his mind, and that was that he did not want Chu Yuyan to perish. How could this have happened? He murmured, transforming into a colorful streak of light that shot toward the nearest asteroid teleportation portal at high speed. As soon as he appeared there, people recognized him and their faces flickered. Many of them were well aware of how everyone in the Ninth Mountain and Sea had been looking for him over the past few days. Immediately, sounds of discussion could be heard. Did you hear about Meng Hao's old flame Chu Yuyan from the Kunlun Society? Her soul is dispersing. These past few days, everyone has been trying to find him, but sadly, nobody could. And now here he is. Well, he deserves it with that vicious personality of his. A lot of people are happy to see this happening. Meng Hao blasted forward like the wind, but he could still hear everyone talking, and their words stabbed at his heart like sharp swords. Suddenly, he turned his head, sweeping over them with his gaze. Rumbling sounds could be heard, and one cultivator after another coughed up blood and staggered backward, their cultivation bases collapsing as they let out miserable shrieks. Those were the cultivators who had just spoken biting words. On any other occasion, Meng Hao wouldn't even have acknowledged them. But now, in the throes of deep anxiety, the words they spoke crossed his bottom line. Rumbling could be heard as he shot toward one particular destination. It was none other than the teleportation portal leading to the Kunlun Society. However, just before he reached it, a dozen or so figures suddenly emerged from the crowd to block his path. Based on the ripples emanating from their cultivation bases, it was obvious that these people were from the Ji clan. Furthermore, the person leading them was Ji Dongyang, who knew how long he had been here, and now, in Meng Hao's most anxious moment, he was leading members of the Ji clan to prevent Meng Hao from entering the teleportation portal. Well, if it isn't Brother Meng? What's gotten you so anxious? Ji Dongyang laughed heartily, eyes shining with a strange light. He almost seemed to be eyeing prey, as if he were trying to lure that prey in a certain direction, to control its growth and development. The dispersal of Chu Yuyan's soul has really given me a good opportunity to domesticate my prey. Ji Dongyang's smile grew more radiant, and the eyes of the Ji clan cultivators behind him glittered with killing intent. Screw off! Meng Hao roared, his face grim and his voice echoing like thunder. The Ji clan cultivators were instantly enraged and shot directly toward him. What gall! Our clan prince allowed you to stop and chat. How dare you say rude things? Scram! Meng Hao's expression didn't change at all as he performed an incantation gesture. Everything rumbled, and the starry sky shook. The entire asteroid vibrated as an amorphous tempest shot out toward the members of the Ji clan. As he flew through the air, everything around him shook violently. The tempest was like a huge mouth, bellowing in rage at the Ji clan cultivators. Blood sprayed out of their mouths and they were sent tumbling backward. There were even a few who directly exploded, killed in body and spirit. Meng Hao had already reached the point of disregarding everything else. Brother Meng, did I offend you or something? All I did was call out a greeting, and yet you dared to kill the people of my Ji clan. Ji Dongyang's face was grim as he took a step forward, causing explosive waves of qi to roll out in all directions. Shockingly, they transformed into a shield of light, which completely blocked the way to the Kunlun Society teleportation portal. The surrounding cultivators looked on silently, and even backed up. They looked at the shield with mixed feelings. Anyone who was watching this scene would be able to see what the Ji clan was overtly attempting to do. In Meng Hao's moment of deepest anxiety, when he wanted nothing more than to get to the Kunlun Society, the Ji clan actually blocked his path, in order to delay him even further. All of it was to make Meng Hao even more anxious than before. In any other circumstance, he could shrug it off. But now, when he wasn't even certain whether Chu Yuyan was alive or dead, for the Ji clan to do something like this caused even the surrounding cultivators to feel that they were being excessive. And yet, some of them were happy to delight in the misfortunes of others, and their eyes glinted wickedly. Seeing that his way to the teleportation portal was being blocked caused Meng Hao's eyes to burst with killing intent. Without stopping, he charged forward like a meteor directly toward Ji Dongyang. As he closed in, Ji Dongyang snorted inwardly, performed a double-handed incantation gesture, and then shot backward, unexpectedly passing through the protective shield. Next, Meng Hao slammed bodily into the shield. A huge boom could be heard. Meng Hao's fleshly body was comparable to a magical item, and his attack power was backed by the cultivation base of an all-heaven Dao Immortal. He was like a sharp arrow that instantly pierced through the shield. As it shattered, he continued on toward the teleportation portal like a lightning bolt. He took no time to get entangled with Ji Dongyang. His only goal was to get to the Kunlun Society as quickly as possible. However, just when Meng Hao was about to step into the teleportation portal, Cracking sounds could be heard as it shattered into pieces. Ji Dongyang smiled at Meng Hao as if he were looking at a trapped animal. "Brother Meng, how could you be so rash?" he said. "I wasn't actually trying to stop you. I had just set up some defenses around the teleportation portal because it was too old and in need of repair. It was already on the verge of shattering. See how much I care about you. I didn't want any problems to occur if you stepped into it. That's why I blocked your way." "Well, there's no need to thank me. It was really the right thing to do." Meng Hao trembled, slowly turning around, his murderous aura exploding up. Ji Dongyang continued to smile as he slowly backed up. "Brother Meng, I did all of this with the best of intentions. I'll take my leave now, but don't worry, we'll have plenty of time to get to know each other better in the future, and also to build up plenty of karma between us." Smiling mysteriously, his body began to fade away. "You want karma? I'll give you some karma." Meng Hao took a deep breath, and his murderous aura grew stronger as he shot in a beeline toward Ji Dongyang. He moved as fast as lightning, using the exact same bizarre walking technique that he had just spent the past several days getting familiar with. None of the onlookers could see anything strange about it, not even Ji Dongyang. He continued to smile as he faded away. Meng Hao rumbled through the air, making a grasping motion with his right hand. Immediately, the copper mirror began to materialize. Before it could even become fully clear, it changed shape, wrapping around Meng Hao's hand, wriggling into the shape of a long, pitch-black sword. It was a wicked blade, like the weapon of a devil, and it instantly slashed down toward the virtually invisible Ji Dongyang. However, the direction of the slash was not the position in which Ji Dongyang was vanishing, but rather the space in front of that. As the blade slashed down, Meng Hao took another step. All of a sudden, all of the onlookers experienced something bizarre. Suddenly, everything split apart as two different periods of time appeared in front of their eyes. They were like mirror images that twisted and then turned into a strange vision. Within that vision, the teleportation portal, which had just collapsed, twisted and returned to a state of wholeness. Different versions of Ji Dongyang and Meng Hao could now be seen, like reflections. The reflection of Ji Dongyang had exactly the same expression as before, and was saying the same things. Everyone could see exactly what had just happened moments ago. Then Ji Dongyang's reflection began to move back to the location where he began vanishing, and also toward the place where Meng Hao was slashing the sword down. It was almost as if Ji Dongyang were personally delivering himself up to Meng Hao's blade. Meng Hao's battle weapon slashed through the reflection of Ji Dongyang, which didn't stop, but rather continued on to the vanishing Ji Dongyang, with whom it then merged. At the same time, the teleportation portal collapsed and Meng Hao said the same cold words he had spoken before. Then he shot forward, formed the battle weapon, slashed out and merged with his true form. All of it happened very quickly and made people confused as to what they were actually seeing. Everyone was shocked and dazzled. When the true forms of Meng Hao and Ji Dongyang merged with their reflections, Meng Hao looked the same as before. However, Ji Dongyang, who was fading away, suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His blurry figure was then separated into two parts. "What Taoist magic is that?" he roared in disbelief. Then the two parts of him faded away. The only thing that remained behind was an echoing voice filled with terror and astonishment, an injury inflicted within the flow of time, which then merged with the present. Meng Hao had used the strange walking technique to come up with a battle tactic that was perfectly suited to him. "I twist time, giving me the power to go back into the past and slash you with my blade. When your reflection merges with your true form, then that injury will become a reality." The surrounding cultivators all gasped. If you added all these people together, the types of magical techniques they had seen collectively throughout their lifetimes were vast. And yet, none of them had ever seen anything as unbelievable as what they had just witnessed. A slash in the past was equally fatal in the present. A time-shift magic like that was similar to the time magic that Meng Hao already used, and yet it was far, far different. One was the root, the other was the lily pad. As Ji Dongyang faded away, Meng Hao's body flickered as he changed course toward another teleportation portal. Because of Ji Dongyang and how he had obstructed Meng Hao's path, he now had to waste even more time finding another teleportation portal to the Kunlun Society. Almost as soon as he materialized out of that teleportation portal, he could see the Kunlun Society. It was a cloud-wreathed immortal mountain, boundless and majestic, filled with singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. It was like a celestial paradise, and at first glance, nothing about it seemed out of the ordinary. However, on one of the mountain's tallest peaks, thunder and lightning crashed. Further up above, black clouds seethed, seemingly incompatible with their surroundings. As soon as he saw that mountain peak, Meng Hao also caught sight of a figure there who seemed to be offering sacrifices. Every flick of his sleeve would cause colors to flash, and rumbling booms to echo out. He was an old man with whom Meng Hao was unfamiliar. However, at that man's side was someone who Meng Hao knew well. It was Pill Demon. Meng Hao's heart began to thump, and he instantly took to flight in the direction of that mountain peak. His arrival instantly attracted the attention of the disciples of the Kunlun Society. Furthermore, because of how he charged in, countless disciples flew out to intercept him, and numerous streams of divine sense converged on him. "Let him come!" An ancient voice called out just as the numerous spell formations of the Kunlun Society were about to activate. It came from none other than the old man who was currently fighting back against the powerful vortex up above. Next to him was Pill Demon, who looked over at Meng Hao with mixed feelings, and sighed. Meng Hao flew as fast as he could. In the blink of an eye, he had spanned the distance to appear in the air above the mountain peak, directly in front of Pill Demon and the old man. As soon as he appeared, a tremor ran through his body because of what he on top of the mountain. It was a jade coffin. Numerous Kunlun Society disciples were arrayed around the coffin, their faces filled with grief. They sat there cross-legged, as if they were trying to come up with some sort of way to resurrect the person in the coffin. "You're too late," Pill Demon said in a quiet, hoarse voice. "Yesterday at dawn, her spiritual soul dispersed. I asked the Patriarch to come help reconverge the spiritual links to Chu Yuyan's soul. Unfortunately, he was unable to reform that which has dissipated." Meng Hao was shaking, and his mind roared. What Pill Demon had just said almost didn't seem to register as he stared at the coffin, and Chu Yuyan inside. She almost seemed to be sleeping. Even now that he was here, Meng Hao felt that all of this was too sudden. It was so sudden that he couldn't accept it. It seemed impossible. "How could this have happened?" he murmured. Stabs of pain filled his heart as he approached the coffin. Immediately, the surrounding Kunlun Society disciples' eyes went wide with rage. "Screw off. You don't qualify to come here. Are you Meng Hao? The man Junior Sister Chu could never forget about, is you? You don't deserve to be standing here. Heartless, unethical people like you are prohibited from defiling the corpse of Elder Sister Chu." These Kunlun Society disciples were people who had developed friendships with Chu Yuyan during her time in the Kunlun Society. Some were her sisters, others were people who admired her. To see Meng Hao show up here when they were so heartbroken caused them to immediately vent their rage. When the words hit Meng Hao's ears, his heart twinged with intense pain. As he stepped forward silently, a young man burst out from the crowd to stand in front of him, eyes bloodshot. Enraged, he yelled, "Are you a man or not? You knew how Chu Yuyan felt about you. You knew, and yet you heartlessly refused her. What do you think you're doing here now? Screw the hell off." The young man extended his right hand, performed an incantation gesture and pointing toward Meng Hao. A magical technique immediately materialized and shot toward Meng Hao. His action caused other disciples to immediately make moves of their own. Meng Hao didn't respond at all, nor did he dodge their attacks. He just kept walking forward, surrounded by booming sounds. Finally, Pill Demon shouted, "Stay your hands. Let him pass. Nobody qualifies more than him to see Yenner." His voice crashed like thunder, booming out in all directions. Chu Yuyan's fellow disciples immediately ceased attacking. Glaring at Meng Hao, they began file past him as they returned to their places, filled with rage and grief. As they passed him, all of them made various biting comments. Chu Yuyan waited for you for years, until she finally perished, one woman said icily. What a waste. I'm not sure why the link to junior sister Chu's soul suddenly dispersed. But I do know that when she returned recently she was seriously injured. She never fully recovered from those injuries. Don't tell me you're unaware of why they occurred. Meng Hao. It won't matter how famous you get in the 9th mountain and sea. Don't you ever forget for all eternity that you owe this woman far, far too much. Their words were like razor-sharp swords against which there was no possible defense. It didn't matter how powerful his fleshly body was. He could do nothing to prevent them from piercing deep into his heart. His insides ached, and his face was ashen as he silently walked forward. He let the people say what they wished to say as he neared the coffin and then looked down at Chu Yuyan laying inside. She wore a long white garment, and her countenance was beautiful. Her skin was so delicate it seemed that a breeze could shatter it. If it weren't for the fact that she was completely devoid of any color of blood, Meng Hao might think that she actually was sleeping. However, the aura of death on her made the difference between life and death very clear. It was like the difference between yin and yang, boundless and infinite. His mind was a blank as he stared down at her. He had never imagined that a day like this would come. Back in the 9 Seas God world, something similar had happened, but in the end, Chu Yuyan didn't die. Now though, Meng Hao lifted a trembling hand and placed it on Chu Yuyan's forehead. After sending some divine sense into her, he began to shake even harder. Dead, he murmured. His heart ached as he recalled an image from the past. It was a scene in which Chu Yuyan stood next to Wang Tingfei, as if they were a celestial couple. Next, he saw Chu Yuyan and himself in the volcano, after which came everything that happened in the Violet Fate sect. Later, they saw each other again in the southern domain, when he and Su Qing got married. Chu Yuyan had been there, a complex expression in her eyes. Although she wore a smile on her face, that smile only hid her silent weeping. All of those were memories that he would keep in his mind forever. Proud. That was Chu Yuyan. When she realized that Meng Hao hadn't picked her, she chose to leave. She thought that she could forget, but later, when she looked back at everything that had occurred, she had realized something. You can choose not to fall in love with me, but I can only choose to either fall in love with you or fall in love with you harder. That was why, when she saw Meng Hao again in the 9th Sea, she was actually very happy and content. No matter how she seemed on the surface, in her heart, those were wonderful times. Back then, she had wished that things could go on like they had for a bit longer. She hadn't hoped for an eternity, only that time would slow down for just a little bit. Therefore, when she saw Meng Hao fighting so hard in the windswept realm, when she heard his unyielding roar, she didn't hesitate or even think about what to do. In a moment which wasn't appropriate for her to make her breakthrough, she risked her own cultivation base and even risked the chance of being seriously injured. At that time, she didn't consider what consequences there might be. She only considered how to help Meng Hao. And so she did what she did, even though Meng Hao hadn't spared her a second glance at the time. What a dummy! Perhaps the reason he loves Su Qing is because she's a dummy too. That was what Chu Yuyan thought to herself as she sighed and stepped into the vortex after the events in the windswept realm. Meng Hao's face grew more and more pale as he thought about everything. Chu Yuyan's smile seemed to occupy all of his memories about her. And all of a sudden, Meng Hao felt as if his heart were cracking open. Everything that she had done caused deep regret to well up from deep inside of him. It was a regret so profound that it ensured he would never be able to forget this woman. Not for the rest of his life. How could this have happened? He murmured, coughing up some blood. It was at this point that a cold, enraged voice echoed out like thunder from up above. Meng Hao, she chose you, so I wished you well. I hoped that she would be happy and blessed. But how could you be so callous, so heartless? If you didn't love her, why did you have to encourage her? If you didn't choose her, why give her hope? Why? Did you have to steal her away from me? Meng Hao! The voice was filled with endless fury, fury mixed with grief. As it descended from the sky, an enormous figure appeared up above. He had stars on his forehead, and it was none other than the man who had awoken the bloodline of the gods, Wang Tingfei. He roared furiously, causing colors to flash in the sky as he shot down like a meteor, heading directly toward Meng Hao. As he did, he clenched his hand into a fist which he struck out at Meng Hao's chest. Meng Hao didn't fight back as Wang Tingfei's thunderous voice slammed into his ears. Blood sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth, and his face became even whiter. It wasn't that he didn't have any feelings for Chu Yuyan. However, between her and Su Qing, he cared for Su Qing more. That didn't mean that he wanted to treat Chu Yuyan coldly. Deep in his heart, he wanted her to be happy. He even wished that she could somehow forget about him and find her own path to happiness. It was something he had never really taken the time to think about before, about whether or not he had been selfish. But now, looking down at Chu Yuyan's corpse, hearing Wang Tingfei rage, Meng Hao's heart tore apart. Within that pain, he finally realized that he truly had been selfish. His voice nothing more than a murmur, he said, "Mountains have no worries, till hit with snowy flurries. Waters feel no woe, till the winds do gust and blow." To boom! Wang Tingfei's eyes were crimson as he launched a full-force attack, which slammed into Meng Hao, causing blood to spray out of his mouth. Despite the fact that Wang Tingfei was likewise hit with a backlash attack, he didn't seem to care. Roaring, he flew back to attack again. "So you also know mountains have no worries, till struck by snowy flurries. Waters feel no woe, till the winds gust and blow." The stabbing pain Wang Tingfei felt in his heart was not any less than Meng Hao's. He had loved Chu Yuyan from the very beginning, and that had never changed. However, he had been too proud. Back in the early days, his pride had allowed him to turn a blind eye to her. He thought that if he could just defeat Meng Hao, if he could somehow get stronger and stronger, then it would be possible to sacrifice everything else, including Chu Yuyan. But when he lost everything, he finally realized, to his bitterness, that he truly had nothing. From that moment on, he began to wish that Chu Yuyan could simply be happy and live a life of laughter and smiles. Many years went by, and he believed himself to have forgotten his love from the past. But then one day he emerged from secluded meditation to hear from his fellow clan members about what was happening with Chu Yuyan. He had then done everything in his power to come here. In the moment he arrived, he saw Meng Hao, then completely lost control and exploded with violence. "If you didn't care about her, then why did you have to steal her from me?" "Meng Hao!" Roaring, Wang Tingfei attacked again. Meng Hao didn't respond. He stood there trembling, his heart in pieces. Wang Tingfei's words slammed into him like bolts of lightning. He didn't raise a hand to fight back. Wang Tingfei battered him with one fist after another. In Meng Hao's mind, this was all his fault. The debt he owed was too profound, and he felt deep regret. He regretted everything from the past, and now knew the mistakes he had made. He had never realized how deeply, how severely he had affected others. "I'm sorry," he murmured bitterly. Although the words were spoken quietly, when Wang Tingfei heard them, he stopped in place. His fists dropped to his sides, and he began to weep. Meng Hao walked back to the coffin and looked at the beautiful Chu Yuyan laying there as if slumbering. Tears streaming down his face, he reached up and gently touched her forehead with his right hand. The tears rolled off his face, dropping down onto Chu Yuyan's cheek. A moment later, he looked up at P31 and the ancient old man hovering next to him in midair. "There's something off about Chu Yuyan's death. Tell me why, immediately." He spoke slowly, one word at a time, and by the time he reached the final words, his voice boomed deafeningly, causing colors to flash in the sky and a sweeping wind to spring up. The entire Kunlun society began to shake violently. As he spoke, his cultivation base exploded with power, pushing him to the point where he could slaughter Dao realm cultivators. Right now, he could cut down one essence Dao realm experts, could cause 2 essence cultivators to tremble, and could even take on 3 essences Dao lords. P31 gaped in astonishment and turned to look at the ancient man next to him. That old man had not mentioned anything suspicious about Chu Yuyan's death. P31 had assumed that it was because after reaching Immortal Ascension, Chu Yuyan's foundation was unstable, which led to the dispersal of her soul. Pill Demon wasn't the only one to stare in shock. Wang Tingfei's eyes went wide, and the surrounding Kunlun Society disciples all looked up at the old man, astonished. This old man was one of the patriarchs of the Kunlun Society. He looked down at Meng Hao and sighed. He had long since heard about how powerful Meng Hao was, but now that he could see it for himself, he realized that Meng Hao was able to see the clues on Chu Yuyan's corpse. Her spiritual soul is lost. When she returned last time, she seemed normal, but the truth of the matter was that she had already lost her spiritual soul. The only thing that remained behind was her physical soul. She could only last for so long in such a state. Without the support of her spiritual soul, in the end, her physical soul dispersed. That is why she died, and is also why I was unable to reverse the situation and resurrect her. The old man spoke in a low voice and uttered no lies. He went on to explain the full process of how he had attempted to treat Chu Yuyan. Meng Hao was trembling. Because of the level of his cultivation base, he was well aware of the ramifications of a person losing their spiritual soul. With only the physical soul remaining, one had no foundation, and at any time, that person could lose touch with reality and begin to disperse into death. From the moment Chu Yuyan had returned, she had begun to weaken. With every day that passed, she struggled against death, but unfortunately, there was absolutely nothing she could do. She could only wait until her physical soul dispersed, and the day of her death arrived. She knew that she was dying, and therefore had sent that final message to Meng Hao. Meng Hao, I hope that you and Su Qing can have a safe and peaceful life together. Meng Hao's eyes were completely bloodshot, and he shook from the increasingly intense pain in his heart. Based on how high his cultivation base was, it was easy for him to inspect Chu Yuyan's corpse and confirm that what the old man had said was no lie. Her spiritual soul is lost. Well, where did it go? Meng Hao's eyes were filled with madness. He knew that all of this was caused because Chu Yuyan had helped him in the windswept realm, leading to her serious injuries. However, although her soul had been in a fragile state that could split apart at any time, when she stepped into the vortex to return home, it had been whole. Meng Hao had looked at her as she had left, and could confirm that that was the case. The problem must have occurred after Chu Yuyan entered the vortex leading from the area of the windswept realm back to the 9th mountain. Meng Hao had also made that trip, which had taken only a brief moment. Clearly, though, that brief moment was all it took for Chu Yuyan to lose her spiritual soul. The physical soul lives because of the spiritual soul. The spiritual soul nourishes the physical soul. If I can find Chu Yuyan's spiritual soul, then maybe bringing her back to life wouldn't be impossible. Meng Hao looked back down at Chu Yuyan, his eyes flickering with a glint of obsession as he decided that he would definitely track down Chu Yuyan's spiritual soul. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture as he unleashed karmic hexing. He gently pushed down onto Chu Yuyan's forehead, and yet, no karma appeared. His eyes flickered with madness as he suddenly began to walk around Chu Yuyan's coffin. He moved faster and faster until ghost images of himself appeared. First it was one ghost image and then 2, 3, 4. He moved so quickly that a wind sprang up and even more ghost images appeared. Soon there were 10, 15, and even more. Meng Hao didn't hesitate at all to use the strange walking technique, which would enable him to return to the day before. One day earlier, Chu Yuyan's physical soul had not completely dispersed. As Meng Hao walked, gradually the power of time travel began to surge out. As soon as the aura appeared, it blurred the vision of the surrounding cultivators. Even Pill Demon's eyes went blank. It was only the Kunlun Society patriarch whose eyes suddenly began to shine with a bright light. Inwardly, massive waves of shock battered his heart. The Tao of time travel. I can't believe that Meng Hao can actually use the Tao of time travel. He wasn't the only one who was shaken. The other Tao realm patriarchs in the Kunlun Society were all shaken. As they watched the scene with divine sense, they were thoroughly flabbergasted by Meng Hao. They all watched as gradually more and more ghost images of Meng Hao appeared, until finally, they merged together into a ring. In the middle of that ring was the coffin and the area around it, which apparently was moving through time. The grass swayed, and ripples spread out. Numerous figures appeared, coming and going, going and coming. None of the spectators noticed how incredibly pale Meng Hao's face was. This walking technique was bizarre and enigmatic to be sure, but it was incredibly difficult for Meng Hao to use it to return Chu Yuyan to the previous day. However, no thoughts of giving up entered his mind. He moved faster and faster. Regardless of how much blood oozed out of his mouth, regardless of how his body withered, regardless of how his cultivation base trembled, he persisted. As he continued onward, more ripples flowed through the area around Chu Yuyan, moving faster and faster. More time passed, and suddenly Chu Yuyan's eyes opened. It was in that moment that Meng Hao finally stopped in place. He coughed up 9 mouthfuls of blood, and a patch of his hair turned white and then transformed into nothing but ash, and his entire body looked much older. Chu Yuyan's eyes were listless, which was how she had looked the previous day just before she died. She was not aware of the things around her, nor could she sense that Meng Hao had traveled back an entire day just to see her. He didn't hesitate for a moment. Still coughing up blood, he performed an incantation gesture and unleashed a demon-sealing hexing magic, reaching out to push his finger down onto Chu Yuyan's forehead. In that moment, his mind trembled, and suddenly, faint karma threads appeared all around Chu Yuyan. More than half of the threads were connected to Meng Hao himself, which caused the pain in his heart to intensify. However, he knew that time was of the essence. He focused all of his concentration and began to examine the other karma threads, hoping to use them to locate her spiritual soul. He held nothing back, rotating his cultivation base to the full, causing azure light to shine around him. Finally, he found one particular karma thread that led out into the void. He sent divine sense to follow it, going further and further until he was also in the void. It was there that Meng Hao caught sight of a vortex, a familiar vortex that was none other than the vortex which Paragon Sea Dream had summoned after the collapse of the windswept realm, allowing everyone to return to where they had come from. It was there that the karma thread began to collapse. Seeing that the thread was about to vanish, Meng Hao roared, causing more time magic to explode out. Coupled with his cultivation base and the karmic hexing, he once again began to walk, using the Tao of time travel. He unleashed all of his power until finally he saw 2 visions. In the first vision, he saw Chu Yuyan stepping into a vortex, her face pale. That was the moment in which everyone returned through Paragon Sea Dream's vortex. By means of this particular divine ability, Meng Hao was able to follow time back to its essence to see what had happened here in the past. What he saw was that, as Chu Yuyan traveled through the vortex, she passed by the 9 mountains of the mountain and sea realm. When she was passing by the 8th mountain and sea, all of a sudden, a voice could be heard within the vortex. "Soul, come to me." Actually, that vortex had not truly been created by Paragon Sea Dream. It had long existed within the mountain and sea realm, a teleportation path that, theoretically speaking, could be opened by anyone in the Tao realm. The caveat was that the price to open it was staggering. In fact, only paragons could arbitrarily pay such a price. Even if an ordinary Tao realm cultivator were to overdraw on their cultivation base, they would not be able to open that ancient teleportation path. Therefore, most of the time the path was safe. For example, when Meng Hao and all the others used it, nothing untoward happened. However, the path was not under the protection of one of Paragon Sea Dream's magical techniques. It was merely a teleportation path. Therefore, accidents could happen. Also, certain accidents could occur which not even Paragon Sea Dream would be aware of. Originally, nothing bad should have happened to Chu Yuyan. Although her soul was in a state where it could be split, as long as she returned to the 9th mountain and sea and spent enough time recuperating, she would return to normal. Unfortunately, during the process of her teleportation, someone unleashed a soul-gathering magic. Although many cultivators could use such techniques, all of them were different, leading to different results. Some could affect an area only 3,000 meters wide. Others could actually cover an entire realm. Its purpose was to find departed souls and collect them together, where they could then be used by certain cultivators to craft magical items. In the second vision, Meng Hao saw a huge landmass and a sect. That sect was built into a black cliff, upon which were written 3 huge characters. Black Soul Society. Meng Hao saw countless souls there, converged into a massive river that flowed toward the black cliff, and an incense burner into which the souls were being absorbed. A cultivator sat cross-legged next to the incense burner. He looked middle-aged, but had a pale face. His expression was arrogant, and from the fluctuations of his cultivation base, it was possible to tell that, shockingly, he was a 2 essences Dao realm expert. As Meng Hao looked on, he caught sight of one particular soul among the others, which was Chu Yuyan. The key to it all was not the Dao realm cultivator, but rather that incense burner. That was how Chu Yuyan's soul had been extracted from the teleportation tunnel. The incense burner was surrounded by thousands of other cross-legged disciples of this sect. When they waved their arms, black bottle gourds would fly out of their bags of holding, which would then belch forth innumerable souls. Unexpectedly, most of those souls belonged to mortals. Miserable screams then rang out as the souls were refined by the cultivators. Slaughtering mortals was something absolutely forbidden within the mountain and sea realm, something that most people would condemn. After all, the mortal world was the foundation of everything. If cultivators were allowed to wantonly massacre the mortals which made up their foundation, then the mountain and sea realm would eventually collapse. In fact, the laws of the mountain and sea realm expressly forbade such a thing. If something like that happened, heavenly punishment would be rained down. And yet, there was no heavenly punishment being inflicted on this Black Soul Society. The vision shattered into pieces, and everything was over. Killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes, transforming into a tempest as he rose to his feet. The Black Soul Society of the 8th Mountain and Sea, he thought. So the laws of the mountain and sea realm do not send heavenly punishment your way. Regardless of the reason, I will become your heavenly punishment. His eyes glowed coldly, both from what had happened to Chu Yuyan, and also what the Black Soul Society was doing to the souls of mortals. Such brutality was something that Meng Hao could not accept. Even death could not wipe out the vileness of such crimes. A murderous aura exploded out from him, causing all of the cultivators around him to tremble. Even the Dao realm patriarchs of the Kunlun Society looked on with serious expressions. None of them had any idea why such a murderous aura had suddenly sprung up from Meng Hao. He took a deep breath, causing the murderous aura to fade away, then gazed down at Chu Yuyan. As he looked at her, he could tell that the spiritual energy of Mount Kunlun had been gathered in the coffin, ensuring that Chu Yuyan's fleshly body would not be destroyed. The spiritual energy of the Kunlun Society was different from that of elsewhere. It was abundant in life force, and had existed in this place for a very long time. It inherently caused life force to flourish, and would significantly reduce the decay rate of the flesh itself. The coffin itself was also a treasured item that was in harmony with the Kunlun Society, and would further slow the process of decay. However, if it left the Kunlun Society, that could harm Chu Yuyan. Meng Hao was well aware that he could not take her corpse away. It wasn't that he was fundamentally incapable of doing so. Rather, it would be best for Chu Yuyan to stay here. Eyes flashing with determination, he extended his right hand and rested it on the coffin, silently unleashing numerous magical techniques to seal it. Glittering marks appeared all over its surface, imbuing it not just with Meng Hao's aura, but more importantly, the will of the future lord of the mountain and sea realm. That would ensure that Chu Yuyan's corpse would not be defiled. At the same time, Meng Hao waved his sleeve, causing a huge amount of immortal jade to fly out and pile up around and over the coffin, forming a mountainous grave mound. The grave mound of immortal jade left Chu Yuyan completely protected. Coupled with the unique aura of the Kunlun Society, it would ensure that she remained preserved for quite some time. Having done all this, Meng Hao waved his hand again, causing an equally towering mountain of immortal jade to pile up next to the first pile. Clasping hands, he turned toward the Kunlun Society's Dao Realm Patriarch and bowed deeply. Kunlun Society, I hope it will not be too much of an inconvenience to ensure that Chu Yuyan's body remains preserved. Please take this mountain of immortal jade as a token of my deep thanks. The ancient old man looked at the mountain of immortal jade. Even he was moved by the sight of so much wealth. Actually, as far as the old man was concerned, Chu Yuyan was a disciple of the Kunlun Society, and it wouldn't have consumed much of the Kunlun Society's spiritual energy to keep her body preserved in the first place. Now, with all this immortal jade added in as compensation, the old man looked back somberly at Meng Hao and nodded. Then he said, "Young friend Meng Hao, please set your mind at ease. You have my word that as long as I live in this world, this place will be a restricted area in the Kunlun Society. Nobody will be able to step half a pace into it without Pill Demon's express permission." Meng Hao once again bowed deeply to the ancient man. He knew well what was expected in return for this promise. "Many thanks," he said quietly. "I owe the Kunlun Society a great favor." Meng Hao rarely owed other people. But now, for the sake of the safety of Chu Yuyan's corpse, he was willing to do just that. "Well then, young friend Meng Hao, did you find Chu Yuyan's spiritual soul?" The old man smiled in response to Meng Hao's words. In fact, to him the most important aspect of the whole exchange was to sow the seeds of a good relationship with Meng Hao. "I did," Meng Hao replied, eyes shining coldly. "Where is it?" the old man asked. "The 8th mountain. Senior, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. I will do everything I can to bring Chu Yuyan's soul back as quickly as possible." He looked over at the grave mound of immortal jade, then turned and left. He knew that he owed far, far too much to Chu Yuyan. So much so, in fact, that he could never pay her back. His journeys through the 9th mountain and sea were now at an end. He was not in the mood to think about where his next destination was, nor did he need to. Filled with the desire to slaughter the Black Soul Society of the 8th mountain, he turned, transforming into a beam of light that shot out of the Kunlun Society. His heart was torn to pieces, and his mood was foul as he headed directly toward the 9th mountain. The 9th mountain was the home of the Ji clan, but was also the home of the immortal ancient Taoist rite. His plan to leave the 9th mountain and sea had originally involved flying alone through the starry sky. But now time was too short. Su Qing was currently healthy and safe in the 4th mountain, and could wait for him. Unfortunately, Chu Yuyan's soul could be refined at any moment at the hands of a cultivator of the Black Soul Society. When he thought about that, Meng Hao's heart ached even more, and the killing intent in his eyes grew more explosive. As he shot off into the distance, he murmured, "Mountains have no worries, till hit with snowy flurries, waters feel no woe, till the winds do gust and blow." The peak of the 9th mountain was occupied by the Ji clan. Further down from them was the immortal ancient Taoist rite. Apparently, the Tao realm patriarchs of the immortal ancient Taoist rite had long since predicted the fact that he was coming, even down to his exact time of arrival. By the time he arrived, all of the cultivators of the immortal ancient Taoist rite were seated cross-legged in a public square, chanting scriptures. A huge cauldron was located in the middle of all of them, fully 300 meters tall, filled with swirling streams of smoke that formed the character Immortal. The character was faintly visible, radiating a feeling of ancientness that made it seem as if it had been transported from ancient times into modern. Closest to the cauldron were 5 old men, all of whom were in the Tao realm. The centermost of that group had white hair, and was the very patriarch who had paid such close attention to Meng Hao during the trial by fire so many years ago. He was also the one who had calculated that Meng Hao would eventually join the immortal ancient Taoist rite. He had already prepared the immortal ancient Taoist rite grand spell formation to help Meng Hao open the path to the 8th mountain. "I know why you've come," he said. "The immortal ancient will build a bridge connecting from here to the 8th mountain. Walk across that bridge, to pierce through the void, traverse the starry sky, and on the other side will be the 8th mountain. I hope that your trip there goes smoothly." When he finished speaking, he waved his right index finger toward the huge cauldron. Instantly, the other Tao realm experts performed incantation gestures and pointed at the cauldron as well. The chanting of scriptures from the immortal ancient Taoist rite disciples grew louder, echoing about in all directions, transforming into a strange power that shook the entire ninth mountain. It was almost as if there were some massive power within the ninth mountain itself that was complying with the cauldron. To explode out, to become a bridge. It was a bridge that pierced through the void, a majestic vortex which connected the eighth mountain and the ninth mountain through the barrier that separated them. It was a majestic bridge, shining with boundless, scintillating light. Meng Hao took a deep breath, then bowed deeply to everyone in the immortal ancient Taoist rite. He was very appreciative of what they were doing, and even felt deep affection that caused him to hold the bow for several breaths of time. Then he looked up and stepped forward onto the bridge. He followed the bridge up into the vortex in the starry sky, which he entered, taking him far, far away. This was immortal ancient building a bridge to leave the ninth mountain. In terms of overall size, it was similar to the ninth mountain and sea. It also had a sea, the major difference being that it wasn't called the ninth sea, but rather the eighth sea. There were also 4 planets which orbited the eighth mountain, although their names were different than the planets in the ninth mountain. And yet, when it came to the overall system of cultivation, and the way the place was set up, it was very similar. After all, the eighth mountain and sea and the ninth mountain and sea were both parts of the mountain and sea realm. However, there was a barrier between each of the various mountains and seas, a barrier which was extremely difficult to pierce a hole through. That made it so that the cultivators from the different mountains and seas couldn't easily pass through. Unless there was a war, and the power of countless cultivators could be converged to break through the barrier and enter the neighboring mountains and seas. Another method would be to rely on an incredibly powerful cultivation base to rip open a tear that could be stepped through. However, to do such a thing required paying a heavy price, so unless some momentous situation had developed, few people would ever use that method. Besides, only Dao realm cultivators could do so. As for Patriarch Reliance, he had his own special methods. Even still, he had to pay a certain price to be able to break through from the ninth mountain and sea and into the eighth mountain and sea. When the immortal ancient Taoist rite built their bridge, they converged power from the immortal ancient Taoist rite that had accumulated for many years. It created a passageway that could ignore the barrier and could allow someone to pass between the 2 mountains without any hindrance. However, it would only last for a brief period of time. In the western region of the eighth mountain and sea was a stretch of the pitch-black void in which a white fissure had suddenly opened up. Brilliant, blinding light shone out in all directions, making the fissure completely conspicuous in the pitch-black darkness. Gradually, boundless immortal chi began to emanate out from the fissure, the type that would cause anyone who saw it to assume that there was some sort of precious treasure located inside. The fissure was not motionless, but rather was shrinking. Apparently, it would vanish in a relatively short period of time. In the area around that fissure, fierce fighting was currently underway. Booms rang out, along with blood-curdling screams. The glow of magical techniques could be seen, sending multicolored light flashing in all directions. Shockingly, 2 groups of cultivators, over 1,000 in total, were currently engaged in a bloody battle. One of the groups wore yellow robes with gold dragons embroidered on the sleeves, whereas the other group wore white Taoist robes. Both groups attacked viciously, as if they each couldn't stand to even live under the same sky as the other. Occasionally, someone would even self-detonate, ensuring that the battle was a bitter one, filled with the reek of blood and gore, and of mangled corpses. All of the cultivators had bloodshot eyes. The weakest among them were stage 3 immortals, and each one fought without holding anything back. Above the main battlefield, a smaller fight was going on between 4 people. 3 were men and 1 was a woman, and all of them were in the mid-ancient realm. The ripples caused by the magical techniques they unleashed far exceeded that of the group below. Above them was yet another fight, between only 2 people. Both were old men in the late ancient realm, just half a step away from the great circle. They sat cross-legged across from each other, a game board placed between them, upon which they were playing Go. However, the game they were playing was one that brimmed with a feeling of battle. Every time they placed a piece down onto the board, it would cause rumbling sounds to fill the void. Eccentric water cloud, said the old man in the yellow robe. The entrance to this arcane pocket realm was discovered by my wood flame society. It has nothing to do with your water cloud sect. Eyes flickering coldly, he picked up a black game piece and put it down onto the board. As soon as the piece touched down, rumbling filled the air, and an indescribably explosive force shook the starry sky. You spoke incorrectly, Taoist wood flame. The arcane pocket realms of the 8th mountain and sea have always gone by right to whoever discovered them. As for this particular arcane pocket realm, the patriarch of our water cloud sect discovered it 300 years ago. However, at that time he didn't have an appropriate physical body. He was forced to make a notation of its location and wait for the next time it opened. Now that it has opened, the water cloud sect has come to claim it. You are the ones who are forcefully interfering. The old man in the white Taoist robe snorted coldly, picked up a white game piece, and put it down. Immediately, rumbling sounds could be heard. Look, you old geezer, the yellow-robed man roared angrily. If you want to go that far, then let me tell you this. The arcane pocket realm was discovered 700 years ago by the Wood Flame Society. Listen, you old coot, the white-robed man said with a cold harumph. I just accidentally left out the word 1,000. Actually, our water cloud sect patriarch discovered this place 1,300 years ago. Like hell, the water cloud sect didn't even exist 1,300 years ago. As the two men argued, their eyes glowed coldly. They continued to place game pieces, causing booms to ring out, shaking the entire starry sky. Below them, the fierce fighting grew even more intense. However, it was at this point that the light shining out from the fissure grew more intense than before, covering the entire battlefield. The fighting cultivators subconsciously gasped as their cultivation bases leaped abnormally. Some of them even made significant progress, and signs of a breakthrough appeared in some of them. Interestingly, of those who now hovered on the verge of cultivation-based breakthroughs, all of them cultivated flame magic. Everyone was shocked by this, and their eyes began to shine with bright light. Even the 4 mid-ancient realm cultivators and the 2 old men playing Go all gasped, and their faces flickered with shock. That's a Tao-level arcane pocket realm. It's definitely Tao level, otherwise, the immortal chi emanating out wouldn't have essence in it. It can lead to cultivation-based breakthroughs. That flame essence indicates that whichever cultivator was put to rest in the arcane pocket realm in the past was a Tao realm expert with flame essence. The 2 old men began to murmur and eye each other murderously. A Tao-level arcane pocket realm is a rarity in the 8th mountain and sea. Although they had only been engaged in a battle of words before, and had held back from actually attacking, now that they realized how precious this arcane pocket realm was, their cultivation-based power exploded out. The game board between them shattered, sending the black and white game pieces flying out in all directions as attacks were unleashed. The fighting intensified, and booms rang out, shaking the starry sky. Both sides were relatively evenly matched, making it difficult for either one to secure victory quickly. Furthermore, the white light emanating out from the fissure suddenly began to retract, as if it were about to vanish. Not good. The Tao-level arcane pocket realm is about to close. Damn it! Why is it happening so fast? Could it be that all Tao-level arcane pocket realms are like this? It must not be allowed to close. The Tao soul hasn't been extracted yet. The faces of the 2 old men fell as they fought. Suddenly, they looked into each other's eyes. Let's stop fighting for the moment, and send forth the bodies we've prepared. Let the Tao soul in the arcane pocket realm make its own decision about who it belongs to. Agreed. The 2 old men gritted their teeth. Having no other option and seeing that the fissure was about to fade away, the best option they had was to fight for a 50-50 chance. They flicked their sleeves, causing their cultivation bases to erupt, using their power to separate the 2 groups of fighting cultivators. Then, they transformed into beams of light that shot howling toward the fissure. As they neared it, both old men cried out, Tonger, Shan Bin, Xianxia, Muyi. In response to their words, for people flew out from the crowds, 2 men and 2 women. The men were handsome and the woman was beautiful. They nervously faced the old men, clasped hands and bowed. Greetings, patriarch. Attempt to absorb the Tao soul into your bodies and assimilate it. Use it to awaken the power within you. Whether or not you succeed will depend on your luck. The 4 cultivators gritted their teeth, then flew toward the fissure. As they closed in, they bit down on their tongues, spitting out mouthfuls of blood that flew toward the opening. Everyone in the area gazed fixedly at the scene which was playing out. When the 4 cultivators spit out their blood, a massive force exploded out from within the shrinking fissure. The opening suddenly expanded, causing brilliant light to explode out. It was so blinding that nobody could see what was inside the fissure other than light. "It's coming out!" The 2 old men cried excitedly. Rumble. As the fissure expanded, the massive force exploded out, and suddenly, a hand appeared from within the light, slowly stretching out from deep inside. It grabbed onto the edge of the fissure, after which a person began to emerge. As soon as the figure appeared, immortal power erupted out, joined by essence, striking fear into the hearts of the other cultivators, who began to edge backward. The 2 old men fought back against the power, but it was almost too much for them. Their expressions were those of complete delight. This feeling, this aura, it's the Tao soul. It's coming out. It's coming out. The 2 men and 2 women outside of the fissure were backing up, faces pale. They could sense that whatever was coming out of the fissure was some sort of supreme existence, something that filled them with terror. Rumble. The figure emerged fully from the fissure, a young man wearing a long white robe. He had long black hair and looked like a handsome scholar. Almost as soon as he emerged, the fissure closed up behind him and vanished. At the same time, the blinding light that had filled the area faded away. The 2 old men stared with wide eyes at this young man, and they weren't the only ones. The 2 men and 2 women stared in shock. This was definitely not what they had imagined a Tao soul would look like. Could it be that Tao realm souls really look like this? That was what both old men were thinking in their confusion. The 2 of them had never seen a Tao-level arcane pocket realm before, and therefore weren't really certain as to whether or not the young man standing in front of them was what a Tao soul was supposed to look like. "Is this the 8th mountain and sea?" the young man asked. Of course, he was none other than Meng Hao. The fact that so many people were there to receive him was quite a shock, especially when he saw that the group up front was comprised of 2 handsome men and 2 beautiful women. One of those beautiful women immediately dropped to her knees before Meng Hao and threw both hands up into the air. "Senior, please accept me as an offering." The other 3 quickly followed suit, kneeling down and raising their hands. "Senior, please accept me as an offering." Meng Hao had a strange expression on his face as he looked around. When he looked over at the 2 old men with the highest cultivation bases, they began to tremble and back away. "As senior, the offerings are all prepared," said the old man in the yellow robe. "Those 4 in front of you. Sir, whichever one you like, you can have. We're too old and not really suitable." A strange expression could be seen on Meng Hao's face as he looked at the 2 old men, and then back down at the men and women kneeling in front of him. Having no time for delays, he once again asked, "Is this, or is this not, the 8th mountain and sea?" The first of the women to have dropped to her knees quickly nodded and replied, "Senior, this most definitely is the 8th mountain and sea." Hearing this, Meng Hao's eyes glittered, and he waved his hand, causing a magical item suitable for the immortal realm to fly over to the woman. "Take this treasure. Can you tell me how to get to the Black Soul Society?" he asked. The woman looked at the magical item, eyes flickering with pleasure. She quickly took it and was about to reply when suddenly, the 2 old men finally realized what was going on. Expressions flickering, they advanced. "He's not the Tao soul. Damn it, he's obviously got a fleshly body. He's not the Tao soul, he just got here before us and already merged with it." The 2 old men simply couldn't think of any other reasonable explanation other than Meng Hao arriving before them and stealing the good fortune which they felt belonged to them. The 2 men exchanged a glance, and then their killing intent surged. If he just merged with the Tao soul, then he's not stable and can't awaken it. Kill him. They immediately shot toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao frowned and glanced at the two old men. His gaze was like an azure bolt of lightning, like a sharp sword that stabbed deep into their brains. Their faces fell. Minds reeling, they coughed up blood and staggered backward. Attack together. Kill him and get that Tao soul back. Behind the two old men were the 4 mid-ancient realm cultivators, who howled and attacked. All of the other nearly 1,000 cultivators in the area unleashed various divine abilities and magical techniques. Meng Hao snorted coldly. His action from moments before had been a simple warning to these people to not provoke him. He didn't want to cause any trouble here, he just wanted to know how to get to the Black Soul Society. And yet they simply couldn't get the message. Therefore, he decided to stop holding back. He lifted his right foot up and took a step forward. That single step caused power to erupt off of him. A huge shockwave spread out explosively in all directions, transforming into an attack that swept over all of the nearby cultivators. Miserable shrieks rang out, and countless mouthfuls of blood sprayed about. The cultivators all felt as if an invisible wall had slammed into them, a backlash that left them seriously injured and spinning off in multiple directions. As the blood sprayed out of their mouths, they trembled, looking at Meng Hao with astonishment and terror. They didn't dare to approach even half a step closer to him. The 4 mid-ancient realm cultivators were even more seriously injured. Blood sprayed out of their mouths, and their cultivation bases were seriously damaged. Even their souls became unstable, causing their faces to grow ashen. However, it was in this moment that something seemed to awaken inside of them, which Meng Hao immediately noticed. As the 4 of them backed up, what appeared to be the shadows of souls appeared behind them, although they were faint. The 2 old men were equally shaken with fear. However, they didn't give up on their idea. They continued to advance toward Meng Hao, roaring and performing incantation gestures. Their late ancient realm cultivation bases exploded with power, and something seemed to awaken within them too. As that happened, illusory images appeared behind him. They weren't Dharma idols, but rather soul shadows. They weren't the souls of the old men, but rather the souls of 2 unknown cultivators who were both at the great circle of the ancient realm. By merging with them, the 2 old men were actually able to increase the power of their cultivation bases. They rapidly rose from the late ancient realm to the great circle of the ancient realm, causing their attacks to burst with increasing power, sending ripples out in all directions. Well, isn't this interesting? Meng Hao said, eyes gleaming. This was his first time in the 8th mountain and sea, and although the cultivators here practiced the same system of cultivation as in the 9th mountain and sea, there were obviously some details which were different. For example, this awakening must have something to do with the Tao soul they had just mentioned. After a moment of thought, Meng Hao lifted his right arm and waved his sleeve. Although the motion seemed ordinary, the faces of the 2 old men instantly fell. The man in the white robe began to shake, and then vomited up a huge mouthful of blood. His body rapidly aged, and the soul behind him let out a miserable shriek as more than half of it withered away. The old man went all out to dodge away, only stopping after he had fallen back by 300 meters. It was there that he looked at Meng Hao with an expression of unprecedented amazement. Tao realm. He's in the Tao realm. He didn't absorb a Tao soul, he's actually in the Tao realm himself. At the same time as his voice rang out, the yellow-robed man's face flickered. He did not cough up any blood, and yet at this point he would rather have been the one coughing up. That was because he was being wrenched through the void, soul shadow and all, directly toward Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, the man was suspended in front of Meng Hao, a look of terror in his eyes. He was completely immobilized and, being so close to Meng Hao, he could clearly sense the vast, boundless power within him. He knew that Meng Hao was powerful enough to eradicate him with a simple thought. Senior, the old man said, trembling. Meng Hao's expression was calm as he measured up the yellow-robed old man. His eyes flashed like lightning, as if he could easily see through him. A few breaths of time passed, and then Meng Hao's eyes came to fall on the soul shadow, which was also trembling as it sensed a force like that of heavenly might emanating off of Meng Hao. Fuse the soul into the body and use it to form blood vessels, thus entering a symbiosis. Interesting. Not a bad technique. It ensures that the powerful party can avoid death and the weak party becomes more powerful. Now that I think about it, the green lightning Han Qinglei used back in the windswept realm was probably a secret magic derived from this method. Nodding, Meng Hao looked away from the soul shadow. How do I get to the Black Soul Society? He asked slowly. The yellow-robed old man immediately gushed. The the Black Soul Society is in the north, which is quite far from here. That region is controlled by the Heaven God Society, which means that unless you're from the Heaven God Alliance, you can't go there. Even if you obtain a writ of passage, you're only allowed as far as the outer borders of the Heaven God Alliance. Senior, if you want to obtain such a writ, that's fine. You can come to the Woodflame Society. Our sect has a teleportation portal that goes in the direction of the Heaven God Alliance. Heaven God Alliance. After a moment of thought, Meng Hao released the yellow-robed man and asked him to lead the way. The old man was instantly excited and respectfully agreed, looking haughtily out of the corner of his eye at the white-robed man from the Watercloud sect. He gave a cold harumph and then led Meng Hao off into the distance along with this Woodflame Society cultivators. The white-robed man remained behind, heart-pounding. He was aware that Taoist Woodflame wanted to pander to a Tao realm expert. In fact, he himself also wanted the same thing. However, when he thought about how terrifying Meng Hao was, he hesitated. In the end, he simply watched as the Woodflame Society cultivators escorted Meng Hao off into the distance. After a long moment, a grim look appeared on his face. I simply can't believe that Taoist Woodflame didn't notice that this Tao realm expert is not from the 8th mountain and sea. He's obviously from one of the other mountains and seas, and is obviously strong enough to break through into ours. People like that always have some major plot afoot, and we can't afford to get involved with something like that. Murmuring to himself, the white-robed old man led his people off into the distance, and also gave orders that they were to speak nothing about what had happened. He even ordered that the entire sect was not to divulge even the slightest scrap of information about Meng Hao. Of course, Taoist Woodflame of the Woodflame Society absolutely could tell that Meng Hao had an extraordinary background. However, he was willing to make a gamble. In the 8th mountain and sea, the Woodflame Society was a small sect that existed in the shadows of the Heaven God Alliance and the Great Clans. If he could acquire the favor of a Tao realm expert, it would be of incalculable value to them. As long as he could benefit it some way, then it didn't matter where that Tao realm expert came from. Meng Hao was no fool either, and could tell what Taoist Woodflame was thinking. Therefore, as they proceeded along, he asked some questions about the overall state of the 8th mountain and sea. Senior, there is only one alliance in the 8th mountain and sea, and that is the Heaven God Alliance. It is made up of many sects and clans, and the Black Soul Society is only one of them. The alliance as a whole is led by the Heaven God Society. The patriarch of the Heaven God Society is none other than the 8th Mountain and Sea Lord. He is referred to as Heaven God. In addition to the Heaven God Alliance, the 8th Mountain and Sea also has the 3 great Taoist societies. However, they rarely dabble in the affairs of the outside world. In fact, they've hardly been seen at all in recent years. In addition to that are the 2 great clans, which are the Meng clan and the Han clan. The Meng clan is on the decline, but based on their former glory, they are still considered a major player. As for the Han clan, they are like the sun at high noon. However, neither the 3 great Taoist societies nor the 2 great clans can compare at all to the Heaven God Alliance. Of the 4 planets in the 8th mountain, the Han and Meng clans jointly occupy one of them. The other 3 are controlled by the Heaven God Alliance. Taoist Woodflame explained everything that he knew, and in the end, gave Meng Hao a jade slip that contained a detailed map of the 8th mountain and sea. I'm not sure about the other mountains and seas, but in the 8th mountain and sea, we have something called arcane pocket realms. There are quite a few of them, and if you can find one that has never been opened before, then you can bury a corpse inside. Once the soul has escaped the body, you can provide it with a suitable body to meld with and they become undying. This kind of symbiosis can be considered a kind of awakening for those who practice cultivation. Meng Hao listened to everything that Taoist Woodflame told him, but when he mentioned the Meng clan, Meng Hao's eyes glazed over as he became distracted by his own thoughts. After a moment, though, they gleamed as he sent some divine sense into the jade slip he now held in his hand. Instantly, a map of the 8th mountain and sea appeared in his mind. "There are no ruins of immortality?" he asked suddenly. "Ruins of immortality?" Taoist Woodflame asked, looking confused. "What are they?" Meng Hao's eyes flickered thoughtfully as he considered certain matters, then continued to ask questions, especially about the arcane pocket realms. A day later, Meng Hao reached the Woodflame Society, having a much better understanding of the 8th mountain and sea. That was especially true of the arcane pocket realms, which made Meng Hao think of the ruins of immortality. Actually, the arcane pocket realms of the 8th mountain and sea are really the ruins of immortality. However, they are fragmented and scattered about randomly here, which is why numerous so-called arcane pocket realms appear. And that is why they were used to become graves for cultivators. You could even say that the 8th mountain and sea is actually one huge graveyard. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed with understanding. Meng Hao hadn't originally planned to go the 8th mountain and sea. His prime destination had been the 4th mountain and sea. He had hoped to go there directly or alternatively to simply pass through the 8th mountain and sea on his way. If the latter was the only option, he would proceed to the 7th mountain, the 6th mountain, the 5th mountain, and eventually would reach the 4th mountain. He would pass through multiple mountains and seas to find Su Qing and bring her home. But then the situation with Chu Yuyan developed, and he had been forced to change his mind. He could not proceed directly toward the 4th mountain. He owed Chu Yuyan far too much, and had no option other than to track down her soul and rescue her. Therefore, he traveled not through, but to the 8th mountain and sea. Here, he had ties to both Patriarch Reliance and the Meng clan. The Meng clan was his mother's clan, his relatives. And as for Patriarch Reliance, when Meng Hao found out that he was in the 8th mountain and sea, he had long since decided that no one would be able to prevent him from acquiring him as a mount. Once that happened, he would be able to use Patriarch Reliance's power to effortlessly pass through the barriers between the various mountains and seas. Now, he stood in the Woodflame Society's teleportation portal. They didn't qualify to occupy their own planet, but had instead built their sect on a huge asteroid. Because the 8th mountain's political structure was a bit different than that of the 9th mountain, virtually all of the small sects were set up in a similar way. Senior, from here, you can teleport onto one of the artificial planets arrayed in the vicinity of the Heaven God Alliance. Those planets form the gateway to the Heaven God Alliance. Taoist Woodflame clasped hands, bowing deeply as he began to explain. From there, you should be able to find the teleportation portal leading to the Black Soul Society. Meng Hao glanced thoughtfully at the man, who during this entire time hadn't mentioned a word about any sort of payment for the information he was giving. Suddenly, Meng Hao reached out and tapped Taoist Woodflame's forehead, causing a bit of the essence of divine flame to flow into his body. Taoist Woodflame shivered slightly, and his face suddenly turned bright red, as if he were about to belch out flame. His eyes went wild with joy. Trembling, he immediately dropped to his knees. "Senior, many thanks for your great kindness. I will never forget this for the rest of my life. Senior, if you have any demands, I will go through hell or high water to meet them." Taoist Woodflame was as incredibly excited as he should be, considering that he cultivated flame attribute techniques. Now that Meng Hao had given him some of the essence of divine flame, you could say that his path toward the Tao realm had been opened. A gift like that was like the gift of a new life. "The path of cultivation is murky," Meng Hao said slowly, "and all I can give you is a lamp to light your way. How far you go will be up to you. It all depends on yourself. Do your best." He swished his sleeve, causing the spirit stone formation he had set up around the teleportation portal to sparkle. As the spirit stones crumbled, the power of the spell formation caused a brilliant flash of light. When the light faded away, Meng Hao was nowhere to be seen. However, Taoist Woodflame was still there on his knees, kowtowing. In the 8th mountain and sea, the Heaven God Alliance had staked their claim to 3 of planets which orbited the mountain. That area was known as the Inner Ring. Outside of the Inner Ring, the cultivators of the Heaven God Alliance used various Taoist magics to form countless asteroids together into numerous artificial planets. That was referred to as the Outer Ring. The artificial planets in the Outer Ring were not like the 4 great planets, which possessed planet souls and could give birth to true immortals. At most, they provided a place for cultivators to live and practice cultivation. However, they still looked very impressive and shocking. Roughly 70% of the starry sky in the 8th mountain and sea fell under the jurisdiction of the Heaven God Alliance. This space formed a single discrete territory and was protected by an invisible shield which non-Heaven God Alliance cultivators couldn't pass through without having the requisite identity medallion and paying the entry tax. The entry point was formed by a linear array of 7 planets, which were the gateway to the Heaven God Alliance. Meng Hao appeared on the 3rd of those 7 gateway planets, into an extraordinarily lively and bustling city. There were cultivators everywhere, coming from and going to the Heaven God Alliance. No one paid any attention at all to Meng Hao. However, a beam of light did spread out from the teleportation portal itself and sweep over him. The identity medallion he had requested from Taoist Woodflame immediately proved itself to be useful, glittering as it concealed his true identity. Suddenly, Meng Hao heard an annoyed voice from off to the side. "Now that you've arrived, hurry up and move along. There are other people waiting." He looked over to see a cultivator wearing a blue and white Taoist robe, a robe which bore a special insignia that only cultivators from the Heaven God Alliance were authorized to wear. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he stepped out of the teleportation portal and then began to make his way through the city. At a glance, he could estimate that there were hundreds of thousands of cultivators making their way to and fro on this gateway planet of the Heaven God Alliance. 7 planets. Millions of cultivators. Meng Hao murmured. With business like this, the Heaven God Alliance can make endless profit. The deepest impression that this 8th mountain had left on Meng Hao so far was of the vast enormity and power of the Heaven God Alliance. If Lord Ji hadn't rebelled, and the ancient demon Immortal sect were still around today, then the 9th mountain and sea would be just like this. Meng Hao sighed. Although he had prepared himself mentally before coming to the 8th mountain and sea, he had never imagined that things would be this complicated. It wasn't that his task itself was complicated. Rather, it was the situation and circumstances at hand. As for the Black Soul Society, it didn't really matter how powerful it was by itself. Even though he had seen that 2 essences Tao realm cultivator, it wasn't enough to make him care. However, he did have to care about the Heaven God Alliance as a whole. If he really did just barged into the Heaven God Alliance's territory and wiped out the Black Soul Society, it would cause a huge stir in the entire 8th mountain and sea, and countless enemies would surely attempt to track him down and kill him. What a pity. If I had more time, I could handle things more smoothly. I could even start up a business and use its profits to set myself up a teleportation portal to make things easier. Unfortunately, there's not enough time. However, there are some things in life that you have to do no matter the danger involved. Some people need to be saved no matter what. It might be dangerous, but even still, how could a piddling 8th mountain and sea compare to how dangerous the windswept realm was? His eyes flashed with coldness. I'm the future lord of the mountain and sea realm, and this is my realm. He took a deep breath and didn't hesitate for a moment longer. Striding forward, he went about making the inquiries necessary to determine the location of the Black Soul Society's teleportation portal. The amount of spirit stones he had to pay left his face grim, but he soon found what he was looking for, and moments later, was there at the Black Soul Society teleportation portal. The Black Soul Society wasn't qualified to be in the Inner Ring, and was instead located on an artificial planet. However, Patriarch Blacksowl's fame was so far-reaching that even within the Heaven God Alliance he was highly esteemed. Therefore, even though the Black Soul Society wasn't in the Inner Ring itself, they were still very close to it. Furthermore, it completely occupied its own planet, of which it was the Lord's. The population of their sect was not enormous, only about 300,000 cultivators. However, all of them were very loyal to the sect, and practiced magic that was related to souls. They exorcised ghosts and consumed souls. Their techniques were very unique, and in general they were a very savage and cruel bunch. Currently, several Black Soul Society disciples were sitting cross-legged near the planetary teleportation portal. Suddenly, the portal flickered, and the disciples looked over coldly as a white-robed figure became visible. It was none other than Meng Hao. As the disciples looked at him with glinting eyes, one of them coldly barked, "Who goes there? State your business." Meng Hao acted as if he hadn't even heard. He stood there on the teleportation portal looking around. Soon, he caught sight of a pitch-black cliff off in the distance, upon which were written 3 characters. Black Soul Society. It was exactly the same image he had seen in the vision via karmic hexing. Furthermore, he could see a huge incense burner by that cliff. Although there was currently no smoke emanating out from it or being sucked in, Meng Hao would never forget what it looked like. "This is the place," he said, his voice soft but icy. "Do you have no tongue? Or maybe someone cut it out? Since you won't speak, I'll just drag your soul out of you." Because of the brutal nature of the techniques they cultivated, most members of other sects would treat disciples like them very politely. Seeing that Meng Hao was ignoring them, they let out cold harumphs and immediately moved to attack him. Instantly, enraged shrieks could be heard as several evil spirits flew out toward Meng Hao as if to devour him. Retracting his gaze from the black cliff, he said, "My name is Meng Hao." Then he waved his hand, causing a wild wind to spring out and surge toward the Black Soul Society cultivators. The words Meng Hao uttered next were spoken so low that only he could hear them. "I'm here for my best friend's soul, and to exterminate this sect." One in that moment, the shrieking souls slammed into the wild wind, and then screamed miserably as they were ripped to shreds, completely destroyed. The cultivators behind them didn't even have a chance to be surprised. The wind swept over them and they shuddered for a moment before their flesh and blood was ripped away from their bones, which then turned into ash. Unlike the souls they had summoned, they didn't even have a chance to scream. All but one of them were instantly killed in spirit and body. There was one who survived, though. A massive force wrapped around him, and he was dragged toward Meng Hao who, face calm, grabbed onto the top of his head and unleashed the magic of soul-searching. The cultivator trembled and began to froth at the mouth. The froth quickly turned red, and within the space of a few breaths of time, he was completely dead. Meng Hao released his grip, and the man transformed into ash. A total of 5 teleportation portals, huh? Meng Hao lifted his right foot into the air and then slammed it down. Instantly, the teleportation portal beneath him shattered into bits, as did the other 4 teleportation portals located in other locations on the planet. "Seal the doors, then start killing," Meng Hao said softly. As he looked up, he saw countless enraged figures flying in his direction. At the same time, innumerable streams of divine sense flew toward him. Meng Hao's face was calm as he began to walk forward. "What gall! How dare you invade the Black Soul Society of the Heaven God Alliance? Who are you?" Meng Hao heard numerous enraged roars filling his mind that were carried by the incoming streams of divine sense. Were he an ordinary cultivator, such a convergence of divine sense would be enough to completely eradicate his mind. Instead, he continued to stride forward. Voice cool, he said. "Like I said, my name is Meng Hao, and I'm here to exterminate this sect." When he spoke the final 3 words, his voice became like heavenly might, crashing as loud as thunder, causing the combined power of the divine sense around him to instantly shatter like dried twigs. Ryua Yuam Blel. Countless miserable shrieks could be heard in the distant Black Soul Society. "Kill him! A foreigner is invading! Kill him! I'm going to extract his soul and refine it into a flag. Then I'll fly that flag in the cold wind of an arcane pocket realm, and let him scream for tens of thousands of years." The sky grew dim, winds screamed, and the land quaked as countless cultivators flew into the air toward Meng Hao. All of them unleashed divine abilities, and in the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with innumerable evil souls, who shot screaming toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's expression was as calm as ever as he continued to walk forward. He waved his sleeve, and the sky rumbled as a huge fissure opened up directly in the path of the incoming cultivators. Red mist roiled out of the fissure, along with sinister laughter. A huge blood-colored head appeared, and the fissure ripped open wider as something stepped out. It was the blood demon. The blood demon roared as it charged forward, transforming into a sea of blood that surged out in all directions. When it reached the cultivators, numerous blood-curdling screams rang out. Countless evil souls were destroyed, and many of the cultivators began to shake violently. Blood then started spurting out of their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths, and they were rapidly sucked dry. Within the bloody mist, a blood spirit appeared. Lacking any emotion, it became a blood shadow which passed about, causing cultivators to scream as they withered away rapidly and then died. The cultivators of the Black Soul Society were known for their cruel techniques, and all of them were the type of people who had slaughtered so many others it was impossible to keep track of how many. They believed themselves to be the most brutal entities in existence. But what they were seeing right now left the Black Soul Society cultivators were astonished. When it came to brutality and viciousness, they couldn't even compare at all to the blood demon and the blood spirit. Meng Hao proceeded onward calmly, waving his hand again to cause numerous immortal mountains to descend. The rumbling sounds were so intense that it sounded like an apocalypse had arrived to this world. How impudent! A cold snort rang out, filled with matchless, awe-inspiring power. The thunderous sound caused the blood demon to tremble, the blood spirit to gape in dread, and the immortal mountains to crumble to pieces. As the sound echoed about, pitch-black smoke began to pour out from the vicinity of the black cliff. The smoke converged together into the form of a face, that of a middle-aged man, whose eyes sparkled like lightning as he looked at Meng Hao. The Black Soul Society only had one Dao Realm Patriarch. However, he was no ordinary Dao Realm cultivator. When Meng Hao had seen him by means of karma threads, he had been able to determine that he was a Two Essences Dao Realm expert. However, from the power radiating out now, Meng Hao could tell that this was number 2 Essences expert. This was a 3 Essences Dao Lord. He was the one who had called Meng Hao impudent, words which shook everything above and below. In fact, those words apparently could control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which formed a powerful force of expulsion against Meng Hao. Meng Hao's pupils constricted, and his heart sank a bit. It was at this point that 10 old men flew out to surround the smoke face. When they unleashed their cultivation bases, the shocking power of the great circle of the ancient realm exploded out. Some of them headed directly toward the blood demon and the blood spirit, whereas others shot toward Meng Hao, expressions vicious. In addition to this were over 100 other cultivators in the ancient realm, surrounded by soul lamps. It was an impressive sight, and as their power spread out, it formed a large spell formation with towering energy that seemed capable of superseding the heavens. More and more cultivators of the Black Soul Society were flying up to participate in this Dao realm-level battle. This was how powerful a sect could be. 3 essences. Meng Hao said coolly. Well, so what? Since I've come all this way, I'm going to end things here and now. He was sure of what he had seen earlier via the karma threads. Perhaps there was some factor he had been unaware of, or maybe the man had experienced a breakthrough in these past few days. Regardless of the reason why Meng Hao was here, and even if he had to fight a 3 essences expert, he would. He took a 4th step, and his energy rocketed up, causing everything to shake dramatically. Some parts of the land even crumbled. At the same time, a roar could be heard from inside Meng Hao's bag of holding. The blood mastiff flew out, causing everything around it to shake as its great circle ancient realm cultivation base exploded with shocking power. There was even a host of shrieking black imps that turned into black beams of light and shot into the crowd. Shockingly, Meng Hao was single-handedly rocking the entire Black Soul Society. He didn't give voice to his goal of retrieving Chu Yuyen's soul. That was something he could not reveal, lest he advertise his weak spot. Of course, if they agreed to hand over the soul, he wouldn't be opposed to working out a deal with them, even if it cost him a lot financially. But if they disagreed and became aware of why he'd come, it would be incredibly dangerous for Chu Yuyan. Therefore, the simplest method was to exterminate the entire sect and take Chu Yuyan's soul by force. Meng Hao radiated a murderous aura that took form in the shape of black shockwave, which shot outward in all directions. Whatever cultivators were hit by it were instantly thrown into mental confusion and insanity. At the same time, Meng Hao's all-heaven Dao Immortal cultivation base erupted with power, bolstered by his 7 god steps. His energy soared higher and higher as he took the 5th of those steps. As he did, dozens of ancient realm cultivators closed in, joined by 6 experts in the great circle of the ancient realm. They unleashed massive, destructive power that merged together into an enormous Yama soul that looked like it had just emerged from the underworld. It was clad in black armor, and while it looked human above the waist, from the waist down it had the body of a huge snake. Roaring, it hefted a Yama weapon and lashed out toward Meng Hao with deadly force. It was in that exact moment that Meng Hao's foot touched down with his 5th step, and his energy soared even higher than before. The heavens trembled and the earth quaked. Numerous crevices snaked out over the ground, and one mountain after another began to crumble on the planet below. In response to his surging energy, his cultivation base caused an explosive tempest to rise up, transforming into a barrier that the Yama soul collided with. Immediately, the Yama soul was sent tumbling backward. Unexpectedly, it was completely incapable of doing anything to that barrier. It wasn't even necessary to say anything about it attacking Meng Hao. It couldn't even get within 300 meters of him. The Yama soul wasn't the only thing sent tumbling away. The ancient realm cultivators all coughed up blood when they were hit by the barrier, and there were even some who exploded into bits. Those who weren't killed in body and soul were heavily wounded as they were shoved backward. The cultivators in the great circle of the ancient realm looked on with ashen, shocked faces. "Who are you?" That was the question uttered as Meng Hao's 6th step landed. His energy once again rocketed up, and his cultivation base expanded, causing the invisible barrier to push from 300 meters to 900. Even more cultivators were affected, including Immortal realm disciples who were pushed back relentlessly. Many were killed, and the sounds of blood-curdling screams filled the entire planet. By this point, anyone and everyone could tell that whoever this person was, he was astonishingly powerful. Dao realm. He's in the Dao realm. Countless miserable screams could be heard, screams laced with terror. It didn't matter how brutal and fierce these people normally were. Their minds were now completely occupied by one thing: fear. Their patriarch might be in the Dao realm, and considered mighty even among Dao realm experts. Yet they were still filled with fear. Any Dao realm expert was the type of person to strike indescribable dread into all hearts. Almost in the same moment that people began to cry out, the enormous face formed from black smoke opened its mouth, causing a black wind to seethe out. That black wind contained essence power. Specifically, it was the shocking essence of wind, and even more shockingly, it was intermixed with countless vicious souls whose howls filled the air. Concealed within the all-encompassing wind, the souls shot toward Meng Hao. Now that his power had increased thanks to the 6th step, Meng Hao performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and then pushed it up into the air as if he were going to push the sky up. Essence of divine flame. Rumbling sounds filled the world as every cloud in the sky disintegrated. This essence was not the color of blood, nor was it black, and not a single soul could be seen within it. What it was filled with was a boundless sea of flames. The flames roiled outwards and became all-encompassing, causing the temperature in the entire world to rapidly reach a scaldingly terrifying level. The sky formed a reservoir for the sea of flames, and the ground became the battlefield. Meng Hao was using the divine flame to counter the soul wind. Essence power erupted out, causing the world to tremble even more violently. Since this was not a true planet, but rather an artificial one molded together from smaller parts, the Dao realm pressure currently weighing down on it caused it to show signs of imminent collapse. More and more cracks had spread out over its surface. Then, Meng Hao took a 7th step. That step caused his will to merge with the will of the heavens, making him like a deity. His energy surged up in an unprecedented fashion. He had never powered up to such heights before, and truth be told, he hadn't even unleashed his Paragon Bridge yet. This was pure cultivation base power, which was terrifying enough to shake the Tao realm. He now began to grow larger. In the blink of an eye, he was like a giant, fully 3,000 meters tall. The sky began to collapse as he clenched his hand into a fist that then rocketed from the battlefield directly toward the smoke face floating above the black cliff. This was none other than the god-slaying fist. The face in the smoke looked grave. The feeling of intense crisis it got because of Meng Hao was something that only some of the oldest experts in the 8th mountain and sea could match, something that he hadn't felt in a very, very long time. However, he could also tell that this was one of Meng Hao's most powerful attacks, which he was only able to unleash after building up a huge amount of energy. Although the face could fight back against this attack, he didn't see any need to actually do so. All he really had to do was wait for Meng Hao's energy to be spent. Eyes flickering coldly, the face suddenly backed up from Meng Hao's fist strike and began to fade away. As it did, an astute gleam appeared in Meng Hao's eyes. Just as the face had almost completely faded away, his fist suddenly transformed into a palm, which made a grab for the incense burner at the base of the black cliff. His primary goal had never been the extermination of the sect as he had loudly proclaimed, but rather, Chu Yuyan's soul. Everything from before had been carefully executed in such a way that, even if his opponent evaded his blow, he would still be able to grab the incense burner. Similarly, if the man didn't evade, then Meng Hao was prepared with a follow-up move. The smoke face eyes widened slightly, and then gleamed as it broke into a grin. Voice cold, it said, "So, you're here for that after all." As its voice echoed out, it did nothing to stop Meng Hao, but instead allowed his enormous hand to sail directly toward the incense burner at the base of the black cliff. Meng Hao's heart sank, and he sighed inwardly. His opponent was a 3 Essences Tao Lord, so not only was his cultivation base powerful, he was surely profoundly wise and cunning. Meng Hao knew his plan had been slightly careless, so it was no surprise that the man noticed. However, it also made things slightly more complicated. "So you knew," he said, eyes flickering. "Why does that matter?" Even if the man had picked up on the clues, that wouldn't make Meng Hao to give up on trying to snatch the incense burner. He gave a cold harumph as the hand smashed through the air, causing rumbling sounds and even distorting the air until it was blurry. Just when the hand was about to grab the incense burner, an invisible shield flickered into place. It wasn't until Meng Hao's hand slammed into it that it became visible. The shield was not like an inverted bowl, but more like a net that filled the entire Black Soul Society. If anyone tried to grab the incense burner, then the protective net would appear. His right hand made contact with the huge net, and massive rumbling sounds emanated out. Almost immediately, the force of Meng Hao's blow was absorbed, causing the huge net to glitter radiantly. Blinding light shone out, and intense rumbling could be heard. A mere power of absorption was not the only function of the Black Soul Society's protective net. After absorbing the power, it could then release it in a backlash attack. It shot out from the huge net, converging on a single point, where it prepared to batter Meng Hao with heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing power. That point of convergence was the exact point where Meng Hao was touching the net. "You take my power, augment it, and then fire it back at me, huh?" Meng Hao murmured, shaking as the power slammed into his hand. He suddenly laughed coldly. "Well then, let's see if this protective spell formation is really qualified to stand in my way." Eyes glittering icily, his right hand suddenly snapped open and he grabbed the net itself. Azure light exploded out in all directions, as did the power of an all-heaven Tao Immortal. The ground quaked, and majestic crashes of thunder could be heard. Meng Hao roared and pushed forward. As he did, the net began to struggle back, and the backlash attack power grew even stronger. "Think you can reflect this one?" It was at this point that something new appeared within him. Paragon power. It was the power of the Paragon Bridge. It didn't manifest externally, but rather inside of him. After causing the Paragon Bridge to become corporeal, this was a new way that he could unleash its power. As the power of the Paragon Bridge exploded out inside of him, it became like a celestial bridge which connected every part of his body, causing indescribable power to flow through all of his chi passageways. As soon as that massive power touched the huge net, it permeated its entire structure, which began to vibrate. It wouldn't matter if the net was even stronger than it was now, it was powerless to fight back, and even began to shatter. The smoke-face expression immediately flickered. At the same time, Meng Hao roared, ripping the net upwards. "Break!" His voice was so loud it could shake the heavens and rock the earth. The surrounding disciples of the Black Soul Society looked on with gaping mouths. They almost couldn't believe that Meng Hao had actually uprooted their protective net. The huge net was hundreds of thousands of meters wide, and as it was lifted into the air it looked almost like a cape. In addition, countless muffled booms could be heard as the entire thing crumbled. Meng Hao then tossed the net to the side, causing it to shatter into pieces which spiraled toward the cultivators of the Black Soul Society. "No!" Countless terrified screams could be heard as the cultivators of the Black Soul Society attempted to back up across the battlefield, their faces flickering with shock. However, their attempts to evade were in vain. Meng Hao was too fast, and when he sent the shattering net sweeping out, the cultivators it hit were instantly shredded to pieces. In a brief moment, the entire battlefield was filled with the reek of fresh blood. The slaughter which was unfolding was happening too quickly, too suddenly. Before anyone could even think or react, the entire area was turned into a scene from hell. As soon as Meng Hao released the net, his hand shot forward toward the incense burner. It didn't matter that his opponent had seen through his plan. And it also didn't matter that this incense burner could potentially be fake. He would still attempt to grab it. It was something he simply must do. However, in the moment that he was about to lay his hand on it, the incense burner suddenly flickered blurrily, and Meng Hao's hand snatched at nothing but air. "Well, in that case, I'll just have to enact Plan B," Meng Hao said coolly. Even as his fingers closed around nothing, they formed into a fist which then punched out toward the black cliff. This action caused the smoke-face expression to fall. He had guessed at why Meng Hao had come here, and thus what actions he would take, and had never considered that he was actually determined to exterminate the Black Soul Society. He had assumed that he would use the threat of sect extermination as a bargaining chip to get what he wanted. How could he ever have guessed that Meng Hao had never intended to do any such thing? When a powerful expert came who threatened to exterminate the disciples of a sect, it wasn't always an unresolvable situation. However, when someone truly set about to destroy the entire sect, that signified that there was some enmity in place that was impossible to dispel. "How dare you!" the smoke face roared, a sound that weighed down like heavenly might, shaking everything in the area. More black smoke converged, but just when it was about to form the shape of a body, Meng Hao's fist made contact with the black cliff. "You watch and see how I dare," he said, his voice cold and filled with determination as his cultivation base exploded out through his fist. That explosive power was backed by all the cultivation base power of an all-heaven Tao Immortal, his peak fleshly body power, and his 7 god steps. It even contained the mighty Paragon power built up by the Paragon Bridge inside of him. All of that formed together into the most powerful strike Meng Hao was capable of. Rumbling sounds filled the air, and the black cliff shook. Cracking sounds could be heard, and then fissures spread out across the cliff. Suddenly, the black cliff, which represented the highest power in the Black Soul Society, shattered to pieces. As it did, countless souls suddenly flew out up into the sky. A yellow springs river appeared in midair, into which the souls merged as they sped in the direction of the 4th mountain to begin the cycle of reincarnation. As the souls merged into the yellow springs river, they looked in Meng Hao's direction with appreciative eyes, and would even clasp hands and bow. As for the total number of souls, there were more than 1 billion. Even Meng Hao was shaken by the vastness of the number. He knew that the Black Soul Society was savage, but he had never imagined that they would actually be this savage. Furthermore, many of those souls actually belonged to mortals. "No!" howled the surrounding Black Soul Society cultivators, trembling as though their faith had been toppled. And yet, things weren't over yet. Meng Hao's display of peak power didn't just destroy the black cliff. As it fell into pieces, the cracks continued to spread out. In the blink of an eye, they reached numerous nearby mountains and buildings, filling the entire Black Soul Society sect. In fact, the entire planet was affected. Ryuayuam Blel. A cacophony of sound could be heard as mountains toppled and buildings were transformed into ash. In the blink of an eye, the entire Black Soul Society collapsed. A huge crater appeared in the ground, like an enormous mouth that swallowed up the entire sect. Everything about it that existed was completely eradicated. As the sect was destroyed, countless souls flew out from all areas, more and more of them until they blotted out the sky. Seemingly infinite numbers of souls poured into the river of the Yellow Springs. And as they did, all of them expressed their thanks to Meng Hao. There were so many souls that it was literally impossible for Meng Hao to determine how many there were. The collective gratitude of so many souls caused Meng Hao to tremble. It was as if an invisible chi flow were somehow blessing him. As the invisible chi flow built up within him, the drop of Paragon's blood also began to bubble. Suddenly, that bubbling blood caused something to appear in Meng Hao's mind. It was 9 mountains and 9 seas, as well as a sun and a moon. Meng Hao could see all of the living entities in the 9 mountains and 9 seas, regardless of whether they were in the Tao realm or mortals, whether they were the mountain and sea lord or ordinary cultivators. This sudden development caused Meng Hao to stare in shock. The vision only lasted for a moment, but in that brief moment, Meng Hao had a feeling like he could actually change the entire mountain and sea realm with a single thought. The sensation vanished almost immediately, and the image of the mountain and sea realm left his mind. Afterward, it almost seemed like a hallucination. I am the future lord of the mountain and sea realm. Perhaps exterminating the Black Soul Society really was, as I said, representing the mountain and sea realm to mete out heavenly punishment. Even as those thoughts went through his head, countless disciples of the Black Soul Society around him were roaring. In the same moment, a towering will of rage suddenly exploded out from the depths of the crater into which the Black Soul Society was sinking. The intensity caused colors to flash in the sky and everything to shake. Even the Yellow Springs River suddenly stopped moving, and the countless souls therein began to shiver. Suddenly, shocking black fire erupted out from within the crater. It was like a sea of flames that rapidly took the shape of a face, the same middle-aged man as before. He looked at Meng Hao with a furious expression and said, "Are you looking to die, knave?" Even as the roar echoed out, Meng Hao could see a figure slowly emerging from the flames. As he did, a shocking, explosive power emanated out from him. Almost as soon as the man appeared, the surrounding disciples of the Black Soul Society were enlivened and began to cry out in loud voices, "Patriarch! The Patriarch's Tao might is completely unrivaled. Greetings, Patriarch!" These disciples were terrified of Meng Hao and found his savagery virtually impossible to describe. Were it not for the presence of their patriarch, they would long since have fled in fear. The sect was in ruins and many of their compatriots were dead. But as long as the patriarch was there, the sect still existed. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as the Black Soul Society's only Tao realm expert emerged from the flames. He was the Three Essences Tao Lord, Patriarch Black Soul. Meng Hao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. The vision he had just experienced regarding the mountain and sea realm had caused many thoughts to rise up in his mind. All of a sudden, he began to back up. That was the first time he had retreated since he had arrived in the Black Soul Society. In the blink of an eye, he was in the middle of the surrounding Black Soul Society disciples. In their shock, they watched Meng Hao wave both hands through the air, summoning numerous immortal mountains. Then, miserable shrieks could be heard as the disciples on either side of him were crushed. It didn't matter how they fought back or resisted. Their cultivation bases were far too weak compared to his, leaving them completely unqualified to resist. It only took a moment for dozens of disciples to be reduced to a bloody mist as they were completely killed in body and spirit. It wasn't over yet, though. Even as the immortal mountains descended, He performed an incantation gesture and then pointed down toward the ground below. Instantly, the immortal mountains trembled and then unexpectedly detonated. Thousands of immortal mountains all exploded, transforming into innumerable fragments that spread out in all directions. The ground shook and the sky lurched. In one brief moment, nearly 10,000 cultivators were wiped out by the power of the explosion. As they died, Meng Hao suddenly sensed the qi flow inside of him growing stronger. This was the same sensation he had experienced moments before, and although he did not see images of the 9 mountains and 9 seas, the feeling was the same. It was also like when he had received the blessing of qi flow in the windswept realm. The main difference was that back then, the qi flow had been given to him by the windswept realm, but now he was feeling something like the return of a qi flow. It was similar to what had happened in the windswept realm, and yet was fundamentally different. One of those qi flows had been bestowed, while the other already belonged to him. A qi flow return. Meng Hao took a deep breath as hundreds of thoughts ran through his mind. The fact that the qi flow was returning indicated one thing. When all of that qi flow from the mountain and sea realm returned to him, he would be the mountain and sea lord. An enraged roar could then be heard from within the sea of flames. "Are you looking to die?" The sea of flames shot up into the air, transforming into a shooting star of fire. It moved directly toward Meng Hao with shocking speed, closing in on him in an instant, intent on blocking his attack. At the same time, the might of a 3 essences Tao Lord rose up. It quickly became corporeal, turning into something like indestructible city walls which smashed toward Meng Hao. Generally speaking, anyone under the Tao realm would be completely crushed by such pressure. Even Meng Hao couldn't stop his eyes from widening. However, he was an all-heaven Tao immortal, which was fundamentally a defiance of the heavens, and enabled him to rock 2 essences Tao realm experts. Currently, his eyes flickered as the flame meteor closed in him. Suddenly, he made a grasping motion, causing the lightning cauldron to appear. Electricity danced, and just as the flame meteor was about to engulf him, he switched places with an ancient realm cultivator. Moments ago, this ancient realm cultivator had been fighting the black imps off in the distance, until all of a sudden, he was in a new location. His vision swam, and then the sea of flames caused him to scream as he was engulfed. New! Patriarch Black Soul showed no reaction whatsoever at having killed the wrong person, but his desire to kill Meng Hao climbed to the pinnacle. He was a cautious person, and had originally planned to use the power of the sect as a whole to probe Meng Hao and see what trump cards this daring individual held, who dared to take on a whole sect. But now that Meng Hao had actually already destroyed the Black Soul Society, Patriarch Black Soul's hand was forced, and he personally appeared. As of now, it didn't matter what trump cards Meng Hao might have, he had to show his face. However, after showing up to fight, Meng Hao didn't battle him, but instead began to slaughter his disciples. That caused Patriarch Black Soul's rage to grow even stronger. As the flame meteor shot toward Meng Hao, the figure within the flames stepped forward, instantly spanning the distance between himself and Meng Hao. Then he stretched out his hand violently to grab Meng Hao. That grasping motion caused the natural laws in the area to twist. The land was transformed, as if this will were the will of heaven, as if this Tao were the Tao of heaven, as if this essence could shake the mountains and seas. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. However, even as Patriarch Black Soul appeared in front of him, he waved his finger. Demon Sealing, 8th Hex. The hex immediately bound up Patriarch Black Soul. Although he was able to break free almost immediately, that still bought Meng Hao some time, and also interfered with the natural laws, making his effort to supplant the will of heaven become unstable. Meng Hao's lightning cauldron flickered again, and he switched positions with someone further back who was in the great circle of the ancient realm. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand, causing an intense sensation of danger to rise up in the man's mind. Even as the man turned to charge toward him, a swath of divine flame suddenly sprang up and consumed him. A blood-curdling scream rang out as the magnificent Great Circle Ancient Realm Cultivator was wiped out by the divine flame. In the blink of an eye, the charging cultivator was transformed into ash. Not even his nascent divinity could escape, and was completely destroyed. "Damn it," Patriarch Black Soul said, glaring at Meng Hao. Meng Hao was being very troublesome, especially the way he used his lightning cauldron, making it almost impossible to do anything to him. Patriarch Black Soul suddenly snorted coldly, then performed a double-handed incantation gesture and pointed toward the sky. Fire! Immediately, the land began to shake, and roaring filled the sky. A black sea of flames appeared, which began to sweep out in all directions. Then, Patriarch Black Soul pointed down, causing the land to tremble. Earth! The shattered lands below began to form together into a soil golem, surrounded by countless drifting motes of dust which swirled around it. Wind! Next, Patriarch Black Soul stamped his foot down violently, causing rumbling to echo out as a black wind sprang up. It stoked the sea of flames, causing the fire to rise up, sending a blast of heat across the dust and rubble in the area, giving rise to a massive tempest. 3 essences: seal sky and land, melt the heavens, become a Tao Lord prison. As soon as the words left Patriarch Black Soul's mouth, the wind, fire, and earth transformed into 3 sealing marks which covered the entire world. Each essence caused Meng Hao to feel increasing pressure weighing down on him. By the time the third one appeared, he was locked in place in midair. Massive rumbling could be heard as the disciples in Meng Hao's vicinity were forcibly pushed away from him. A tempest caused him to spin in place as Patriarch Black Soul strode toward him through the winds. Then Patriarch Black Soul extended his right hand. His eyes flickered with killing intent as he made to grab Meng Hao. That gesture caused the natural law of heaven and earth to transform. An enormous face appeared, which was none other than Patriarch Black Soul's face. It felt as if the entire world were filled with Patriarch Black Soul's aura, as if his will had replaced the natural laws. It was as if this small portion of the universe, and its Tao of heaven, had been completely replaced by Patriarch Black Soul. This was the most terrifying aspect of Tao Lords. They could become the lords of the world in which they existed. Furthermore, they were the lords of the Tao of heaven there. That was why 3 essences Tao realm cultivators were referred to as Tao Lords. How will you flee now? How will you exterminate my Black Soul Society disciples now? Patriarch Black Soul's voice echoed out, causing the disciples Meng Hao had just been slaughtering to roar excitedly in support of their patriarch. Their voices joined together like thunder, and their killing intent merged and radiated out as they waited in anticipation for their patriarch to eradicate Meng Hao. However, even as Patriarch Black Soul neared Meng Hao, and the hand that superseded the Tao of heaven appeared in front of him, Meng Hao's eyes glittered, and he stretched both hands out to his sides. Scintillating light suddenly shone out as a hand-sized clump of dirt suddenly shot out from Meng Hao's bag of holding, and he responded to Patriarch Black Soul. "I'll kill your disciples and then you'll know." As soon as the clump appeared, it began to grow with wild speed. Soon it was 300 meters, then 3,000 and then 30,000. It was indescribably heavy, and all of that weight instantly bore down onto Patriarch Black Soul. It slammed into his hand, causing a huge boom to echo out. At the same time, Meng Hao was hit with a backlash attack, causing blood to spray out of his mouth, and his body to tremble on the verge of collapse. However, he forced himself to resist, and his eyes gleamed with a vicious expression. He looked at Patriarch Black Soul, who was currently facing the 30,000-meter landmass, his face flickering. An intense sensation of deadly crisis exploded out within Patriarch Black Soul as he realized how indescribably heavy the land mass was. It was so heavy that it could even crush natural laws. It didn't matter that Patriarch Black Soul had replaced the will of the world he was in. That 30,000-meter landmass was like a dull blade that could cut a hole in the entire world with its weight alone. That's a piece of the ruins of immortality. Patriarch Black Soul's face fell, and he immediately fell back. However, the land mass continued to descend. Completely ignoring the tempest of 3 essences, it crushed down toward the surface of the planet itself. From down below, the land mass was like an enormous shadow, rumbling downward. All of the cultivators who saw it were completely astonished and began to cry out in alarm. What is that?" Let's get out of here. The Black Soul Society disciples that were currently in the shadow of the descending landmass held nothing back in their attempts to flee. However, the shadow itself seemed to have some strange, magnetic power that made it impossible for them to flee. All they could do was scream in despair and look at the enormous darkness growing larger and larger above them. And then, they were crushed. Massive rumbling could be heard as the 30,000-meter chunk of the ruins of immortality crushed the Black Soul Society disciples beneath it to death. Simultaneously, an intense shockwave spread out from the place where it landed, filling the entire planet. A massive blast of wind surged out, engulfing heaven and earth. Countless mountains were ripped up, and numerous rivers were transformed into raindrops. It was as if the entire planet had been punched. The disciples in the periphery were smashed by the shockwave and sent tumbling out of control through the air, blood spraying from their mouths. It was an incredible spectacle. The ground on the entire planet trembled and then sank downward. Massive fissures spread out and cracking sounds could be heard. The planet had already been destabilized, and it was now showing signs that it would collapse. It was as if it had been pushed beyond the point where it could endure any longer, and would begin to crumble at any moment. The Black Soul Society disciples on the surface were hit by a deafening roar. Blood sprayed out of their mouths. They were struck dead on impact. Those who survived were now numb with fear. Trembling, they began to scream, and soon, all of them were in full retreat. Unfortunately for them, all of the teleportation portals had been sealed tight, but even so they chose to attempt an escape. The all-consuming shadow of death loomed within the hearts of all present. Patriarch Blacksowl's face fell. Never in his wildest conjectures could he ever have imagined that Meng Hao would actually possess a part of the rarely seen ruins of immortality, here in the 8th mountain. Even as the planet showed signs that it was beginning to collapse and the disciples of the Black Soul Society were scattering in terror, killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. "Terracotta soldier," he growled. "Your presence is requested." Instantly, the terracotta soldier appeared from within the 30,000-meter chunk of the ruins of immortality, which was still crushing down into the planet. It leaped into the air, transforming into a beam of light that shot out of the ruins to appear directly in front of one of the disciples of the Black Soul Society. It waved its hand, sweeping its great sword through the air in a flash of flickering light. Instantly, an enemy was killed. The terracotta soldier's eyes flickered and it attacked again. Quasi-Dao puppet. Patriarch Blacksowl's face flickered and shot toward the terracotta soldier to destroy it. However, this time, Meng Hao didn't fall back, but instead attacked. He stepped forward, transforming into an azure-colored rock that shot toward Patriarch Black Soul with incredible speed. Patriarch Blacksowl's eyes flickered with killing intent. He hated the terracotta soldier, which was slaughtering his disciples, but he hated Meng Hao even more. "When I kill you, that Quasi-Dao puppet will belong to me," he said, spinning in place. The wave of a sleeve caused the power of flame essence to erupt out, transforming his surroundings into a sea of flames. A wind sprang up, and soil materialized. The power of 3 essences exploded out, transforming into visible killing intent that shot toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes flickered almost imperceptibly. He still had not utilized his all-powerful Paragon Bridge, nor his battle weapon. Instead, he performed an incantation gesture, sending the essence of divine flame out, backed by the will of an all-heaven Tao Immortal. He was relying on his own power alone to fight the 3 essences of Patriarch Black Soul. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth as he fell back. Patriarch Black Soul grinned maliciously and advanced. As he neared, Meng Hao waved his right index finger, causing the 8th demon sealing hex to appear. After that was the 7th hex, the 6th hex, and the 5th hex, all in quick succession. Patriarch Black Soul lurched to a stop in midair. Karma threads appeared around him, and soul blood flew out from his forehead. A massive rift opened up in front of him, which emanated the power of the inside-outside hex as it tried to consume him. All of this happened in a brief moment. Meng Hao threw his head back and roared, and his energy surged up as he fused with the starstone in his eye and transformed into a shooting star, surrounded by scorching divine flame, swirling immortal mountains, and even the explosive power of the sun and moon. It was even possible to see the faint image of 9 mountains. Meng Hao was apparently using his most powerful divine abilities to attack Patriarch Black Soul. They closed in with rapid speed as Patriarch Black Soul threw his head back and roared. He waved his arm, casting off all the hexing magics, then waved his right index finger out, tapping Meng Hao's shooting star form. That quasi-Dao puppet and these magical techniques are your trump cards, huh? Patriarch Black Soul said coldly. I can crush them in an instant. As his finger tapped down onto the shooting star, cracks spread out, and the one-thought stellar transformation formed from Meng Hao's starstone collapsed into pieces. However, as that happened, Meng Hao appeared, his right hand already transformed into the battle weapon. Shockingly, he had used the starstone to hide the transformed copper mirror. As soon as the power of the starstone fell apart, Meng Hao's killing intent skyrocketed, as if he had been holding back and building it up. All of a sudden, his blade was flashing like lightning toward Patriarch Black Soul. The attack was completely unexpected, and was backed by the terrifying power of numerous natural laws. Suddenly, fear welled up within Patriarch Black Soul's heart. He fell back rapidly, causing his cultivation base to explode out with its full power. He also called upon the full power of his essences to attempt to block the blade. A massive boom rang out, and scintillating light shone out as if the heavens were being split open. Blood oozed out of Patriarch Black Soul's mouth. However, a mocking gleam could be seen in his eyes. Although the slash of the blade wounded him in a way that didn't heal, it was only a slight wound. After all, Patriarch Black Soul was a very cautious person. Everything he had been doing so far was an attempt to get Meng Hao to use his trump cards. He wanted to know for sure exactly what made Meng Hao so confident that he would take the Black Soul Society on alone. Stupid people could not practice cultivation to his level. Not knowing exactly what trump cards his opponent had left him in a state of unease. So this is your trump card, Patriarch Black Soul said coldly. Not bad. Unfortunately, although it's pretty good, you used it at the wrong time. Or perhaps it's better to say that it doesn't really matter how you use it. I have already taken precautions against something like that. You are doomed to be defeated. Now that he felt a bit less on edge, he smiled viciously and waved his finger through the air. Rumbling could be heard, and the air distorted as a huge incense burner suddenly appeared above his head. Well then, now it's my turn to attack and extract your soul. In the instant that the incense burner appeared, Meng Hao looked at it closely. After confirming that it was what he was looking for, a grin appeared on his face, along with an emotional sigh. Well, it took long enough, he murmured softly. And I even had to reveal my battle weapon. Finally, you pull it out. As soon as the words left his mouth, Patriarch Black Soul gaped in shock. In almost the exact same moment that Patriarch Black Soul's face fell, Meng Hao lifted his right hand. A strange gleam flickered in his eyes as he pointed up toward the heavens. Paragon. Bridge, he said softly. Rumbling sounds could be heard coming from inside Meng Hao himself, and suddenly, everyone could see something inside his body. Not even his clothing could cover up the bright arc of light that stretched from the top of his head all the way to his Dantian region and formed a bridge. A spectacular bridge hidden inside his body, almost like a chi meridian. Then, the bridge materialized up in the sky. The Paragon Bridge. Ryua Yuam Blel. Massive rumbling could be heard as the sky collapsed, the space it had occupied now completely filled by the Paragon Bridge. It radiated awe-inspiring might and a dazzling glow. The countless magical symbols which covered its surface glittered, and the bridge was so large that anyone who saw it couldn't help but stare with wide eyes. What magic is this? The fleeing disciples of the Black Soul Society gasped and stared, eyes wide with disbelief. Patriarch Black Soul was also gaping. Based on the level of his cultivation base, he knew what he was looking at and cried out in alarm. Paragon magic. Why, you're in the echelon. At the same time that his voice echoed out, pressure exploded out from the Paragon Bridge, crushing down onto the lands, causing the entire world to tremble. Instantly, Patriarch Black Soul was engulfed by massive force. He trembled, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Not only was he terrified by the pressure that was crushing down onto him, his body was physically shaking. A terrifying sensation rose up in his heart, and he sensed an indescribable feeling of deadly crisis. That sensation told him that if he tried to fight against this Paragon Bridge, there was a great risk that he would perish. Impossible! Even the Paragon magic of the Echelon isn't this powerful. This is impossible! At the same time that Patriarch Black Soul was completely shaken, a glowing beam shot out from the Paragon Bridge, a dazzling light filled with Paragon power. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the incense burner which floated above Patriarch Black Soul's head. The incense burner began to vibrate, and was then slowly dragged toward the Paragon Bridge. "Get back here!" Patriarch Black Soul growled. He might be experiencing a sensation of deadly crisis, and might have been shaken by the Paragon Bridge, but he was still a Three Essences Tao Lord. He was the overlord of this world, a person who had fought countless battles throughout his life. He might be surprised, but he still let out a vicious roar, causing his divine sense to spring out and prevent the incense burner from being taken. He had realized earlier that his opponent had come for the incense burner, and he had no intention of letting him take it. In the instant that Patriarch Black Soul roared, Meng Hao extended his hand and made a grasping motion toward the incense burner. The star-plucking magic was unleashed, which combined with the power of the Paragon Bridge, causing the incense burner to be dragged rapidly toward Meng Hao. "That's my treasure, the legacy of the Black Soul Society. You think you can just take it away?" Patriarch Black Soul bit the tip of his tongue and spit out some blood. Then he roared, causing the incense burner to stop in place. Despite the power of the Paragon magic, it suddenly began to fly back in the direction of Patriarch Black Soul. Meng Hao frowned, and his eyes flickered icily. With a cold harumph, he stepped forward and appeared on top of the Paragon Bridge, where he stamped down violently with his right foot. The Paragon Bridge rumbled, and the light surrounding it spread out in all directions. The pressure from the bridge then increased to the absolute maximum Meng Hao was able of unleashing. That amount of crushing force could shake heaven and earth. The planet had already been in a state of imminent collapse, but now it couldn't endure any longer. Massive rumbling could be heard. As the surface of the planet crumbled completely, massive chunks of land were hurled about wildly, and intense crashing sounds could be heard as cracks spread out everywhere. Mountains were leveled, and rivers evaporated. The countless fleeing Black Soul Society disciples on the planet were experiencing an apocalypse, and none of them possessed the wherewithal to successfully escape it. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators began to scream as the power of planetary destruction completely pulverized them. Even more were consumed by the fissures forming in the crumbling lands around them, and some actually exploded into clouds of blood and gore from the pressure emanating from the bridge. The few cultivators who somehow managed to evade death would suddenly find themselves facing the terracotta soldier, who swung its great sword and slaughtered any escapees. The entire planet that housed the Black Soul Society was experiencing a doomsday. The destruction of the lands accelerated, and the sky collapsed. The entire planet looked like a clenched fist that was now quickly opening up. "Crumble!" Meng Hao cried, pushing his hand downward. That gesture caused the pressure coming from the Paragon Bridge to increase by a full order of magnitude, ensuring that the entire planet was completely destroyed. Ryuayuam Blel. The whole planet was collapsing. Countless fragments shot out into the starry sky as a massive force exploded out from the planet itself. It exploded, sending a huge shockwave blasting out in all directions. Without exception, all of the Black Soul Society disciples were hit, causing blood to spray out in all directions as their bodies were shredded. The entire planet was now reduced to countless fragments which floated out into the starry sky. The only things that remained were wreckage, corpses, and chunks of gore. The reek of blood hung heavy over the area, and it seemed as if it would never dissipate for all eternity. Patriarch Black Soul stared in shock and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body withered a bit and began to tremble. His mouth opened, and a strange sound could be heard, as if he had thousands of things he wanted to say, but they were all stuck in his throat. In the moment that the planet collapsed and the blood sprayed from his mouth, the incense burner which he had been attempting to wrest control of, was wrenched away by Meng Hao and the Paragon Bridge. In a bright beam of colorful light, the incense burner flew toward Meng Hao, shrank down, and landed in his palm. In that instant, Meng Hao shivered as he was sensed some familiar fluctuations coming from inside the light. However, whether it was because they were inside the incense burner, or because of other reasons, those fluctuations were very faint. So faint, in fact, that they seemed to be on the verge of fading away completely. For some reason, Meng Hao felt uneasy. However, there was no time to investigate the matter now. Planetary debris was floating about in all directions, and in the middle of it all was a bridge, upon which stood Meng Hao. Beneath that bridge was Patriarch Black Soul, trembling violently, eyes completely bloodshot, seemingly on the verge of going mad. He looked around at the destroyed planet that had once housed the Black Soul Society and all of the dead disciples. The sect which he had personally built up was now fading away into the starry sky. The sight caused him to tremble and throw his head back and let out the most piercing of howls. "Child, I won't rest until you are dead." As the sound of his howl echoed out in all directions, his energy surged up. His hair was thrown into disarray as he went completely mad. Staring dead at Meng Hao, he charged in attack. Essence power erupted around him, causing Meng Hao's eyes to widen. Of course, he was well aware that his action of destroying this planet would catch the attention of the Heaven God Alliance. In fact, he probably didn't have very much time left before the Alliance's almighty experts showed up. Meng Hao sighed. He had chosen to destroy the planet because he had no other alternative. That was the only way to inflict serious damage to Patriarch Black Soul, and thus lay hands on the incense burner. "I've got to end this quickly." Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent. He quickly placed a sealing mark on the incense burner and put it away, then lifted his right hand high into the air, causing the battle weapon to appear once more as a shocking blade. Rumble! Meng Hao's energy surged up and then exploded out, causing a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering murderous aura to transform him into something like a celestial warrior. Next, the meat jelly flew out of his bag of holding, transforming into a suit of armor. His energy once again exploded up, creating a tempest that swept all the dust and rubble around him away. A red beam of light flew out, which was the mastiff. As it became a cape, Meng Hao threw his head back and roared, and an intense, bloody glow erupted up. Then he lifted up his left hand, within which was his fourth nirvana fruit, which he pushed down onto his forehead. As it merged into him, rumbling filled his mind, and the world around him changed. The rubble of the planet, the starry sky, all turned azure. As Meng Hao stood on the Paragon Bridge, he suddenly breathed in sharply, which caused the Paragon Bridge to immediately flare with boundless light. A sensation of unbridled supremacy emanated from it, which was sucked in and absorbed by Meng Hao, so that it seemed as if he were a living, breathing paragon. As Patriarch Black Soul closed in, Meng Hao performed a tremendous downward slash toward him with the battle weapon. This was his most powerful state and his most powerful strike. He was at the pinnacle. The starry sky seemed to lurch to a stop. Natural laws scattered. Time seemed to come to a standstill in the eighth mountain and sea. The only thing that remained within the starry sky was the long blade, radiating brilliant light as it flashed toward Patriarch Black Soul. Patriarch Black Soul threw his head back and roared, waving both hands. Suddenly, he exploded, causing flesh and blood to burst about. It transformed into a blood mist, from within which surged a seemingly endless amount of souls. Black Soul Heaven Slaughter. A droning sound could be heard as seemingly endless numbers of souls filled the starry sky, spreading out to fill nearly half of the starry sky above the Heaven God Alliance. The shocking sight caused all of the planets within the affected area to tremble. Countless Heaven God Alliance cultivators who were in meditative trances opened their eyes and looked up in shock. In that moment, countless streams of divine sense swept through the void toward the area where Meng Hao and Patriarch Black Soul were fighting. The Heaven God Alliance was thrown into a huge commotion. The blood mist formed from Patriarch Blacksal's body used his essence blood to release the souls that he had refined over countless years of cultivation. The seemingly infinite amount of souls exploded out into the starry sky, where they transformed into an enormous mask. The mask of souls writhed, and shrill screams could be heard, as if the souls wished to consume all things to dispel their pain. The screams they uttered could not be heard by living things. They were screams born of death, and resulted only in boundless, amorphous ripples. The ripples spread out through the starry sky as if over the surface of water. As the rings expanded, natural laws trembled and fell into retreat. Even the will of the mountain and sea realm seemed to flee from the affected area. Gradually, a shocking image of the underworld appeared. The yellow springs could be seen, as well as the cycle of reincarnation, along with the images of countless evil ghosts. More shocking than that was that behind the ghosts could be seen numerous, enormous tombs. The tombs were all illusory, and it was almost as if the excessive number of souls in the area had caused them to descend. As the tombs appeared, they became a backdrop that served to emphasize the size of the mask. Everything that was happening made the strangeness of the soul mask and its formidability seem more pronounced. Furthermore, it had such a terrifying aura that Meng Hao's pupils constricted. This was the explosive power of a three essences Tao Lord, someone who could shake heaven and earth. Meng Hao had been in mortal danger from the moment he had arrived in the Black Soul Society. But now that level of danger increased dramatically. The sensation of crisis he was experiencing told him that this battle, and especially this attack, could end with him perishing. But the danger is mutual, he said, eyes glittering viciously. He always treated both himself and others with incredible viciousness. If he felt the inclination to back down for even a moment during this fight, then he would be dead for sure. The only option was to reject the option of retreat and to keep fighting. After all, when rivals face off, victory goes to the brave. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a strange light, and he didn't back down in the least. All of the peak level of power in him converged on the battle weapon, which slashed through the starry sky with scintillating light as he slashed it down. The soul mask let out an intense roar as it slammed into the most powerful of Meng Hao's attacks, the slash of the battle weapon. A huge boom could be heard, and a massive explosion rumbled out for 50,000 kilometers in every direction, then 500,000 kilometers, then 5,000,000. By now, more than half of the Heaven God Alliance could sense the ripples. The streams of divine sense which had converged in the area were instantly distorted by the explosive outburst, and then shattered. The surrounding dust and rubble vibrated, and then transformed into ash, which slowly faded away. The battle between Meng Hao and Patriarch Black Soul was releasing far too much power. The starry sky trembled and began to crack apart. Suddenly, an enormous black hole appeared right between Meng Hao and Patriarch Black Soul. Everything shook and trembled violently. Endless amounts of Patriarch Black Soul's countless screaming souls were wiped away. And yet, he used the remaining souls he had to disregard all danger and charge toward Meng Hao. He slammed into Meng Hao, who trembled violently in response. The cape separated from his back, transforming into the mastiff, who coughed up a mouthful of blood. Meng Hao was now in far more danger than before. There was even a voice inside of him yelling at him to flee, to escape, to stop fighting lest he be killed. And yet, he gritted his teeth, ignored the voice inside, and continued to fight. He knew that in this battle he couldn't back down. He had to fight and keep fighting until the very end. Whoever could walk that narrow line between life and death would be the victor. Rumbling could be heard as more and more of the souls in Patriarch Black Soul's soul mask collapsed. Each soul that collapsed sent pain into Patriarch Black Soul's mind, but he also held on. He was filled with an obsessive desire to strike down Meng Hao. Die! Screamed the converged voices of all the souls in the soul mask. Ryua Yuam Blel. Meng Hao's meat jelly suit of armor was torn off of him. Numerous streams of light swirled out to form together behind Meng Hao in the form of the meat jelly, who looked incredibly listless. Meng Hao coughed up some more blood. His body was now a mass of completely mangled flesh, and yet he held on. Patriarch Black Soul was also trembling. Despite the severe loss of souls, he used what he had left to charge madly toward Meng Hao. From a distance, it would look like Meng Hao was hovering alone in the starry sky, surrounded by a boundless sea of souls. He was holding on, as was the sea of souls. However, it was at this moment that a tremor ran through him, and his fourth nirvana fruit was forced out of his forehead. When that happened, Meng Hao was severely weakened. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and yet, his momentum didn't falter. Eyes bloodshot, clearly weaker than before, he lifted his foot up and took a step forward. That step represented his determination, and also his ruthlessness. As he took that step, Patriarch Black Soul's consciousness began to blur, and yet, boundless ripples exploded out from the sea of souls. Both of them were almost completely drained, and were waiting to see who could hold on longer. "Day!" screamed Patriarch Black Soul's countless souls. As they howled, they burst into flames, increasing their attacking power. Some of them even landed on Meng Hao and began to voraciously attempt to consume him. As Patriarch Black Soul continued to fight, every soul of his that died was like a powerful mental blow. And yet, he held on, his obsession burning like an undying fire. Meng Hao was racked with pain as the souls gnawed at his flesh and tore out bloody chunks to reveal the bones beneath. Then the souls began to chew on the bones, even boring into his body to eat his organs. The scene which was playing out was extremely shocking. To be eaten alive in such a way was something ordinary people would never be able to endure. But Meng Hao simply frowned and ignored the souls. He rotated his cultivation base, causing his chi and blood to surge, crushing the voracious, evil souls like a giant millstone. Soon, his entire body was a mass of bloody gore. By now, Meng Hao's power was severely lacking, and his Paragon Bridge, which was also the subject of suicidal attack by Patriarch Black Soul's numerous souls, was forced back inside his body. The instant the Paragon Bridge vanished, the souls let out piercing shrieks and pounced on Meng Hao. He was now completely engulfed by wild, ravenous souls. The battle weapon began to fall apart, but just before it faded away, Meng Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood and then slashed down one more time. "Patriarch Black Soul, do you have the courage to die together with me?" The souls which formed Patriarch Black Soul had been rapidly fading away, from 10 million to 1 million to the current 100,000. A huge boom could be heard as the souls were shaken off of Meng Hao, either destroyed or sent spinning away. Patriarch Black Soul once again appeared, although he had no body left, only a screaming nascent divinity. He was now completely terrified of Meng Hao. He had never encountered someone as vicious as this. Moments ago, Meng Hao had been completely engulfed by souls, which had instantly started to chomp away at his bones and organs. That was a type of pain that very few people could endure. And yet, even in such a state, Meng Hao made a counterattack. That was something even more rarely seen. Damn it. When did someone as vicious as this show up in the 8th mountain and sea? He's definitely not a local cultivator. He must be from another mountain and sea. Patriarch Black Soul was trembling internally, and had apparently regained his senses from the anguish caused by seeing his sect destroyed. Finally, he began to think reasonably. Without any further hesitation, he ceased any thoughts of attacking Meng Hao and simply fled. When rivals meet, victory goes to the brave, and in this case, Patriarch Black Soul was the one who backed down. That wasn't what he wanted to do, but he had no other choice. His heart was pounding in fear, and his mind was filled with terror. He might be a Three Essences Tao Lord, but right now he was the one who was scared. He was completely shaken by Meng Hao's viciousness, completely moved by his determination. Meng Hao's madness caused Patriarch Black Soul to feel almost as if the person whose sect had just been exterminated was not himself, but actually Meng Hao. "Crazy!" he cried. "You're just a lunatic. Damn it. You don't deserve to have me die together with you. But I swear that I will pay back the enmity of this day upon you 100-fold. Roaring defiantly, Patriarch Black Soul's nascent divinity fled at top speed. It wasn't that he didn't dare to keep fighting, but rather that he feared dying. He didn't even want to die while delivering a fatal blow to his enemy. Seeing that Patriarch Black Soul was fleeing, Meng Hao almost began to give chase. However, after he took a single step, he trembled and stopped in place. Roughly 70% of his entire body was nothing more than bones, and of those bones, 30% were broken and shattered. His was completely covered with bite marks, and one of his eyes had even been ripped out. His internal organs were also severely damaged. In terms of physical appearance, he looked horrifying. Without his eternal stratum constantly replenishing his life force, Meng Hao would have long since passed away. The battle weapon faded away, and his body suddenly seemed to age. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his mangled organs shifted. Meng Hao sagged, and his aura weakened. Based on his current battle prowess, he was not a match for a Three Essences Tao Lord, not without the Paragon Bridge. And yet, even with the Paragon Bridge and his various powerful divine abilities, he still couldn't manage to cut down a Three Essences Tao Lord. In the end, they were evenly matched. He wanted to give chase, but it was impossible. Even more importantly, the numerous streams of divine sense in the area indicated that almighty experts from the Heaven God Alliance were currently rushing in his direction. He had been aware all along that his actions would arouse the wrath of the Heaven God Alliance, and as of now, it would only be moments before the area was be filled with countless cultivators, who would then lock down the entire region. He looked at the direction in which Patriarch Black Soul was fleeing, eyes flickering coldly. Finally, he turned and left. Moments later, numerous beams of colorful light filled the area. In the lead position was a man in a violet robe, whose aura placed him in the Tao realm. Send orders to the entire Heaven God Alliance. Lock down all exit routes within Alliance territory. All Alliance cultivators in the ancient realm and higher are to be mobilized to kill the foreign cultivator. The old man swished his sleeve, using a special technique to spread a message to all regions of the Heaven God Alliance. Even as the old man spoke, a screen materialized in front of him, which began to replay the battle between Meng Hao and Patriarch Black Soul. At one point, the old man waved his finger, causing the moving images to pause and clearly display Meng Hao's face. However, the old man didn't take time to study Meng Hao. Instead, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he waved his right hand, causing the image to vanish, leaving behind nothing more than a strand of white qi. Voice cool, the old man said, "Appearances can change, blood can be altered, and auras can be transformed. However, the fragrance of a soul is something that can never be changed." A large number of cultivators had already begun to gather around him, but none of them spoke. They simply looked at him respectfully. The old man reached out and grabbed the white strand of qi, then clenched his hand down viciously. When he opened it, a white crystal could be seen. He waved his hand, causing the white crystal to split into 2 parts, which then became 4, then 8. In a very brief period of time, 100,000 crystals could be seen. All but a few hundred of the 100,000 white crystals made a droning sound as they spread out in all directions, quickly vanishing into the void as they headed toward the various sects of the Heaven God Alliance. If you get close to the foreigner, the crystal will react. Patriarch Black Soul has asked it to be made known that if anyone can slay this person, he is willing to become their slave for 1,000 years. With that, the old man turned and headed off into the distance. The cultivators behind him clasped hands respectfully. Afterward, they grabbed the white crystals, and their eyes shone with a strange light. Finally, they dispersed as they began to search for Meng Hao. The entire Heaven God Alliance was set in motion. Soon, news began spreading about the foreign cultivator who had single-handedly exterminated the entire Black Soul Society, even collapsing their planet. Most important was the news about Patriarch Black Soul himself, which spread through the Heaven God Alliance like wildfire. Countless hearts were completely shaken. After all, the bounty offered by the Heaven God Alliance was 1,000 years of servitude by Patriarch Black Soul, who was a Three Essences Tao Lord. That was something that both individual cultivators and even entire sects could not possibly be unmoved by. It was far better than some physical treasure or access to a special technique. Furthermore, no one needed to worry about being cheated. Even if Patriarch Black Soul wanted to back out from the agreement, the Heaven God Alliance wouldn't fail to honor their bounty. Most importantly, if the person who wiped out the Black Soul Society had done so without being injured, then many people would have chosen to just sit back and watch what happened. However, according to the information provided by the Heaven God Alliance, he was actually severely injured and could not unleash cultivation-based power that exceeded the mid-ancient realm. Even Patriarch Black Soul had attested to that. As such, all of the cultivators of the Heaven God Alliance were thrown into a state of madness. Numerous individuals sprang into action and began to hunt through the Heaven God Alliance's territory. Virtually all teleportation portals in the Heaven God Alliance were sealed, and those which could not be sealed were heavily guarded. Anyone who wanted to leave would be thoroughly inspected. As time passed, the news about the extermination of the Black Soul Society spread outside of the Heaven God Alliance, to be heard by the Han clan and the Meng clan and all the other sects in the 8th Mountain and Sea. Everyone was completely shocked. Furthermore, everyone was speculating about who this person was that the Heaven God Alliance was hunting. After a bit of investigation was done, news spread that he was not a cultivator from the 8th Mountain and Sea, but rather from another of the mountains and seas. Also, he was an echelon cultivator with paragon magic. With so much news spreading about, it wasn't long before Meng Hao's name came to be known by the powerful sects and clans. Matters had already reached the point where no further verification was required. Meng Hao was the person who had exterminated the Black Soul Society. There was one thing that Meng Hao had no way of knowing, which was that after the Battle of the Windswept Realm, when all the echelon cultivators returned to their respective mountains and seas, numerous powerful sects had begun keeping records and files about Meng Hao. Currently, Patriarch Black Soul was on one of the planets in the Heaven God Alliance, having reformed a new body. Although his face was ashen, when he saw the image of Meng Hao being shown to him on the screen, he began to shake, and his eyes glowed with madness and killing intent. That's definitely him. Two middle-aged cultivators stood near Patriarch Black Soul. They wore unique clothing, long white robes marked with lightning symbols. Within those lightning symbols were people who were clearly in the midst of transcending tribulation. Taoist robes like these were only worn by members of the Heaven God Society. The Heaven God Society formed the nucleus of the Heaven God Alliance. They occupied the peak of the 8th Mountain and Sea, and in fact, the Lord of the 8th Mountain and Sea resided in the Heaven God Palace. There were many rumors floating around the 8th Mountain and Sea regarding their Lord, who was Heaven God. According to the rumors, he was linked to the Meng clan in numerous ways. However, it was also possible that those were distorted rumors caused because of the general decline of the Meng clan in recent years. Other rumors stated that the Lord of the 8th Mountain and Sea also had Han clan blood in his veins. Some people even claimed that the Lord of the 8th Mountain and Sea was a rogue cultivator who had reached the Tao realm. Currently, the two middle-aged men wearing those unique Taoist robes exchanged a glance, then put the screen away. They had been ordered to come here and show the image on the screen to Patriarch Black Soul for verification purposes. Now that they had the answer to their question, they turned to leave. Patriarch Black Soul gritted his teeth and clasped hands respectfully to the two cultivators. Many thanks, fellow Taoists from the Heaven God Society. This man must die. He is far too vicious and sinister. He is an outrage to gods and men alike. His heart was filled with bitterness. Because of the level of his cultivation base and his status, he should not have to be doing things like this. At the moment, though, he was like a stray dog. His soul was halfway dispersed and his cultivation base was unstable, leaving him with no other choice than to bow his head in compliance. The entire Heaven God Alliance was now searching for Meng Hao, and yet, as time passed, not one scrap of information about him turned up. People were starting to get impatient because of the sealed teleportation portals. It would soon reach the point where it would become a big inconvenience to the Heaven God Alliance as a whole. Furthermore, Patriarch Black Soul could only influence the policymaking of the Alliance up to a point. Were it not for the fact that Patriarch Blacksoul had been firm about offering himself up to be a slave for 1,000 years, then the search would never even have happened, nor would there have been any bounty at all. If Meng Hao showed his face publicly, he probably would have been killed, but the teleportation portals wouldn't have been sealed for very long. Every day that those portals remained sealed caused the Heaven God Alliance to sustain significant financial losses. Before departing, one of the two middle-aged men turned to Patriarch Blacksoul and said, "At the most, the portals will remain sealed for 10 days. If he hasn't been found by then, they will be opened again. Don't worry, though. As long as he remains in the 8th mountain and sea, he'll be found eventually." Meanwhile, in the territory of the Heaven God Alliance, on one of the 4 planets that orbited the 8th mountain, a planet called Planet Luo River, there was a capital city of an empire of mortals. Countless mortals lived there, going about their daily lives. As evening fell, a donkey could be seen on the public highway, braying and snorting complacently as it walked along. The donkey had virtually no fur, with only a few patches to be seen here and there. It actually looked very down and out, and yet for some reason had a very high and mighty air to it. A young scholar sat on the donkey, wearing a scholar's traveling case on his back, which was filled with various reading materials. In fact, the young man was engrossed in reading as he rode along on the donkey. The scholar had skin as fair as jade, and was handsome. He appeared to be a teenager, and wore a faded white garment. He and the donkey proceeded along under the evening sun. Occasionally, some swiftly galloping horses would pass him on the public highway, leaving clouds of dust in their wake. The scholar would cover his nose with his sleeve and then wave the dust away. As for the mule, it would look very irritated, and then suddenly burst out in a fit of speed as if to catch up. However, after running for only a little bit, it would lazily slow down. Time passed, and the rays of the evening sun were beginning to fade away. However, it was at this point that a town appeared up ahead. Apparently the scholar didn't even notice, however, and continued to take advantage of the fading light to read the bamboo scroll he held in his hands. Occasionally, beams of colorful light would shoot through the sky up ahead. In fact, the power of divine sense was currently sweeping across the lands, and even touched the scholar. However, it passed right over him. Apparently, the mortals of Planet Luo River weren't afraid of cultivators. Throughout the entire day, similar beams of light had appeared on dozens of occasions. Although the mortals had looked up in envy and admiration, they didn't seem frightened at all. Eventually, the beams of light disappeared. Finally, the scholar put down the bamboo scroll, stretched, and then noticed the town, which was getting closer and closer. He smiled, although deep within that smile could be seen a sharp coldness. This scholar was the very person that the cultivators of the Heaven God Alliance were searching for high and low. Meng Hao. After his initial flight, he knew that it would be difficult to completely evade the Heaven God Alliance, so he went along with his usual plan, heading to the closest of the 4 planets, which was Planet Luo River. With the help of the meat jelly and the parrot, and the feather they had acquired years ago, he had concealed the fluctuations of his soul and aura, transforming himself into a scholar. There was no other identity that gave him such a sense of familiarity. "I never imagined that I would once again become a scholar traveling to take the imperial examinations," he murmured. The donkey was apparently not very happy, and to make that clear, it suddenly twisted its neck in a complete circle, then continued to twist it several times until its eyes started to bulge out. Meng Hao slapped it on the rump. "Have you ever seen any donkeys that can twist their necks around several times over?" Meng Hao growled. "Come on, let's be a bit more realistic here. People are trying to track us down and kill us, you know. If they find us, it'll be bad luck for the 2 of you as well." The donkey was none other than the transformed meat jelly. "Come on, let's head into this town. I refuse to believe that the Heaven God Alliance will keep everything locked down forever." Eyes flashing coldly, Meng Hao rubbed his chest in a place where the flesh hadn't quite grown back yet. His cultivation base had been seriously injured because of the deadly battle. However, it wasn't so bad that he was limited to the mid-ancient realm, as the Heaven God Alliance presumed. Unfortunately thought he was not back at his peak. He still needed some more time. I'm going to take advantage of this chance to let my wounds heal a bit more, he murmured. As the sun slowly dropped over the horizon, he sighed, and his face turned a bit grimmer. The first thing he had done after arriving on planet Luo River was to open the incense burner. However, what he had found inside was not what he had hoped for. Chu Yuyen's soul. Meanwhile, a flying shuttle was speeding along through the starry sky of the Heaven God Alliance. Countless magical symbols covered its surface, which formed together into the character Mengmeng. This was none other than a Meng clan merchant ship. A young man could be seen in that merchant ship. He was handsome, but had scars covering his face. He was currently standing there with head bowed and fists clenched tightly as the middle-aged man before whom he stood rebuked him coldly. Meng Chen, don't forget that you never should even have had this chance. It's only because of the kindness shown to me by your grandfather years ago that I managed to fight to get you this spot. Don't forget your place. You're just a bodyguard here, but you need to cherish that identity. If you can just keep young Master to happy, then your bloodline will have things much easier. So what if he arranged to have you accompany young Lord Feng of the Han clan? You feel wronged or something? Young Master De already agreed. You're going whether you want to or not. Around the same time that countless cultivators in the Heaven God Alliance were combing the starry sky for Meng Hao, someone was passing through the barrier between the 8th mountain and the 9th mountain. Every step he took left him trembling, as if incredible pressure were weighing down on him. From the look of things, he had been traveling for a very long time to reach this point. It's not that much farther. It's too bad that with this body, passing through the barrier is quite a task. It was a young, handsome man whose eyes glittered as if with starlight and with a sense of enigmatic profoundness. It was none other than Ji Dongyang. Meng Hao, the 8th mountain and sea is where you and I will become one. A strange smile could be seen on his face, and his expression was one of anticipation as he continued to struggle through the barrier. Meanwhile, back outside the Heaven God Alliance, rumbling sounds could be heard coming from one particular asteroid field. The asteroids were collapsing into pieces and, shockingly, countless bones were flying out from inside them. The rumbling continued, and the asteroids were destroyed one after another. Soon, the bones had accumulated to the point of being endless. Within those bones could be seen a man in a long black robe, sitting there cross-legged, his long hair swirling around him. He was gaunt, and yet terrifying ripples spread out from him in all directions. The ripples caused a good portion of the bones to slowly form together until they were a huge throne of bones, upon which the black-robed man settled. The rest of the bones converged next to the man to form 9 enormous bone giants. In the same moment that the 9 bone giants formed, the black-robed man's eyes snapped open. His cultivation base erupted with power, and his chi and blood surged. At the same time, a mark appeared on his forehead. This was the echelon cultivator of the 8th mountain Han Qinglei. When he opened his eyes, the air around him distorted, and soon numerous figures materialized out of the void. They quickly dropped to their knees and kowtowed in front of Han Qinglei. At a glance, it was possible to see that there were dozens of such figures, all of them kowtowing. One by one, they transmitted various messages to Han Qinglei, reporting to him what had occurred in the 8th mountain and sea during his secluded meditation. Han Qinglei's face was expressionless. However, after hearing all of the reports, his pupils constricted, and he focused on one specific kneeling figure. "Did you say Meng Hao?" he asked in a voice that caused the starry sky to tremble. His gaze was like lightning, completely menacing as he stared at the cultivator who had brought the news. The man trembled, and instead of transmitting his messages, he whispered, "According to the news from the Heaven God Alliance, and some other clues, the person who exterminated the Black Soul Society was definitely Meng Hao. This conclusion is also based on the report you provided about the windswept realm, young lord. In fact, the Heaven God Alliance has asked that you pay them a visit to confirm some information." Han Qinglei sat there silently, eyes closed as he recalled everything that had occurred in the windswept realm. He thought back to his encounter with Meng Hao, how he had been killed, and then how Meng Hao had saved him during the final battle. Although not much time had passed since then, the more he thought about it, the more he realized that the windswept realm adventure had been one of extreme danger. Even an echelon cultivator like himself was shocked by it. So he actually came to the 8th mountain and sea. Han Qinglei smiled subconsciously. He actually felt no hatred toward Meng Hao, only a sense of competition. And the cultivators of the Heaven God Alliance are trying to track him down and kill him. Perhaps he can tolerate that, but as another echelon cultivator, I cannot. His eyes flickered icily. People who were not in the echelon couldn't possibly imagine the level of pride that echelon cultivators felt in their standing. As for Han Qinglei, he could accept Meng Hao being defeated or even perishing, but only at the hands of another echelon cultivator. For non-echelon cultivators to be hunting him down was something unacceptable. Snorting coldly, Han Qinglei smacked his hand down onto the throne of bones. Instantly, it began to rumble, transforming into a white beam of light that shot off into the distance. Time to go to the Heaven God Alliance. In response to his words, the other figures lurking in the starry sky began to power up and follow him. Soon the entire group was on their way to the Heaven God Alliance. Meanwhile, back in the Heaven God Alliance, because of the enormous scope of the search for Meng Hao, eventually, the chosen of the various sects in the Heaven God Alliance all emerged and joined in. This included the Tao Child of the Heaven God Society. These chosen were very much like the chosen of the 9th mountain and sea, people who their respective sects had spent incredible resources on to develop them into powerful experts. Any one of them possessed battle prowess that far exceeded the level of their cultivation bases. In order to ensure that they didn't somehow get killed while training, they still had Tao protectors even though they were already in the ancient realm. In fact, Tao protectors would guard them all the way to the Tao realm. In a short time, figurative storm winds arose in the Heaven God Alliance, like a huge vortex that sucked in cultivators from the far corners of the realm. Despite the momentous state of affairs in the world around him, Meng Hao was living in relative tranquility. It was a peace and quiet that he hadn't experienced even in the eastern lands on planet South Heaven. For now, he had seemingly truly forgotten about being a cultivator, and wasn't thinking about how he was the subject of a huge manhunt. Instead, he was fully immersed in the life of a scholar. The town had an inn, where he sat beneath an oil lamp, reading. Occasionally, a smile would flicker across his face, and sometimes he would shake his head. He appeared to be completely immersed in the joy of reading. Every once in a while he would rise to his feet, grab a writing brush, and write something down off to the side. He was completely and fully a scholar, just like he had been all those years ago on Mount Daqing. There's still half a month to go before the imperial examinations. Around midnight, he blew out the lamp and crawled into bed. From there, he could look out the window at the starry sky. Everything was quiet except for the faint sound of snoring that rose from various locations in the small town. I never passed the exams back then, but now, I'm going to give it another shot. As he reminisced about his past life, he sighed. Eventually, he pulled out an incense burner, which was covered with layers of magical seals. Chu Yuyan's soul was in that incense burner, but it was not complete. More than half of it had dispersed, leaving behind nothing more than a discarnate soul. That discarnate soul was not enough to resurrect Chu Yuyan. Furthermore, if it entered the cycle of reincarnation as a discarnate soul, then she would no longer be herself. Instead, she would merely be one aspect of whoever she eventually reincarnated into. Meng Hao could not accept something like that. There's always a way. He closed his eyes, rotating his cultivation base to continue healing himself. At dawn, he packed his bags and led his donkey out of the inn stable. The innkeeper chatted with him the entire way, wishing him well as he mounted the donkey, opened up a bamboo scroll, and then headed in the direction of the capital city, which was about 7 days away. Meng Hao wasn't in a hurry. He rode his donkey along the public highway, resting at night, traveling when the sun rose. Days went by in which he enjoyed the scenery, passing by villages and farms. Although he hadn't planned this, his travels were like a cleansing that left him much more calm and tranquil. Beams of light occasionally shot through the sky overhead. Out in the starry sky, the cultivators searching for Meng Hao were getting more and more anxious. Despite having searched for Meng Hao for an extended period of time, They hadn't been able to turn up a single trace. Their only recourse was to send more people out to search. Planet Luo River was scanned with divine sense occasionally, but the Heaven God Alliance was huge, and it wasn't an easy thing to search for a single person. Gradually, the appointed time to unseal the teleportation portals approached. In fact, there was a bit of a backlash among certain factions in the Heaven God Alliance, who felt that locking down the entire alliance to search for a single person wasn't very appropriate. Patriarch Black Soul wasn't willing to give in though. Gritting his teeth, he personally went to the Heaven God Society. After he left, the old man who had issued the bounty on Meng Hao sat there cross-legged, personally sending his divine sense out to aid in the search. However, the Heaven God Alliance was an equally large place for him, and to search it required time and significant resources. Were it not for the hefty price paid by Patriarch Black Soul, he would never have agreed to help. Time passed. As a cultivator, Meng Hao's journey was tranquil and enjoyable. It would have been a different story if he were mortal, considering the various dangers to be faced. At one point he encountered some bandits. The bandits had just sacked a merchant caravan, and were in the midst of their burning, killing, raping, and plundering. As Meng Hao passed by, looked over at the bandits, and they in turn saw him, they immediately began to laugh heartily. One particularly burly man declared, "Look, a pretty little scholar. He's mine." Then he strode forward toward Meng Hao, a vicious expression plastered on his face, his eyes gleaming with lascivious intent. Meng Hao frowned, wondering how the 8th mountain and sea could have such debauched inhabitants. As the burly man neared, Meng Hao sighed, then looked up into the sky as if to check for witnesses before giving a cold harumph. It was a noise that no one except for the bandits could hear. To them, it sounded like thunder. Blood sprayed out of their mouths, and they instantly toppled over. They weren't dead yet, just unconscious. Meng Hao didn't use any magical technique, just a snort, backed entirely by the power of his fleshly body. With that, he hopped off the donkey and picked up the nearest blade. Then he went from one unconscious bandit to another and dispatched them coolly and quickly. After that, he returned to the donkey, which had been waiting impatiently the whole time, and continued on his way. Several days later, a huge walled city appeared up ahead. This was the imperial capital of this empire. The imperial examinations that Meng Hao was so looking forward to would be held here in a few days. The days passed uneventfully, and soon it was time for the exams to begin. The entire capital city was bustling as students and scholars arrived from all over the empire to take the imperial examinations. Meng Hao was one of them. He left his donkey at the inn, straightened his clothes, then cleared his throat as he joined all of the other scholars as they headed to the exam hall. There, a court official closely examined everyone before they entered to make sure they hadn't brought along anything to help them cheat. Eventually, Meng Hao was escorted to a small room, just big enough for him. A desk could be seen, upon which writing utensils were arranged neatly. Before opening the exam materials, Meng Hao washed his hands in a wooden basin off to the side, then took a deep breath. When the starting bell rang, he sat down in the chair and opened the exam scroll. As soon as he laid eyes on the contents, a smile broke out on his face. He didn't begin to answer the questions right away. He first closed his eyes, as if he were carefully considering how to answer. When his eyes opened, they shone brightly. He picked up the brush and immediately began to write down the first answer. In the same moment that his brush touched the paper, a righteous, noble aura suddenly appeared within the city, causing colors to flash in heaven and earth. At the same time, in the forbidden palace elsewhere in the city, the emperor sat there holding a go piece in his hand. Sitting across the game board from him was a Taoist priest, a smiling old man with the air of a transcendent being. Suddenly, the Taoist priest's face flickered, and he looked in the direction of the exam grounds, an expression of shock on his face. One of the scholars taking the imperial examinations provoked a righteous, noble aura. Which one? The Taoist priest waved his finger, causing water-like ripples to spread out over the game board, which vanished, to be replaced by an image of the exam grounds. The Taoist priest's gaze shifted, causing the view to pass through the exam grounds as he searched for what he was looking for. Soon, the image focused on a single room, where Meng Hao was currently writing characters down in flowing calligraphy. The Taoist priest looked at the emperor in amazement, and then back at Meng Hao. He smiled. "Is that kid special or something?" the emperor asked. "Special. Very special," the Taoist priest replied, laughing. His eyes shone with excitement which only increased as he looked at Meng Hao. "In all my travels through the years, this is the first time I've seen someone who could provoke such a righteous, noble aura. It's been decided. From now on he's a prized seedling for the righteous, noble sect." The Taoist priest laughed heartily, then rose to his feet and strode in the direction of the exam grounds. It was in almost the exact same moment that the old man in the Heaven God Society happened to scan the area with divine sense. His divine sense was in the Tao realm already, and had also been augmented by the Heaven God Society's ancestral treasure, making it incredibly powerful and increasing its range. In addition to that, he had spared no effort to boost it even further in his search. As it scanned planet Luo River, the entire planet vibrated. Meng Hao stopped writing for a moment and slowly closed his eyes. He had noticed the divine sense just now. Although it hadn't stopped specifically on him, he had the feeling that he had been detected. "What a pity. I'm not even half done with the exam," he murmured. He looked down at the exam paper, then smiled casually. Ignoring the matter of the divine sense, he continued writing. Back on the 8th mountain, in the Heaven God Society, the cross-legged old man suddenly opened his eyes. His face was a bit pale, but he waved his sleeve nonetheless. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of jade slips flew out from the 8th mountain, piercing through the void to head in all directions. The jade slips appeared in the hands of numerous cultivators, who then heard the voice of the old man speaking in their minds. "The foreign cultivator who exterminated the Black Soul Society is currently on planet Luo River, taking the imperial examinations in the capital city of the righteous noble state." The jade slips were also specifically locked onto Meng Hao's location, so that any cultivator who held them could easily find him. Numerous figures began to speed in the direction of planet Luo River, all of them worried that they would be late, and that someone else would be able to apprehend the prize before them. Somewhere in the starry sky was a young man who appeared to be around 30 years of age, striding along with his hands clasped behind his back. The starry sky trembled as he walked along. Behind him, an enormous figure could be seen that bore the semblance of Heaven God, shining with boundless light. As the young man walked along, a jade slip shot up to him, which he grabbed. Then his eyes glittered with viciousness. Smiling, he headed directly toward planet Luo River. In another location, a 3,000-meter blood mist surged through the starry sky. Inside were various powerful beasts, snarling as they struggled to free themselves from the mist. Soon, though, cracking sounds could be heard as their bodies collapsed, and they were absorbed into the blood mist. Suddenly, a jade slip flew through the sky and into the blood mist. Moments later, cruel laughter rang out. So they finally found him. Interesting, very interesting. The blood mist changed directions and headed toward planet Luo River. In a stretch of the starry sky not too far away from planet Luo River, a woman could be seen flying along. She looked like an utter barbarian, a coiled whip resting at her side and a wild look in her eyes. Suddenly, several gigantic pythons materialized around her, which then carried her in the direction of planet Luo River. The woman was swarthy but extremely beautiful. As she neared planet Luo River, she suddenly whistled. The sound wasn't very piercing, but the result was that all the snake-type creatures on planet Luo River suddenly began to hiss loudly. All it took was a brief moment for all of the Heaven God Alliance to be shaken into action. The first to mobilize of all were the sects on planet Luo River itself. How could they have ever imagined that the person the entire Heaven God Alliance was searching for was on their own planet? Planet Luo River was one of the 4 great planets in the 8th mountain and sea. In addition to the righteous noble sect, there were 3 other sects on the planet. Those 4 sects were the overlords of planet Luo River and occupied very important positions within the Heaven God Alliance. Currently, All four of those sects had mobilized and were headed toward the capital city. Bright beams of light shot through the air, and all of the snakes emerged from the forests and mountains, hissing loudly. They did nothing to harm the people but rather headed directly toward the capital city. Colors flashed, the wind screamed, and the ground shook. However, Meng Hao remained in his little exam room, continuing to write down his answers. He truly wanted to finish the whole exam, and thus make peace with his failures in years past. After about 10 breaths of time passed, Meng Hao finished writing the final character. He took a deep breath and blew on the exam paper to dry the ink, then put the brush down. It's too bad I can't wait until the results come in. I definitely won't fail this time. It's too bad that either way, I won't be able to become a grand official to realize my dream of being super rich. With a silent chuckle, he stood up. At that point, a wind blew outside, and suddenly something burst into the exam grounds with speed that exceeded all normal cultivators. It was a donkey. As soon as the donkey entered the exam grounds, everyone stared with wide eyes. The official conducting the examination gaped in disbelief as the donkey headbutted the wall of Meng Hao's exam room, breaking it open and bursting inside. Meng Hao laughed and jumped onto the donkey's back, which brayed as it crashed through the opposing wall. Then, everyone watching was thrown into an uproar as the donkey then flew up into the air. An immortal! But why was an immortal taking the imperial examinations? Heavens! I can't believe I just took the imperial examinations with an immortal. Numerous cries of astonishment echoed up into the air. In almost the same instant that Meng Hao flew up into the air on the donkey, a bright beam of light closed in, which was none other than the Taoist priest. He had a strange look on his face. He had not received one of the jade slips and therefore didn't know who Meng Hao was. Apparently, he didn't care about that though, nor did he care whether or not Meng Hao was even a cultivator. "Hey little bro, don't go!" the Taoist priest blurted. "Fear not, I am Su Ran from the righteous noble sect. Are you interested in joining up? If you join our sect, you can have anything you want. The righteous noble sect has 1,000 scrolls of Taoist magic, 3,000 magical techniques, and countless disciples. We're ranked 7th in the Heaven God Alliance. We even occupy 30% of planet Luo River. Come on and join us. After you do, you can do anything you want." As soon as Meng Hao heard the man's words, his eyes went wide. However, before he could respond, countless shocking beams of light suddenly shot down from up above. "Meng Hao! It's Meng Hao! So it turns out he's here. Kill him and you can have Patriarch Black Soul as a slave for 1,000 years. Kill him!" Numerous excited shouts could be heard as no less than 1,000 cultivators began to converge on the area from all directions. Meng Hao's donkey shivered, then looked pleadingly up at him. Meng Hao chuckled and leaped off the donkey, which then turned into the meat jelly with a popping sound, and then flew into Meng Hao's bag of holding. "What a pity," Meng Hao said, shaking his head. A cold smile appeared on his face, and as soon as he did, his aura suddenly changed. No longer did he look like a scholar, but instead a demonic fiend, bursting with energy. Everything rumbled as he waved his hand, causing the sky to fill with a boundless blood-colored light. A huge rift then opened up and the blood demon emerged, roaring as it charged the surrounding cultivators. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent. He would show absolutely no mercy to these cultivators of the 8th mountain and see who were trying to kill him. A flash could be seen as Meng Hao transformed into an azure rock, which blasted into the enemy cultivators like lightning. Immortal mountains descended, a violet moon flickered, and a sun began to suck in all the light in the area, then released it with explosive force. In the blink of an eye, dozens of blood-curdling screams could be heard echoing out as enemies fell out of the sky. Blood sprayed in all directions, falling down toward the earth in a rain of gore. Of the surrounding cultivators, a few hundred were wearing green Taoist robes. They didn't attack immediately, but instead began muttering, which then caused an astonishing explosive aura to build up that only they could see. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. He couldn't see the aura either, but he could sense that whatever magic these people cultivated was very unique. It appeared to be a Taoist magic as distinctive as that of the burning incense stick society that he had encountered in the Ninth Mountain and Sea. In the moment that Meng Hao noticed what they were doing, the Taoist priest was suddenly thrown into a rage. He strode forward and stood in front of the several hundred cultivators, then shouted, "What do you people think you're doing? Wreaking havoc on sect allies? You should be calling him Elder Uncle." As soon as the words left the man's mouth, the cultivators lurched to a stop and stared in shock. The old man leading the group stepped forward, smiled wryly at the Taoist priest, then clasped hands and bowed. "Elder grandfather, this man is, Meng Hao." "So what if he's Meng Hao?" the Taoist priest replied, glaring. The old man hesitated for a moment, then thought about all the muddle-headed things the Taoist priest was known for doing, then quickly explained, "Meng Hao, he's, the one who exterminated the entire Black Soul Society?" "Exterminated the Black Soul Society?" the Taoist priest said, spinning around and looking at Meng Hao with an even stranger look than before. "Ha ha ha, as expected of my apprentice. Excellent. Wonderful. I've been annoyed with those bastards from the Black Soul Society for years now. You are obviously destined to be my apprentice. You haven't even formally paid respects to me as your master, and you've already solved one of my headaches for me." A strange expression could be seen on Meng Hao's face, but before he could say anything, the Taoist priest glared at the surrounding disciples of the righteous noble sect. "What are you standing around for? Can't you see that your elder uncle is being bullied? Why aren't you helping him?" The Taoist priest stamped his foot down, causing the air to rumble. The disciples of the righteous noble sect exchanged wry, helpless glances. The old man who was the leader of the bunch appeared to be on the verge of tears. He let out a long sigh, unsure of whether or not to attack Meng Hao. Even as he was going back and forth about what to do, the sound of a whistle could be heard high up in the sky. As it echoed out, all of the snakes on planet Luo River hissed loudly. The sound echoed about, and the clouds churned, revealing numerous cloud pythons swirling through the air toward Meng Hao. Simultaneously, countless arrow-like snakes shot up from the ground, eyes sinister, forked tongues flicking. It wasn't over yet, though. Up above in the sky, an even larger python began to descend. It glowed with brilliant light, and even emanated an aura similar to that of a paragon. All of the cultivators in the crowd were completely shaken. As for Meng Hao, when he looked up, his eyes went wide for a moment and then he actually smiled. "Finally," he murmured, "I get to see some of the local chosen." He was already itching to fight, so as soon as the python appeared, he instantly shot up into the sky, moving so fast a sonic boom echoed out. Relying only on the strength of his fleshly body, he slammed into the cloud pythons. By the time that they howled and they collapsed into countless pieces, Meng Hao was already bearing down on the paragon-like python. He quickly waved his hand, causing the essence of divine flame to roar out, transforming into a sea of flames capable of burning everything. In response, the huge python opened its mouth and blasted out a huge air channel, making it impossible for the sea of flames to touch it, then opened its mouth to shoot a beam of light toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao smiled coolly, then clenched his hand into a fist and punched out toward the python and its gaping maw. First fist, life extermination fist. As the fist sailed through the air, heaven and earth went wild with flashing colors. A massive wind sprang up, and everything shook violently. The python let out a miserable shriek as the light shattered, and its body then collapsed into pieces. Meng Hao threw his head back and shouted. Although the sound of it wasn't extremely loud, as soon as it echoed out, the rest of the surrounding pythons began to tremble. Not daring to get any closer, they turned tail and fled. "Shut the hell up," someone said imperiously. It was the barbaric woman, riding on a 5-colored beam of light that closed in on Meng Hao with incredible speed. The woman was quite pretty, despite her swarthy skin. She had a very unique air to her, making her look very different from any other female cultivator Meng Hao had ever encountered. "Lady Dragon Snake. It's Lady Dragon Snake from the Dragon Snake Fusion sect. I can't believe she's here on planet Luo River. The Alliance's bounty on Meng Hao is just too enticing. It even caught the attention of the Dragonsnake Fusion sect. Or maybe it caught the attention of the ever-flamboyant Lady Dragonsnake herself. If she's here, then presumably the other 8 members of the 9 Claws of the Heaven God are on their way too. As everyone discussed the matter, the old man from the righteous noble sect sighed, inwardly thanking Lady Dragonsnake for showing up and getting him out of the embarrassing situation. Now he didn't have to decide whether or not to attack Meng Hao. Looking at his master out of the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Right now, the Taoist priest's eyes were shining brightly, and the old man knew that whenever that look appeared, the Taoist priest was about to do something very muddle-headed. Meng Hao looked at the woman closing in on him, and his eyes slowly narrowed. At the same time, a smile appeared on his face when he heard what the surrounding cultivators were saying about who she was. 9 Claws of the Heaven God. They must be chosen from the Heaven God Alliance. Excellent. I've collected on most of my debts from the 9th Mountain and Sea, and now that I'm here, it's only right and proper to make a killing in the 8th Mountain and Sea too. Laughing loudly, he suddenly shot directly toward Lady Dragonsnake. Her pupils constricted when she realized how powerful he was. However, she didn't attempt to dodge out of the fight. Her right hand flickered with an incantation gesture, causing 5 colored light to explode out in all directions, transforming into 5 pythons which howled as they shot toward Meng Hao. At the same time, she waved her hand, summoning a string of bells. When she swung the string, melodic chiming could be heard. When that sound entered Meng Hao's ears, though, it was like the roaring of the highest heavens, and he even felt his psyche trembling. Meng Hao gave a cold snort. He had cultivated the Tao divinity scripture, so as soon as the psyche-shaking sound waves hit him, he sent his divine sense out, which transformed into an invisible tempest and smashed back against them. Lady Dragonsnake's face fell, and blood oozed out of the corners of her mouth. Alarmed, she fell back. Before she could do anything else, Meng Hao flashed through the air, transforming into an azure rock, which shot like lightning toward the 5 pythons. Of course, rocks are the nemesis of dragons and snakes, so as soon as its aura appeared, the 5 pythons immediately shuddered. The azure rock quickly closed in and slashed its claws toward them. Booms echoed out as the pythons, completely unable to fight back, were ripped to shreds. Meng Hao then closed in on the woman herself. Rock transformation. You're a disciple of the heavenly rock sect. The woman's face fell, and she fell back, quickly performing an incantation gesture with her right hand. Then she spit out a mouthful of dark blood, which transformed into a blood-colored sealing mark. The sealing mark writhed, and in the blink of an eye, had transformed into a dragon. It was a dragon formed from black blood, which made this a black dragon. The black dragon kicked up a huge wind as it roared and shot toward Meng Hao. Is a magical technique like this really worthy of a chosen? Meng Hao said, shaking his head. If this was all she could do, this woman wouldn't deserve to have a promissory note and owe Meng Hao money. He took a step forward, clenching his right hand into a fist and unleashing a punch. It was his second fist strike, the bedevilment fist. As the fist rumbled through the air, the heavens seemed to teeter on the verge of collapse. The black dragon had just appeared, but was already twisting and distorting. It let out a miserable shriek, as if it were about to collapse into pieces. In almost the same moment that Meng Hao spoke, Lady Dragonsnake rotated her cultivation base, causing more than 10 soul lamps to appear around her, more than half of which were extinguished. Within each of those soul lamps could be seen the image of a person meditating. All of them wore the same face as Lady Dragonsnake, except that from the waist down they were snakes. Suddenly, they opened their eyes and looked at the black dragon. 13 dragon snake augmentations, she cried in a piercing voice. A tremor suddenly ran through the black dragon, and its energy redoubled. After that, it tripled, quadrupled. In the blink of an eye, the black dragon's energy had increased by 13 times. Now, it seemed absolutely, completely different from before. Furthermore, it even emanated faint traces of the Tao realm. Meng Hao was taken aback, but still shook his head. That still isn't going to cut it, he said. He was fed up with this fight already, so he immediately unleashed his third fist strike. God Slaying. As soon as the God Slaying fist was unleashing, everything began to shake. The black dragon, which was now 13 times more powerful than before, let out a miserable shriek as its body was destroyed. The surrounding cultivators were shocked, and looked over at Meng Hao with wide, astonished eyes. The Heaven God Alliance was wrong. The power he can wield is not that of the ancient realm. His injuries have healed. Before he was injured, he could wipe out the entire Black Soul Society. Even Patriarch Black Soul himself received terrifying injuries. Even as everyone reacted with shock, Meng Hao strode forward toward Lady Dragonsnake and extended his right hand. His eyes glittered with an intensely cold light. These cultivators had come here to kill him, so it didn't matter if they were men or women. Unless they qualified to have a promissory note, Meng Hao would not go lightly on them. He closed in on Lady Dragonsnake, killing intent raging. Her face fell, and both hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture. Just as Meng Hao was about to grab her by the neck, she roared, and suddenly transformed into a ghost image. When she reappeared off in the distance, blood was oozing out of her mouth. Meng Hao said. In the moment that she had performed her teleportation, he had felt fluctuations of the Tao Divinity scripture. He flashed through the air toward her again, and Lady Dragonsnake's face paled and filled with terror. Even as she backed up, she performed an incantation gesture and then fled via teleportation once more. His interest piqued. Meng Hao suddenly waved his finger, unleashing the 8th demon sealing hex. The woman didn't know why, but she suddenly lurched to a stop, and her eyes went wide with despair. Even as he closed in on her, all of a sudden, a withered hand appeared out of nowhere to claw at Meng Hao. Quasi-Dao? Scram! Meng Hao instantly knew exactly what type of person this was. He waved his hand, causing the aura of the Paragon Bridge to erupt out. The instant the hand made contact with him, it shattered. An old woman staggered out into the void, looking at Meng Hao with an expression of terror. Coughing up blood, she shot toward Lady Dragonsnake, grabbed her and fled. That old woman was Lady Dragonsnake's Tao protector, but even she was currently terrified. Young lady, we must flee. This man isn't injured at all. Seeing that Lady Dragonsnake was fleeing, Meng Hao smiled, although it was an icy smile. He suddenly waved his hand toward the fleeing Lady Dragonsnake. Call upon karma to form a binding writ. Starting today, you owe me money. Immediately, karma threads appeared above Lady Dragonsnake. Meng Hao then reached out and grabbed the brightest of the shining thread, and then placed a sealing mark on it. Rumbling sounds could be heard as Lady Dragonsnake coughed up blood. Her heart was now filled with an indescribable dread, especially when she saw the glowing piece of paper floating down onto Meng Hao's palm. She suddenly felt as if she had lost something important, and her fear grew. It was at this point that a cold snort echoed through the sky, and a writhing blood mist descended toward Meng Hao. Ah, another one, he said, chuckling. Instead of standing there waiting, he suddenly transformed into a prismatic beam of light that shot up into the sky. However, from a distance it looked like he was actually trying to flee. Just as Meng Hao was about to blast up into the sky and start fighting, the Taoist priest appeared in midair, beaming with a huge smile as he hollered, "Be a good kid, my little disciple, don't run." Just as Meng Hao was about to blast up into the sky and start fighting, the Taoist priest appeared in midair, beaming with a huge smile as he hollered, "Don't go, my little disciple." Although his shout seemed casual, it actually caused the sky to shake violently, as if it were about to collapse. In fact, if you looked up, you would see innumerable rifts opening up. The red mist, which had been just about to shoot down, suddenly shrank back, as if whatever person was concealed inside were suddenly shaking and going all out to retreat. This sudden turn of events caused Meng Hao to stare in shock, and also sadness. His original plan had been to leave planet Luo River, and in the process incite the Chosen in that red mist into fighting, then use a writ of karma to force him or her to owe Meng Hao money. How could he ever have imagined that the Taoist priest would interfere? The level of this priest's cultivation base caused Meng Hao's eyes to widen slightly. He obviously had a very high position in the righteous noble sect, and from the way he had shouted just now, Meng Hao could tell that he was a Three Essences Tao Lord, comparable to Patriarch Black Soul or perhaps a bit higher. That made Meng Hao even more depressed than before. Back when he couldn't fight Tao realm experts, he had virtually never encountered a single one. But now that he was capable of fighting them, they seemed to be popping up everywhere. The reality of the situation was that it was because he was in a much different position now, and thus the people he encountered were different. In any of the various mountains and seas, the number of Tao realm experts would never exceed several dozen. Most of them ended up as patriarchs of various sects, and as such were not the type of people ordinary cultivators ever encountered. Take, for example, Patriarch Black Soul. In a sect with hundreds of thousands of cultivators, there was only one Tao realm cultivator, Patriarch Black Soul. And yet, because Meng Hao could fight Tao realm experts, it was only natural that when he got involved in a situation, it would take the interference from them to resolve that situation. As for this Taoist priest from the righteous noble sect, he truly was a Three Essences Tao Lord, and was one of 3 Tao realm experts in that sect. In fact, he wasn't even the strongest of those 3, but rather the second strongest. Having 3 Tao realm experts meant that the righteous noble sect was in a very strong position in the Heaven God Alliance, a trend which was very similar to the 9th mountain and sea. There's no need to flee, my little disciple. Come, return with me to the righteous noble sect. With me around, nobody would ever dare to lay a hand on you. The Taoist priest approached, staring at Meng Hao with wide eyes. Meng Hao subconsciously edged backward. The Taoist priest didn't seem to mind. The more he looked at Meng Hao, the more excited he got because of that righteous, noble aura on him, which was apparently very special. Although the aura was fading, it was still quite apparent. In fact, it was the most clearly visible such aura that the Taoist priest had seen for many years. A 3. If only I could have found you before you started practicing cultivation, I could definitely have raised you into the most powerful expert in the righteous noble sect. Although it's not too late. Come. Your name is Meng Hao, right? If you join the righteous noble sect, you can get a Taoist name. My Taoist name is the Noble Ran. Let me think for a second. The Taoist priest slapped his thigh. Smiling radiantly, he said, I got it. Your Taoist name is the Righteous Howie. The disciples of the righteous noble sect around him exchanged dismayed glances. All of a sudden, they were no longer looking at Meng Hao with hostility, but rather with sympathy. Meng Hao was turning a bit green in the face. The Righteous Howie, the Righteous Howie. When he heard the name, he wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Were it not for the fact that he could tell that the Taoist priest harbored no ill will against him, he would long since have gone ballistic. This is ridiculous, Meng Hao said, flicking his sleeve. Face cold, he snorted, ignoring the Taoist priest and spinning to shoot up into the sky. He wanted to leave planet Luo River, but at the same time was wary of the Taoist priest. Even though Meng Hao could sense that the man did not want to hurt him, it was still better to be cautious. In order to make sure the man didn't try to stop him, he transformed into an azure roc, flapped his wings, and shot away, leaving behind nothing but a series of sonic booms. The Taoist priest stood where he was and did nothing to block Meng Hao's way. Instead, he looked on with a broad smile. The righteous noble sect disciples behind him had strange looks on their faces as they tried to figure out exactly what their muddle-headed patriarch was out to do. Well, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. However, we are destined to be master and apprentice, Noble Howie. It has been fated by the mountains and seas. It has been fated that within 10 breaths of time you will return. The Taoist priest's words were very mysterious. He stood there, hands clasped behind his back, looking every bit the transcendent being. Based on physical appearance alone, he appeared to be anything but ordinary. Meng Hao sped along in azure rock form, and within the space of a few breaths of time, he could see that out in the starry sky, tens of thousands of beams of light were shooting in his direction. Boiling, killing intent raged, distorting the starry sky. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal. Meng Hao would still choose to leave. But soon, he realized that among those beams of light were the fluctuations of at least 10 Dao realm experts. All of them were speeding in his direction. Even Meng Hao's scalp went numb at the thought of 10 Dao realm cultivators. That was not even to mention the fact that among those 10 auras, 2 of them exceeded the level of Dao lords. There was no way he could leave now. Even if he somehow got away from planet Luo River, he still wouldn't be able to avoid being killed eventually. Unfortunately, Patriarch Black Soul hated Meng Hao so much that he was willing to treat himself completely viciously. Perhaps individual cultivators might be able to ignore the idea of having him as a slave for 1,000 years, but to a sect as a whole, that was too much of a temptation. They would do anything possible to make that happen. Heaven God Alliance, Meng Hao said, eyes flickering coldly. With a sigh, he rolled his eyes, turned, and headed back down toward the surface of planet Luo River. Even as he turned back, the 10 Dao realm experts joined forces to attack. Rumbling filled the air as the power of numerous essences materialized, transforming into a stream of brilliant light, almost like an enormous whip, which slashed through the void toward Meng Hao even as he retreated back down toward the lands of planet Luo River. At the same time, the rest of the cultivators pushed forward with explosive speed. Back down on planet Luo River, the cultivators from the 4 local sects had just seen Meng Hao leave. Just moments later he returned, looking very out of sorts. Countless beams of light could be seen behind him in the starry sky, as well as a 7-colored light stream. As the 7-colored light stream closed in, Meng Hao's face fell, and he quickly shouted out to the Taoist priest. "Master, save me!" The transcendent-looking Taoist priest cleared his throat. Keeping his hands clasped behind his back, he slowly looked up and said, "Who is calling out for master?" He seemed to be refusing, but really, he was actually quite pleased with himself. Meng Hao smiled bitterly. Behind him, the stream of light was closing in, bursting with killing intent. If it touched him, he wouldn't be killed instantly, but it would definitely reopen the wounds he had just spent all this time healing. Gritting his teeth, he said, I'm the righteous Howie, O master. If you don't save me right away, then I won't recognize you as my master." Immediately, the Taoist priest's eyes began to shine as brightly as the sun and moon. "Ah, fear not, my little disciple. Master is coming." Laughing with excitement, and looking somewhat smug, he suddenly took a step forward. When his foot landed, he was between Meng Hao and the 7-colored stream of light. Suddenly, he lifted his right hand in the air, angling his hand as if he were holding a brush, and then began to write characters in the middle of the air. "How dare you bastards bully my apprentice? The righteous Howie is an upright person with a righteous, noble aura. Any enemy of his is an enemy of mine. You're at the threshold of planet Luo River, and this is the righteous noble sect. Do me a favor and screw off." Colors flashed and the wind howled. As the Taoist priest waved his hand to write characters, magical symbols flickered, and at the same time, a righteous, noble aura suddenly exploded out from him. That in turn seemed to incite the aura of planet Luo River itself, which surged out and slammed into the 7-colored stream of light. Massive rumbling could be heard as the stream of light quivered and then collapsed into pieces. At the same time, the righteous, noble aura shot further out into the starry sky, becoming an invisible pillar of chi that caused the entire starry sky to tremble. The incoming cultivators were all shocked and stopped in place, not daring to get any closer. Numerous shouts of rage could be heard after the stream of light collapsed. "Su Ran? You oaf, are you crazy?" "He's always been crazy. That's Meng Hao. He's not your apprentice. He's the killer who took out the whole Black Soul Society. Su Ran, is your righteous noble sect actually going to violate the orders of the Heaven God Alliance?" The sound of their cries echoed out, causing the lands to quake, rivers to flow backward, and all living beings to tremble. "I might be crazy sometimes, but not today," the Taoist priest replied, his voice booming. "You're the crazy ones. You might not be able to tell, but I can clearly see that Meng Hao has a righteous, noble aura. For him to have an aura like that means that anyone he killed deserved to die. If he exterminated the Black Soul Society, that indicates that the heavens, the eighth mountain and sea itself, and even the will of the entire mountain and sea realm, wished the Black Soul Society to be eradicated. It doesn't matter who he is, Meng Hao or some other Hao. Today he's my apprentice, the righteous Howie. With that, he swished his sleeve, causing massive rumbling to fill heaven and earth, as he once again summoned the power of planet Luo River to surge out into the starry sky. Of course, for him to do such a thing twice, to fight back against 10 Dao realm experts and countless other cultivators, left him with blood oozing out of his mouth. Meng Hao was shaken. He looked silently at the Taoist priest, feeling more than a little moved. After hearing the man talking about his supposed righteous, noble aura, Meng Hao suddenly began to speculate that it actually had something to do with the chi flow of the mountain and sea realm. They were now at an impasse. The cultivators who had come to kill Meng Hao remained out in the starry sky, unwilling to enter planet Luo River. This was one of the original planets of the eighth mountain and sea, not an artificial planet created by some almighty cultivator. It had existed for as long as the eighth mountain and sea had, and was one of only 4 planets like it. Any powerful sects on those primary planets were important parts of the Heaven God Alliance. Furthermore, they all had secret magics that enabled them to control the power of those planets themselves. In the middle of this intense standoff, the Taoist priest threw his head back and proudly brushed his sleeve. "Disciples of the righteous noble sect, hear my command," he said in a loud voice. "Escort your elder uncle back to the sect." The disciples of the righteous noble sect were shaking in their boots. They looked up at the forces arrayed against them in the sky, then back at Meng Hao and the Taoist priest, bitter smiles on their faces. After a moment of hesitation, they sighed, clasped hands to Meng Hao, and then turned to leave. The other cultivators present, as well as the force in the starry sky, looked on as Meng Hao and the righteous noble sect made their way off. The Taoist priest looked extremely pleased with himself as he quickly caught up with Meng Hao and then walked along at his side, laughing heartily. "The righteous Howie. Well, what do you think? Should we switch to another Taoist name?" Meng Hao hesitated, looking first at the Taoist priest and then all of the disciples of the righteous noble sect. Finally, he sighed. We don't need to switch. All right? Then it's settled." The Taoist priest slapped Meng Hao on the shoulder. "Senior." Before Meng Hao could say anything else, the Taoist priest glared at him angrily. Meng Hao smiled wryly. Master. The Heaven God Alliance put a bounty on my head. If I go back to the righteous noble sect with you, sir, I'm afraid it would be a big inconvenience." Meng Hao was actually feeling some reservations. Originally, he had planned to simply manipulate the righteous noble sect to make use of their power. However, the way the Taoist priest actually took him under his wing had moved Meng Hao, and now he was worried about dragging the whole sect into his own problems. "Nonsense," the Taoist priest said, sounding completely unruffled. "The righteous noble sect is the #1 sect on planet Luo River, and super famous in the Heaven God Alliance. Why should we be scared? What are we, babies? All you did was exterminate the Black Soul Society, right? Fine, one of these days when I'm in a good mood, I'll go exterminate a sect too. There's no way the Heaven God Alliance will put a bounty on my head." Meng Hao was struck speechless. Although what the Taoist priest said actually made sense, if Meng Hao truly became a disciple of the righteous noble sect, then technically he would also be a part of the Heaven God Alliance. In that case, everything that had happened would be considered an internal affair of the Heaven God Alliance. If that happened, there would be a plethora of options to resolve the situation. However, Meng Hao had the feeling that things wouldn't necessarily play out as smoothly as the Taoist priest believed. Most important was Meng Hao's own status, that of a cultivator foreign to the eighth mountain and sea. Time passed. They proceeded along, led by the Taoist priest to a huge monastery that consisted of 3 towering mountains. Located at the peak of each mountain was a statue surrounded by clusters of pagodas and buildings. Located in the middle of the 3 mountains was a sprawling Taoist rite temple. Incense smoke swirled up into the air, and the sound of tolling bells could be heard. Cranes soared in the air up above, and countless immortal creatures could be seen lazing about, clearly at peace with the local cultivators. This was the righteous noble sect. As Meng Hao looked around, he could see the powerful aura of heaven and earth filling the sect. Visible within that aura was a sense of uprightness that caused the entire righteous noble sect to feel both ancient and honorable. That was just what he could see at first glance. When he narrowed his eyes and looked closer, he was shocked at what else he could sense. The chi flow of the mountain and sea realm. Shockingly, the righteous noble sect had some of the chi flow of the mountain and sea realm. Although it wasn't much, it indicated that this place was beloved by the mountain and sea realm. Visible on the main gate were 4 characters, bold and powerful. It was impossible to tell how many countless years they had existed there, but looking at them filled a person with strange feelings, as if those characters were eternal and would never fade away. The 4 characters read, represent heaven, administer the Tao, the chi flow of the mountains and seas. Meng Hao murmured as he stepped into the monastery. A righteous, noble aura. Represent heaven in administering the Tao. Almost as soon as the disciples of the righteous noble sect stepped into their sect, numerous beams of light appeared in the air up above. Those were the cultivators who had come to kill Meng Hao and were now surrounding the righteous noble sect. Even the 10 Tao realm cultivators came and occupied 10 different locations equidistant from the sect. The powerful fluctuations of their cultivation bases were extremely threatening and overbearing. Rumbling could be heard as the righteous, noble aura within the righteous noble sect churned, spreading out to cover the entire sect. The sect's grand protective spell formation was activated, causing the entire sect to suddenly blur from the perspective of those on the outside. The only things most people could see clearly were the 3 huge statues atop the mountain peaks. One of those statues held a sword, another held a scroll, and the last was dressed in a scholar's robe, and held his hands clasped behind his back as he looked up into the sky. When the Tao realm experts on the outside saw those 3 statues, their eyes widened, and they said, the 3 righteous noble saints. As soon as Meng Hao set foot into the sect, a powerful voice instantly echoed out, bring Meng Hao to see me now. When the other disciples heard the voice, they immediately bowed their heads respectfully. The Taoist priest was the only one whose eyes flashed angrily as he strode toward the most prominent of the 3 mountain peaks. Meng Hao followed along. The 2 of them hurried forward to the mountain with the statue of the scholar staring into the sky. At the foot of the statue was a temple, outside of which could be seen 2 young boys, sitting there cross-legged. When they saw the Taoist priest, they immediately rose to their feet and clasped hands respectfully. The Taoist priest didn't say anything, but instead stalked past them into the temple entrance. Meng Hao was about to follow him when he turned and said, Master will go in alone. I want to see whether my words still count for anything in the righteous noble sect. Meng Hao stopped in place. When he looked at the temple in front of him, he could tell that there was some terrifying entity inside, emanating fluctuations that caused enormous pressure to weigh down on him. 3 essences makes a Tao Lord. 4, 5, and 6 essences are Tao sovereigns. The person inside that temple is a Tao sovereign. Meng Hao's pupils constricted. He had faced a 3 essences Tao Lord, had been forced to risk his life in combat, and still had not been able to eke out a victory. If he faced a Tao sovereign, even one with only 4 essences, he would definitely lose. Each essence in the Tao realm created a huge disparity. The difference between a Tao Lord and a Tao sovereign was like the difference between heaven and earth. Therefore, the level of difficulty of breaking through from being a Tao Lord to become a Tao sovereign was incredible. Furthermore, it ensured that in the mountain and sea realm, Tao sovereigns were not common. People like that were actually qualified to vie for the position of mountain and sea lord. Meng Hao took a deep breath and waited silently. The 2 boys standing guard measured him up curiously. They hadn't left the mountain recently, so they actually had no idea who Meng Hao was or what he had done. Time passed, and nothing could be heard from inside the temple. After a while, the 2 boys couldn't hold back from asking Meng Hao some questions. One had a look of sympathy on his face, while the other looked at him with a curious expression as he asked, "Are you Patriarch Noble Rant's new apprentice?" When Meng Hao nodded in response, the two boys exchanged a glance, then looked back at Meng Hao. This time both of them wore sympathetic expressions. Then they began to speak in turns. When I was reading the ancient records, I saw that 1,700 years ago, Patriarch Noble Ran accepted an apprentice, who died 2 months later. 1,500 years ago, he accepted another apprentice who also died after 2 months. 1,300 years ago, he took a third apprentice who also died. To date, Patriarch Noble Ran has had 8 apprentices, none of whom lived past 3 months. All of them died, and furthermore all of them died in very strange ways. What do you mean strange? Meng Hao asked, somewhat spooked. One was struck by lightning. He didn't die from the first lightning bolt, it took dozens. After he died, the sky cleared up immediately. There was one who ended up spontaneously exploding while cultivating. Oh, and another caught fire and burned to death. Another one experienced misfortune for 2 whole months until suddenly a meteor fell out of the sky and crushed him to death. Well, the point is, they all died in different ways. Meng Hao's eyes went wide. He almost couldn't believe what he was hearing. He was just about to ask some more questions when the seemingly quiet temple suddenly began to emanate intense ripples, as if some dispute were underway. After enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, the Taoist priest burst out angrily. After taking a few steps, he turned and glared back into the temple. You might be a Tao sovereign and you might be the first patriarch of the righteous noble sect, but your worldview doesn't go past the 8th mountain and sea. I refuse to believe that with your cultivation base, you can't see the righteous, noble aura on this apprentice of mine. The temple was completely quiet. No response could be heard. The Taoist priest stamped his foot and then began to stalk off angrily. As he passed Meng Hao, he motioned to him with his eyes, which caused Meng Hao to turn solemnly and follow him away. They left the central mountain and headed toward the mountain on the left, the one with the sword-wielding statue. At the base of that statue was another temple. After entering the temple, the Taoist priest angrily looked over his shoulder at the central mountain peak. Master, I think I should probably leave, Meng Hao said slowly. He couldn't stop thinking about the words spoken by the two boys moments ago. Leave? Where can you leave to? The Taoist priest said bitingly. The Heaven God Alliance is huge, and the teleportation portals are still sealed. If you step foot outside, hundreds of thousands of cultivators are going to try to kill you, maybe even more than that. You might have been able to exterminate the Black Soul Society, but can you exterminate the entire Heaven God Alliance? Well, can you? Not at the moment, no, Meng Hao replied calmly. Even if you could, I wouldn't let you. If you were the kind of person to do things like that, how could I have had the face to take you as my apprentice? Besides, it's only natural that I have a way to teleport you out of this piddling Heaven God Alliance. I've bought you 2 months of time, during which you'll just stay here and try to get as many people as possible to come surround the sect. Then when the time comes, I'll teleport you out, and things will be much safer. The Taoist priest sighed deeply. Of course, he didn't notice how jumpy Meng Hao got as soon as he mentioned the time frame of 2 months. It's too bad that something like this happened right when you became my apprentice. Suddenly, the Taoist priest seemed to go crazy, gesticulating wildly at the people besieging the sect. He let loose a long stream of curses, after which he stamped his foot. Damn it! I've had 8 apprentices throughout the years, and in the end, they all died. Now that I have a 9th, I won't let him die no matter what. Righteous Howie, the time has come for me to instruct you in the righteous noble sect's most powerful, most mysterious, most invincible Taoist magic. It's called the Tao is in my heart, the will is in my eyes, I shall exhaust the mountains and seas seal the heavens incantation. The Taoist priest's eyes were completely bloodshot, and when he spoke the final words, seal the heavens incantation, he spoke them very dramatically, one word at a time. If you can master that art, he continued solemnly, then in the future, you'll definitely be invincible in the mountain and sea realm. Master, Meng Hao said tentatively, did your last 8 disciples also study the blah 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 seal the heavens incantation? It's not the blah 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 seal the heavens incantation. It's the Tao is in my heart, the will is in my eyes, I shall exhaust the mountains and seas seal the heavens incantation. As for your other poor elder brothers, of course they studied it. Each and every one of them. Unfortunately, before any of them could finish, they died. The Taoist priest looked sad, very sad, and not the least bit of that was an act. The Tao is in my heart, the will is in my eyes, I shall exhaust the mountains and seas seal the heavens incantation. Meng Hao had just arrived in the righteous noble sect. It was currently evening. The sun was setting off in the distance, and a cool breeze rustled through the swaying flowers and vegetation that covered the mountains. Meng Hao stared blankly at this master of his, whose unreliability could only be outdone by patriarch reliance. He listened silently as the Taoist priest began to explain the so-called something seal the heavens incantation. This incantation is incredibly powerful, super powerful, invincibly powerful. Its creator is a one-of-a-kind super genius in the 8th mountain and sea. No, in fact, no one else like him has existed since the creation of the mountain and sea realm. The first requirement of the incantation is that you possess a righteous, noble aura. Then you must have a fearless heart. You have to place the 8th mountain and sea within your heart, and then do the same for all the other mountains and seas, until all 9 mountains and seas are inside of you. After that, you can force the mountain and sea realm to recognize you as its lord. If you succeed, then you will have completed the first step of the incantation. After that is the second step, sealing the heavens. You will have to seal each one of the 33 heavens, which will in turn cause your cultivation base to double with each sealing. After sealing the 33 heavens, then, theoretically speaking, your cultivation base should be 33 times more powerful. As the Taoist priest spoke, his expression was one of reminiscence, and he seemed profoundly ancient. Meng Hao hesitated for a moment. Seeing how entranced the Taoist priest seemed to be, he couldn't hold back from asking, "And after that? After that?" "There's nothing after that," the Taoist priest replied, glaring. "By that point, you'll be invincible. You don't need anything after that. Besides, it's hard to imagine anything more." "Impossible, really?" After a moment of silence, Meng Hao asked, "Master, sir, you created the something seal the heavens incantation, right?" "Ha ha ha. So you live up to my expectations as my disciple, even if you're not quite as smart as me. Excellent deduction. Since you found me out, Master won't hide the truth any longer. You are absolutely positively correct. Your master has been keeping this secret for 2,000 years now. At long last I can speak it out in the open. Righteous Howie, listen well. The Tao is in my heart, the will is in my eyes, I shall exhaust the mountains and seas seal the heavens incantation was created by me. It is the most powerful, most mysterious, and most supreme Taoist magic in the righteous noble sect. The Taoist priest swished his sleeve and raised his right hand dramatically into the air. Meng Hao chuckled wryly. He suddenly realized he had a headache. The Taoist priest glared at Meng Hao out of the corner of his eye, clearly displeased. "This is when you're supposed to cheer." Meng Hao stood there silently. However, the Taoist priest continued to hold the pose tenaciously. After a long, awkward moment, Meng Hao thought about how the man had protected him, and he sighed. Forcing himself to sound excited, he said, "Master, you're so incredible." The Taoist priest laughed loudly, then lowered his hand. "Just trust your master. The Tao is in my heart, the will is in my eyes, I shall exhaust the mountains and seas seal the heavens incantation is incredibly powerful. Considering the level of my cultivation base, I can only use it at 10% of its full power. But even that 10% is very, very, very powerful. Way more powerful than me. You have my word on that." The Taoist priest was bragging so hard that, though he was trying to seem high and mighty, spittle flew from his mouth. With that he swished his sleeve, raised his right index finger into the air, and pointed straight up into the sky. Come, it's time to practice the incantation. Just watch how I do it." "The Tao is in my heart," he roared, causing the words to echo out through the sect. Meng Hao couldn't help but notice that all of the disciples in the Taoist Rite Temple at the base of the mountain quickly lowered their heads in embarrassment. He looked back at the Taoist priest, unable to prevent his eyelid from twitching uncontrollably. The Taoist priest then bent his legs to form a circle, then raised his right hand up again, except this time to his forehead. "Follow me," he said, glaring at Meng Hao. "Come on." Meng Hao cleared his throat and thought once again about how the Taoist priest had personally taken him under his protection. Sighing, he bent his legs to form a circle and then, with difficulty, raised his hand vertically in front of his forehead. "Say the words," urged the Taoist priest. Meng Hao gritted his teeth and finally decided to just give in. The Tao is in my heart," he roared. The Taoist priest's eyes glittered, and he laughed. "Good. Very good. Now for the second stance." Next, he lifted his left hand up and held it horizontally in front of the other hand to make the character sir. "The will is in my eyes," he roared. No matter how you looked at it, the horizontal position of his left hand made it so that his eyes were completely covered up. Having no other choice, Meng Hao followed suit. "I shall exhaust the mountains and seas," the Taoist priest cried. He squatted down and leaped high into the air, looking very much like a frog. Meng Hao gaped with wide eyes, but finally gritted his teeth and followed along, jumping up into the air. "Seal the heavens, incantation." Hovering there in midair, the Taoist priest stretched both hands out wide, threw his head back and roared. His voice resonated out in all directions, becoming clearly audible to even the cultivators who had surrounded the sect. Strange expressions became visible on all of their faces. As for Meng Hao, he simply didn't have the courage to yell out the words, "Seal the heavens incantation," so loudly. Smiling bitterly, he spoke them out much more quietly, and then splayed his arms. The entire area around him then filled with nothing. There was absolutely no change. "Not bad," the Taoist priest said, looking pleased. "You keep practicing this magic for the next 2 months. Trust me, it's incredibly powerful, invincible in heaven and earth. It can sweep across anything in the mountains and seas, and can even exterminate paragons." Meng Hao couldn't think of anything to say in response. "All right, that will do for now. You keep cultivating that on your own. I have some things to take care of." With that, the Taoist priest waved his sleeve and headed down the mountain, quickly vanishing. Meng Hao sighed and sat down cross-legged. Frowning, he began to consider what other options were available in escaping the Heaven God Alliance's manhunt, as this place wasn't a long-term option. The Taoist priest was muddle-headed, but the first patriarch of the righteous noble sect was not, and clearly wasn't willing to let him stay here permanently. Obviously, the Taoist priest had forcefully demanded to have even the 2 months of time. "Well, that's fine," Meng Hao thought. "That will be enough for me to finish healing up and get back to my peak." Eyes glittering coldly, he took a deep breath and then began to meditate to treat his injuries. Before too much time passed, rumbling could be heard from off in the distance, and a pillar of light shot up into the sky. Within that light was the shadow of a person who was seemingly teleporting off to some other location. Meng Hao immediately opened his eyes and looked over. He found himself looking in the direction of the righteous noble sect's teleportation portals. His eyes flickered for a moment before he once again began to work on his injuries. More time passed. Soon, 10 days had gone by. During those 10 days, Meng Hao occasionally went down the mountain to watch the disciples of the righteous noble sect practicing cultivation, where he could sense the chi flow of the mountain and sea realm, as well as the righteous noble aura. Unfortunately, he could only spend about half of each day working on healing his injuries. The other times, the Taoist priest would drag him off to cultivate the something-something seal the heavens incantation. At first, Meng Hao was too polite to refuse. However, it quickly reached the point where he felt like he just couldn't take it anymore. Luckily, though, nothing strange happened as a result of practicing it. No misfortune, no lightning strikes, no spontaneous combustion. Although he wanted to refuse, every time he thought about how the Taoist priest had stood up to all of the cultivators out in the starry sky on his behalf, He simply couldn't bring himself to say anything. So he went along, albeit half-heartedly. But then one day when he went down the mountain, he happened to be passing through a valley when he overheard two disciples talking. Elder Grandfather Noble Ran has gone crazy again. For the past 10 days or so, he's been using the teleportation portal at least 10 times per day. All he does is send some random things to random places. What the heck is he doing? It costs quite a few spirit stones to use the teleportation portal, especially for sending things to the destination and back. And he goes somewhere different every time. Well, there's nothing you can do about it. The two disciples sighed. Shaken, Meng Hao hurried over to where the teleportation portals were located, where he saw the Taoist priest handing some spirit stones over to the disciple in charge. Apparently he was preparing to teleport some spirit creatures who were polymorphed into humanoid shapes. Sensing Meng Hao's presence, the Taoist priest turned. As soon as he saw Meng Hao, he laughed heartily. So, it's my little disciple. Come. Let's head back and practice the seal the heavens incantation some more. He stepped forward, grabbed Meng Hao's arm, and then sped back toward the mountain peak. Meng Hao didn't say anything on the way, and when they reached the mountain peak, he practiced the seal the heavens incantation with unusual earnestness. He performed every motion meticulously, and even cried out the words as loud as possible. After practicing for a few hours, Meng Hao suddenly asked, Master, why have you been using the teleportation portals so much in the past few days? Why? The Taoist priest replied, sounding surprised. Well, for you, of course. I used to say you were almost as smart as me on a good day. Kid, so how could you be so dumb? After the 2 months are over, you're going to need to teleport out of here. Since the teleportation portals are sealed, it's impossible to leave the Heaven God Alliance directly. You can still teleport to regions that are near the exits, though. However, there are far too many methods to interfere with a teleportation. Someone can even interrupt it when you're halfway there. Therefore, just to be safe, I'm clouding the waters a bit. If I activate the teleportation portals multiple times a day for 2 months in a row, then the people looking for you are gradually going to lose their patience. Then eventually you can just slip through. Meng Hao's heart trembled as he looked at the Taoist priest. This was a person he had never met before in his life, and yet had moved him repeatedly just in the past few days. The world of cultivation was a cold place in which people constantly fought and schemed against each other. It was a dog-eat-dog world. However, the more the world was like that, the more precious certain acts of beauty were. They were unforgettable things. Things to be engraved upon the heart and never parted with. Perhaps there were certain qualities that remained in a cultivator no matter what level they practiced cultivation to. After all, in the end, they were people and not animals. Meng Hao looked at the Taoist priest for a moment, then clasped hands and bowed very deeply. In the following days, he did not practice half-heartedly anymore. He would earnestly follow along with the Taoist priest in practicing the seal the heavens incantation. He was convinced that it was not really a Taoist magic, but rather something invented by the Taoist priest, a figment of his imagination. Eventually, Meng Hao learned that the Taoist priest had not always been this way. Once, a long time ago, he had left the sect only to return heavily injured, his beloved partner dead, and his children lost to the ravages of time. He came back alone, holding nothing but a piece of black leather the size of a hand, after which he lapsed into a coma. It was from that moment on that he occasionally became muddle-headed. As to what had happened to his family, he never talked about it. The sect made some investigations, but were never able to find any clues. However, the Taoist priest began to occasionally sit alone on the top of the statue on the mountain peak, looking off into the sky, laughing madly, raving, tears streaming down his face. A month into his time in the sect, Meng Hao even saw it happen once. The moon was shining high in the sky as the Taoist priest sat atop the statue, laughing or perhaps crying. It was like a frightening laughter that, if you listened to it long enough, sounded like weeping laced with indescribable sorrow. Meng Hao stared silently at the Taoist priest sitting there on the statue, then closed his eyes. It was not a moment to disturb the man. He knew that the Taoist priest was now in his own world. At dawn, the Taoist priest vanished, and then reappeared in front of Meng Hao, as muddle-headed and unreliable as ever. When Meng Hao opened his eyes, he saw a lively and energetic Taoist priest standing there who didn't seem to have a care in the world. "Come, come, my little disciple. Shout loudly with your master. The Tao is in my heart, the will is in my eyes, I shall exhaust the mountains and seal the heavens incantation." Time passed. More and more cultivators were gathering outside of the righteous noble sect. They crowded the lands and filled the sky. More than 1 million cultivators had been attracted to the area because of Meng Hao. The righteous noble sect felt a lot of pressure, and the sect's protective spell formation was active day and night. No one dared to relax for a moment, and the disciples were constantly on guard. One by one, more Tao realm experts arrived. Eventually there were almost 20, causing a terrifying pressure to weigh down on the entire area. Occasionally the mass of cultivators would cause ripples to spread out across the land, and the sky would distort under their auras. The pressure was so strong that it seemed like the heavens themselves were bearing down. No smiles could be seen on the faces of the disciples of the righteous noble sect, and on more than one occasion, Meng Hao could see hateful glances cast in his direction. Although this was the righteous noble sect, where they cultivated a righteous, noble aura, the pressure from the outside and the danger the sect was now in made it unavoidable that they feel rancor toward the person who had brought this down upon them. Meng Hao rarely went down off the mountain anymore. He simply sat there quietly, watching the teleportation portal being activated 10 times, sometimes even dozens of times each day. It was happening with such frequency that it became mundane, and every time it activated, human-looking figures would be among the things that were teleported. Occasionally, the teleportation portal would be used several dozen times in a row. This ensured that there was no pattern to how it was being used, and also caused the cultivators of the Heaven God Alliance on the outside who wanted to try to break the teleportation process to slowly grow completely exhausted. Soon, there were only 20 days left of the 2-month period. On one particular afternoon, the Taoist priest found Meng Hao to practice the seal the heavens incantation, after which he suddenly said, "All right, enough time has passed. We don't want anyone to be able to calculate the time exactly. So therefore, you're leaving right now." Meng Hao's eyes flickered with a serious look as he slowly rose to his feet. He clasped hands and bowed deeply. Then the two of them sped over to the location of the teleportation portal. This was not the first time they had gone to there together. They actually frequently did so. Not only would it make it difficult for anyone on the outside to detect what was going on, it would also confuse anyone within the sect who was paying attention and passing information to the outside. When they got to the teleportation portal, it had already been activated, and someone was inside waiting to be teleported away. The surrounding disciples in charge of the portal didn't pay much attention at all to the Taoist priest and Meng Hao, who they were used to seeing here. The Taoist priest looked at Meng Hao and began to speak in a hoarse voice. "If the teleportation goes successfully, you'll emerge near the border of the Heaven God Alliance. The border region is too vast and can't be sealed completely, so that will be your opportunity. You'll need to employ as much speed as you can manage to cross the border and leave the Heaven God Alliance. Then you'll be safe. If anyone blocks your path, or destroys the teleportation path, then remember to keep heading in the same direction that the path was taking you. Once you step onto the teleportation portal, everything will be up to you." Suddenly, he flicked his sleeve, causing the teleportation portal to perform several teleportations in a row. Rumbling filled the air, and bright light rose up. But then it suddenly stopped. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, the Taoist priest suddenly barked, "Now!" Meng Hao's eyes flickered. He stepped into the teleportation portal without the slightest hesitation. Almost immediately, he saw that outside of the righteous noble sect were countless other teleportation portals being activated at the same time, as the cultivators there tried to match their frequencies to the teleportation portal inside the sect. Meng Hao's face flickered, but it was at this point that the Taoist priest suddenly stepped into the teleportation portal and grabbed Meng Hao by the arm. In the instant that the teleportation portal was activated, the Taoist priest leapt off of the portal, dragging Meng Hao with him as he then flickered and shot up into the sky at high speed. Immediately, numerous angered cries could be heard from outside the righteous noble sect. Shameless. Noble ran. Don't tell me you're rebelling against the Heaven God Alliance? Damn it. More than half of the Dao realm experts on the outside were already bathed in the light of teleportation. The Taoist priest had timed his move very craftily. Once the portals were activated, there was no way for the people inside them to leave, and they had to go along with the teleportation. The remaining Dao realm experts who had not entered teleportation portals bellowed in rage and shot into the air toward the Taoist priest. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. The Taoist priest hadn't mentioned anything at all about this before. Obviously, everything he had been doing with the teleportation portals in the past several weeks, including the feint just now, had been a trap. It was all bait to lure the experts of the Heaven God Alliance away. The Taoist priest never had any intention of having Meng Hao use the righteous noble sect's teleportation portal to escape. Doing that was far too unsafe and had too many weak points. However, his performance had been so realistic that many people were fooled and, no matter whether they were willing or not, got stuck in the teleportation portals and then vanished. In fact, there was an even deeper layer to this plan. Because of all the activity with the teleportation portals, the cultivators of the Heaven God Alliance had long since concentrated all of their attention on the portal. In order to intercept him, massive numbers of cultivators had even been arranged to surround every teleportation node within the entire alliance. Furthermore, they engaged the help of almighty experts whose task was expressly to cover planet Luo River with their divine sense, laying in wait to sever any teleportation beams leaving the planet. If Meng Hao really had tried to get away via teleportation, it would have been impossible for him to reach his destination. He would have been attacked and forcibly ejected from the teleportation beam. Rumbling echoed out as the Taoist priest shot up into the sky with Meng Hao, moving at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they were outside of planet Luo River. Meng Hao looked over at the Taoist priest and was once again deeply moved. Behind them, angered roars could be heard as 6 beams of light closed in, 6 almighty Dao realm cultivators. Behind them were countless more cultivators, all of them racing to catch up with the Taoist priest and Meng Hao. It only took a moment for the other cultivators throughout the Heaven God Alliance, the ones sent to lock down the teleportation portals or ambush Meng Hao's teleportation beam, to be notified of what had happened. They immediately abandoned their positions and raced toward planet Luo River at top speed. One slight change can sometimes have a huge effect on the overall situation. The Taoist priest's sudden action caused the entire setup put in place by the Heaven God Alliance to be ruined. Rumbling echoed out in all directions as the Taoist priest and Meng Hao entered the starry sky. "Come with me," the Taoist priest said, eyes glittering. He waved his hand, causing a flying shuttle to appear, upon which he and Meng Hao alighted. Then, rumbling could be heard as the flying shuttle shot out into the starry sky at incredible speed. As soon as he landed on the flying shuttle, Meng Hao shivered and looked down at it. "This is... How could Master allow anyone to harm you, my little disciple?" The righteous noble sect's teleportation portals were all being watched. Even if they hadn't been, I would never have felt at ease letting you use them. The only type of teleportation portal I can trust would be one created by myself. This flying shuttle is actually a teleportation portal. Sit down cross-legged and merge your mind into the shuttle. Go quickly. The faster the shuttle goes, the more powerful the teleportation will be. I refuse to believe that these people could have predicted that I would have a flying shuttle teleportation portal. With that, the Taoist priest waved his hand behind him. Rumbling echoed out as the 6 pursuing Dao realm experts launched attacks. The Taoist priest trembled, and blood oozed out of his mouth. He might be strong, but he was not strong enough to handle 6 Dao realm cultivators simultaneously. It was at this point that 2 streams of divine sense suddenly shot through the air toward them all. Shockingly, these were also Dao realm experts. Now there were 8 of them, 3 of which were Dao lords. All of these people were on the level of patriarchs in the various sects of the Heaven God Alliance, and when they combined forces, their essence power caused the shuttle to tremble on the verge of collapse. Meng Hao's face flickered, and the Taoist priest suddenly threw his head back and laughed. Then, he reached down and slapped his left hand onto the surface of the flying shuttle, giving it more power. It suddenly shot forward at 10 times its original speed. It was moving so fast that it seemed to be engulfed with flames. Simultaneously, the teleportation portal inside began to activate. A shapeless rift opened up in front of the shuttle, and it looked as if the shuttle were about to be swallowed up by a huge mouth. This caused the faces of all the observers to fill with shock. The Tao Realm patriarchs howled in rage. "You can't get away!" one of them roared. As soon as the words rang out, it seemed like the rules of nature changed to follow suit. Essence transformed into natural law, wrapping around Meng Hao. However, it was at this moment that the Taoist priest began to laugh loudly. Eyes shining, he shouted, "Watch closely, my apprentice. Before you leave, your master will demonstrate the seal the heavens incantation." With that, he bent his legs into a circle and then pointed his right index finger up into the starry sky. "The Tao is in my heart." As soon as the words left his mouth, time seemed to slow to a halt, and everything stopped moving. A righteous, noble aura filled the area, and the eighth mountain and sea began to tremble. More shocking of all was that the Taoist priest's bent legs all of a sudden looked like a tilted mountain peak. "The will is in my eyes." He moved his left hand to intersect with his right hand. His hair whipped about wildly, and a strange gleam shone from his eyes. At the same time, an indescribable aura suddenly began to radiate out from him. "I shall exhaust the mountains and seas. Seal the heavens. Incantation." With that, his legs straightened as he leaped up and stretched his arms out wide. The eighth mountain was shaking so violently it seemed as if it would crumble. The eighth sea howled, and the starry sky distorted. Everything was in chaos. As for Meng Hao, he could see the chi flow of the mountain and sea realm converging on the Taoist priest. Massive power built up in his outstretched arms and then shot out into the starry sky. Faintly, an image of the 9 mountains and 9 seas of the mountain and sea realm appeared, filled with supreme power. Everyone present was completely shocked. Meng Hao watched as the 9 mountains and the 9 seas formed into the shape of a huge giant, apparently shaped together by the call of the Taoist priest's magic. As soon as it appeared there in the starry sky, it waved its finger toward the enemy cultivators. That simple wave of a finger caused the starry sky to be swept away, layer after layer. The cultivators' faces were filled with shock and quickly fell back. Even the Tao realm experts. Many people were aware that the noble Ran of the righteous noble sect had created the seal the heavens incantation. When it was brought up in conversation, it was generally considered a big joke, and therefore no one would ever have been able to guess that when the Taoist priest unleashed it on this day, it would explode out with a shocking, supreme power. Blood sprayed out of the mouths of the ordinary cultivators, and the Tao realm experts could not prevent the blood from oozing out of their mouths. The single wave of the giant's finger was apparently backed by the power of the mountains and seas, and it wasn't targeting the cultivators in order to harm them, it was actually performing a sealing. One swipe of a finger was sealing the heavens. If the heavens could be sealed, there was no need to even mention the people under them. That waving finger caused sealing marks to appear on all the cultivators. One by one, they coughed up blood, and were sent spinning through the starry sky, completely out of control. The seal the heavens incantation. This is impossible. How could the noble Rance poppycock magical technique actually be so powerful? Everyone was astonished. The Taoist priest was trembling, and he also coughed up a mouthful of blood, and instantly aged significantly. In order to avoid any further trouble for the righteous noble sect, he ceased any further attacks. Then he turned and looked at the resplendent beam of light which was fading off into the distance. It was almost as if he could see Meng Hao within the light, and could tell that he was just as shocked as all the other cultivators at what had happened. "My little disciple," he said coolly, "this is your master's seal the heavens incantation." Then he remained there, hovering in midair, surrounded by the other cultivators who had all just been scattered about. A certain aura was emanating off of him in that moment, an aura that was difficult to describe. Suddenly, he no longer seemed muddle-headed and unreliable. He looked like a transcendent being, completely beyond ordinary. Completely ignoring the other cultivators, he turned and headed back to planet Luo River and the righteous noble sect. In another patch of the starry sky in the territory of the Heaven God Alliance, near the border, floated an asteroid. No records from any sect contained any information about a teleportation node on this particular asteroid, but all of a sudden, it began to glow brightly. Moments later, the asteroid exploded into pieces as a stone platform appeared from within. The platform itself was covered with cracks and the markings of a teleportation spell formation. The spell formation was currently activated and running at full power and, from the looks of it, it wouldn't be too long until it broke down completely. Soon, more cracks appeared over its surface, and a flying shuttle flew out from inside of it. As soon as it did, the stone platform lost its ability to hold itself together and shattered. At the same time, the flying shuttle also transformed into ash. Subsequently, Meng Hao appeared there in the starry sky. Everything was quiet. Not a single sound could be heard. Meng Hao turned and looked off into the distance, still thinking with amazement about what he had just seen. Seal, the heavens, incantation. He murmured. How could he ever have imagined that the Taoist priest's comical magical technique would be so shockingly powerful? For one person to seal hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Well, that Taoist magic was definitely no ordinary Tao. It had ascended to the level of a strategic weapon. One could even imagine how, if there was a great war, the Taoist priest could completely turn the tides by himself. In all the years he had practiced cultivation, Meng Hao had never seen anything like it before, and it left his heart racing. After all, throughout the more than 1 month that he had been in the righteous noble sect, he had practiced the technique hundreds of times at the bequest of the Taoist priest. There's always something new to learn, he murmured. The further you travel, the more you see and experience. It's only then that you realize that there are heavens beyond what you imagined could exist. And likewise, people who exceed your imagination. Likewise, whatever Taoist magics you knew, there are always more powerful ones out there. Staring off into the distance, he clasped hands and bowed deeply in his appreciation toward the Taoist priest. Meng Hao was the type of person to remember every single individual who had helped him. However, he also knew that now was not the time to wallow in emotions. After bowing, he quickly shot off into the distance. The border region of the Heaven God Alliance is dotted with artificial planets that are used as teleportation checkpoints. Other than those planets, there is nothing else but the vast border itself. The gateway planets will be heavily fortified, and I definitely won't be able to get past them. Therefore, I'll just have to break through that endless border. Having made his decision, he took advantage of the fact that no one was around to shoot off into the distance. Time passed. A day later, something like a white line appeared off in the distance. At first he couldn't quite tell what it was, but as he neared, the white line turned into a white wall. It was illusory and spread out as far as the eye could see in either direction. Meng Hao looked it over, hesitating for a moment. Finally, a cold glint appeared in his eyes as he shot toward the wall. He reached it in the blink of an eye, and then slammed into it with the full force of his Paragon bridge. The wall shuddered, and cracking sounds could be heard as fissures spread out across the surface of the wall. Just as he was on the verge of breaking through, his face fell and he suddenly stopped in place due to the intense sensation of deadly crisis that filled his mind. A beam of light suddenly appeared out in the void, spreading out as if to envelop Meng Hao and lock him in place. Nobody who goes berserk in the Heaven God Alliance can leave peacefully. The owner of the calm voice was an illusory face which had just appeared in the starry sky. It was none other than the old man who had originally determined Meng Hao's location. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed icily, and he gave a cold harumph as he once again battered the white wall, shattering it. He burst through, assuming he was now outside of the Heaven God Alliance, only to find that directly ahead of him was a second white line, which was a second white wall. Just looking at it, it was possible to tell that there was not just a second white wall, but beyond it, a third one and a fourth one. They went on and on, packed together one after another. Unexpectedly, there were no less than 100,000 walls. Meng Hao's face instantly turned unsightly. The Heaven God Alliance is not a place where people can just come and go as they please. The noble Ran might have helped you, but you still have no way of escaping. Even as the old man spoke, the light of numerous teleportations began to shine up in the area. A total of 15 teleportation formations could now be seen, with the shadows of countless individuals forming inside of them. Once they fully appeared, it seemed as if Meng Hao would have no other choice but to attempt to flee. However, the old man had underestimated Meng Hao. In almost the same instant the teleportation light began to shine, Meng Hao suddenly looked over at the illusory face. So, it turns out you can't come here personally, nor can you actually kill me. All you can do is control the power of the Heaven God Alliance's border. The old man's expression flickered as Meng Hao's cultivation base suddenly exploded with the power of an all-heaven Tao immortal, and his peak fleshly body. Rumbling sounds could be heard as, unexpectedly, he didn't flee, but instead shot toward the teleportation portals. As soon as he closed in, he unleashed the god-slaying fist. The fist landed on a teleportation portal that was just about to complete its teleportation. When Meng Hao struck it, it distorted, and then the cultivators inside shouted out in astonishment. "Break!" Meng Hao said coolly. Instantly, the teleportation collapsed, and the cultivators inside began to distort as the teleportation magic was destroyed. As for the cultivators inside, only the most powerful were free from danger, and yet even they were now incapable of completing the teleportation. "Child!" The face roared angrily, and yet it was powerless to do anything. Meng Hao pretended as if he hadn't heard anything at all. His body flickered as he unleashed another fist strike. One punch! One punch! Rumbling could be heard as 3 teleportation portals were destroyed in quick succession. As for the other 11, the people inside were materializing. Meng Hao laughed coldly, then raised both hands high into the air. As he lowered them, he cried, "Paragon Bridge! Ryua Yuam Blel." The Paragon Bridge then exploded out from inside Meng Hao, bursting through the starry sky with crushing pressure. Instantly, 4 more teleportation portals were destroyed, and a moment later, 5. There were only 2 teleportation portals which actually managed to finish their teleportation. Before they could be destroyed, the people inside of them charged out. There were a total of about 100 cultivators, led by 2 people. One of them wore a long, blood-colored robe, and the other was the young man shadowed by the Heaven God image, who had his hands clasped behind his back. After looking around for a moment, their scalps went numb, and they actually wished that they hadn't successfully teleported here to begin with. Of the 15 teleportation portals they had begun with, only 2 had managed to teleport their passengers successfully. The 2 leaders' hearts began to pound. Looking over at Meng Hao, they began to back up. They had come here to chase Meng Hao down and kill him, but now they were the ones who were running away. Meng Hao looked over at the enraged illusory face and said, "Since you won't let me leave, then I guess I'll just stick around and have my fill of slaughtering your people for a while." Laughing coldly, he shot toward the newly arrived cultivators. The 100 or so cultivators' scalps were all numb from the sight of Meng Hao charging them, his energy surging. The cultivators' minds reeled, and they fell into retreat. If they had a bit more of an advantage in terms of numbers, and if they had some Dao realm support, then they would be able to surround Meng Hao and bombard him from all sides. But now, they were facing Meng Hao by themselves, and it instantly drained their courage. After all, the person who had completely exterminated the Black Soul Society was the type of person who left them completely terror-struck. "Think you can just leave?" Meng Hao asked, killing intent flickering in his eyes. He was already completely fed up with being chased, so he transformed into an azure-colored rock and shot toward the nearest cultivator. A talon that could shatter metal or rock slammed into the man's head, and a cracking sound rang out. Blood spurted out in all directions, but by then Meng Hao had already appeared in front of another cultivator, whereupon he flapped his wings and transformed into a beam of azure light. Everywhere he went, blood-curdling screams rang out. The young man in the leadership position was terrified, and completely regretted coming to this place as his heaven god image suddenly shattered. A popping sound could suddenly be heard from the other young leader, who instantly transformed into a red mist. So, it turns out it was you. Meng Hao eyed the red mist, completely ignoring the young man with the heaven god image. He shot forward in pursuit of the red mist. "It's not me!" cried an alarmed voice from within the red mist. This was indeed the same person who had appeared a month before. At that time, the Taoist priest had ended up taking Meng Hao away, and therefore this young man had managed to avoid meeting a calamity. Upon this second meeting, the red mist immediately attempted to flee at top speed. However, Meng Hao waved his finger, unleashing the 8th demon sealing hex. The mist immediately lurched to a stop, and Meng Hao advanced, waving his arm, which caused the entire patch of mist to be blasted away. Revealed inside was a young man in a red robe. Face flickering, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, and then pointed at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's blood immediately began to flow backward, and his cultivation base rotated in reverse. He stopped in place, his face bright red. Killing intent flickered in the eyes of the young man who, instead of fleeing, turned and lifted both hands into the air. Even as he closed in on Meng Hao, an old man materialized from thin air nearby, his face grim and also filled with killing intent. This man was obviously the younger man's Tao protector. Both attacked with thunderous speed, and yet, as they neared, Meng Hao merely smiled. That smile caused the old Tao protector's heart to feel as if it had been struck by lightning. Before he could even react, Meng Hao shot forward, unleashing 1, 2, 3 fists onto him. A boom could be heard as the man's body exploded into fragments, and he was completely destroyed, without even being given a chance to scream. It was an instant fatality. The red-robed young man's eyes widened, and he instantly began to back up. But Meng Hao was already upon him, and began to unleash the same punch he had released onto the old man. "You can't kill me. My father is the Blood Seal Sex sect." Before the young man could finish speak, Meng Hao's fist landed. A boom rang out, and the young man's body trembled. Then he looked down at himself and saw a huge, gaping hole in his chest. The terrifying explosive power continued to flood out through his body, which then began to crack and fall apart. Moments later, he was completely dead, even his soul. "Well, why didn't you speak up earlier?" Meng Hao said, frowning with the realization that he probably shouldn't have killed this person. If his father was somebody important, he surely could have ransomed him for a hefty price. Unfortunately, the young man hadn't spoken up quickly enough. "I originally only had one enemy, which was the Black Soul Society. But with so many cultivators trying to chase me down and kill me, well, let's just see who's the last one standing." He flicked the blood off of his hand, and turned, eyes flickering with killing intent as he vanished. 2 days later, the hunt for Meng Hao was still going on in the Heaven God Alliance's territory. Suddenly, he ran into a squad of about 100 cultivators. Unfortunately for them, they had no Tao realm expert to lead them, and therefore, after about 10 breaths of time passed, they were completely wiped out. Another day passed. In another location, he ran into 300 cultivators. They were similarly wiped out. The Heaven God Alliance was furious, and countless cultivators were mobilized to try to chase down Meng Hao. However, any time they were able to pinpoint his location, he was simply too fast, and by the time a Tao realm expert arrived on the scene, he would be long gone. On the 6th day, a group comprised entirely of Heaven God Society disciples ran into him, and was completely wiped out. That completely enraged the cultivators of the Heaven God Alliance. However, on the 7th day, something happened which caused the number of cultivators who were pursuing Meng Hao to suddenly drop by a significant number. Even the highest-ranking members of the Heaven God Alliance itself were shocked. Meng Hao killed a Tao realm cultivator. That person might only have been a one-essence Tao realm cultivator, but he was in that most mighty of realms, the type of person who could be a true patriarch. He suddenly appeared when Meng Hao was in the middle of wiping out a group of Heaven God Alliance cultivators. Meng Hao immediately stopped attacking his current target and shot toward the Tao realm expert. They then engaged in a fierce battle in the starry sky. Although it first seemed as if it would be a protracted fight, Meng Hao killed him after only an hour. That completely shook everyone who was chasing him, and brought them back to their senses after the intoxicating thought of the prize for catching him. In fact, many sects even issued orders to their disciples to stop going after Meng Hao and return to the sect. That battle clearly revealed that Meng Hao's cultivation base had been restored, and furthermore, showed that his extermination of the Black Soul Society had not been a fluke. Nor had he used some special method to make it happen. It wasn't something that could only happen once. He truly possessed that level of power. The slaughtering was instantly reduced. And yet, there were still people chasing him. The main difference was that Immortal Realm cultivators no longer joined in, and the weakest people were in the great circle of the ancient realm. The main strength came in the form of Dao Realm cultivators. In the entire Heaven God Alliance, there were only a few dozen Dao Realm cultivators, about 30% of which were now participating in the search. However, because of the deadly way Meng Hao was fighting back against his pursuers, the Heaven God Alliance was no longer chasing him merely because of what had happened with the Black Soul Society. Apparently, an undispellable enmity now existed between them. In this, Meng Hao could not be blamed. The responsibility fell squarely on the shoulders of the Heaven God Alliance. Soon, the actual instances of death grew increasingly infrequent. It wasn't until 3 days later that several Dao Realm experts caught up with Meng Hao at the same time. After an intense battle was fought, Meng Hao was forced to flee. 5 days later, 2 more Dao Realm cultivators caught up with him. The battle was incredible, and both Dao Realm cultivators were heavily injured. However, so was Meng Hao, who was again forced to flee. Currently, Meng Hao was staggering along somewhere near the border of the Heaven God Alliance. Blood oozed out of his mouth, and yet, his eyes shone with cold light. He looked like a lone wolf. His injuries were serious, and his eternal stratum was hard at work. It had been less than a month, and he had been in numerous intense fights, the most recent of which had all been fights with the Dao Realm. 1 essence or 2 essences were one thing, but if they teamed up, things got difficult. That was not even to mention what happened when a Dao Lord appeared. After all, Meng Hao wasn't even in the Dao Realm himself. There must be something on me that they can sense, but what? They're constantly locking on to my position. Ever since I left planet Luo River, they've been tracking me down so quickly. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent. Suddenly, he stopped in place and looked up ahead at something that had just appeared out in the inky blackness of the void. Brightly glowing rifts, in between which floated dust and rubble. There weren't many of them, only a total of 33, and they formed together into a very peculiar shape that resembled the vicious face of a ghost, floating there in the starry sky. For some reason, Meng Hao got the feeling that the ghost face was looking at him. He even caught wind of what sounded like endless screams echoing out from tombs. His face fell and he began to back up. As he did, he couldn't help but notice that the area encompassed by the ghost face was expanding. It was now larger than when he had first seen it by about 30%. An arcane pocket realm? He thought, studying the ghost face. For some reason, looking at the ghost face filled him with a sense of intangible danger. He quickly pulled out the map jade slip from the Righteous Noble sect and examined it carefully. Unfortunately, there was no information whatsoever about anything special in this area. Something's off, he thought, frowning. After looking again at the rapidly expanding ghost face, and then back at the map jade slip, his brow furrowed deeper. The map was very detailed, and was a rare item that only conclave disciples of the Righteous Noble sect would have access to. There were even many asteroids marked on the map. According to the map, Meng Hao's current location should have had 7 asteroids which formed together in a small bazaar. Right now, though, there were no 7 asteroids to be seen, and the bazaar which had existed on them was also gone. As Meng Hao studied the situation, his scalp began to grow numb. Did they get swallowed up? He thought, looking over at the 33 glowing rifts, and the dust and rubble floating there. He could well imagine that, previously, there really had been 7 asteroids in the bazaar, and naturally some cultivators would have been present too. However, these 33 glowing rifts had suddenly appeared and then swallowed up and destroyed everything in the area. This line of thinking caused Meng Hao's face to fall. Furthermore, the sensation of danger he felt grew even stronger. There was even an aura of death that gradually became quite apparent. The 8th mountain and sea is full of one grave after another. Could this also be some sort of gravesite? Without any hesitation, he backed up. This place seemed far too dangerous, so he decided to simply turn and leave. The following moment, though, before he had flown very far, he looked out into the starry sky and caught sight of a merchant ship heading in his direction. Just when he caught sight of it, the ship suddenly stopped in place. A complicated expression appeared on Meng Hao's face as he noticed the magical symbols on the side of the ship, which formed together into the character Meng Meng. The Meng clan. This was his first time seeing anyone from the Meng clan in the 8th mountain and sea. He had never imagined that it would be under these circumstances. Looking away, he made to leave again, when suddenly, a bright shield of light appeared around the ship, apparently a defensive spell formation. Simultaneously, several figures flew out from the ship to stare at Meng Hao. One of them was a young man, handsome although somewhat pallid. He looked weak, as if from excessive drinking. He wore fine silks and had a jade slip in his hand. As soon as he caught sight of Meng Hao, his face lit up, and he crushed the jade slip. Meng Hao scanned the ship with divine sense and found that the highest cultivation bases among their number were 2 experts in the great circle of the ancient realm. One of them stood next to the young Meng clan cultivator, and the other flanked another young man, who was extremely skinny but had a cold gleam in his eyes. Meng Hao could kill all of these people very easily, even if they did have a defensive spell formation in place. When he saw the young man crush the jade slip, Meng Hao sighed. Then he turned, transforming into a beam of bright light that began to shoot off into the distance. But then, the young man cried out, "Meng Hao, don't even dream about leaving. Get out there and stop him. All of you. I already notified the senior members of the Heaven God Alliance, and they'll be here any moment. Stall Meng Hao." In response to the young man's words, a dozen or so cultivators flew out from the ship. They all looked very nervous, and yet even more nervous than they were the 2 cultivators in the great circle of the ancient realm. When they heard the young man's words, their faces fell. "Shut your mouth!" one of the old men roared. "Moron!" said the cold, skinny young man off to the side, his expression flickering with scorn. Meng Hao frowned and looked over at the Meng clan cultivators who were charging toward him. All of them were in the Immortal realm, and there was one who had clearly just achieved Immortal Ascension, a Stage 1 Immortal. They were trembling to a man, looking at Meng Hao in abject terror. In fact, once Meng Hao swept his gaze over them, none of them seemed willing to advance. "What are you doing?" hollered the young man, furious. "Get out there. Don't let him get away." The old man standing off to the side saw Meng Hao looking his way. Trembling, he gritted his teeth and slapped his hand onto the back of the young man's head. The young man instantly went limp and fainted. The old man quickly hurried forward, then clasped hands and bowed deeply to Meng Hao. "Senior, our clan's young master doesn't understand how the world works. This was clearly just a case of mistaken identity. Senior, please forgive us. Well, we'll be on our way now." Then he nervously called for all the clan members to return to the ship, after which it slowly began to back up. Meng Hao could see the beads of sweat on the old man's face, and could tell how nervous he was. Clearly, he now hated the young man even more than he had before. The young man had instantly identified Meng Hao, and so had his Tao protector. However, as soon as the old man thought about how Meng Hao had exterminated the Heaven God Alliance's Black Soul Society, and then killed so many of his pursuers, even Tao realm experts, his heart trembled. Brainless moron. I really don't understand why the clan cares about him so much. I can't believe he intentionally provoked that jinx. There was someone else on the ship who was looking at Meng Hao, his face pale. He seemed to be hesitating, as if something had just occurred to him that he wished to speak out loud, but didn't qualify to do so. He was also a young man wearing the clothes of a royal bodyguard. His face was crisscrossed with numerous scars that stretched down his neck and even further. Apparently, those scars ran across his entire body, and he looked to be in a weakened state. Meng Hao looked over at the cultivators of the Meng clan. He would never have imagined that his initial encounter with them would have been like this. He glanced at the young unconscious youth and realized that he must be someone very special to the Meng clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the level of power he did. However, the fact that he was such an idiot caused Meng Hao to feel a bit disappointed in the Meng clan. However, because it was his mother's clan, and his grandfather's, he had special feelings for them. Therefore, he didn't allow what had happened to leave him with a very bad impression. He had planned all along to go visit the Meng clan while he was in the 8th mountain, to see what it was like and also to make contact with the members of his grandfather's bloodline. As he watched the ship moving off into the distance, he sighed, then looked away and made to leave. But then his eyes flickered as he looked off in a different direction. "Well, since you're here, why not show yourself?" he said calmly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the void off in the distance distorted, and 3 people emerged. The first was a ruddy-faced boy wearing a white robe. He held his hands clasped behind his back, and had a third eye on his forehead. His expression was icy, and the third eye blinked constantly, simultaneously radiating a mysterious light as he walked forward. Shocking ripples radiated out from him in all directions, causing the natural laws in the starry sky to be shoved away. Essence power built up, like a drawn arrow ready to be loosed. Tao Lord! Meng Hao thought, pupils constricting. The second person was an old woman, her face covered with bulging pustules. Every step she took caused her to tremble, as if she were so old she might die at any moment. However, she brimmed with vibrant life force that made her seem like an eternally inextinguishable flame. When the old woman saw Meng Hao, piercing, screeching laughter erupted from her mouth, as if she were looking at a dead man. The third person was none other than Patriarch Black Soul. He looked different now. Obviously, he had possessed a new fleshly body. However, his soul aura, and his venomous hatred for Meng Hao, made him instantly identifiable. "Listen up, child," the white-robed boy said. "I'm Xianxia, from the One Profound sect on planet Profound Turtle." The boy's voice was not loud, and yet it seemed to rumble out in all directions like thunder. As soon as Meng Hao heard him mention the One Profound sect, his eyes widened. Of the 4 planets in the 8th mountain and sea, Meng Hao had heard of planet Luo River as well as planet Profound Turtle. As for the One Profound sect, they were the number 1 sect on planet Profound Turtle. They occupied a very high position, and were ranked among the top 5 forces in the Heaven God Alliance. Next to speak was the old woman, whose voice was hoarse as she smiled and said, "And I'm Hong Chun, from the Church of the Dragon God on Planet 8 Designs." Her expression was completely vicious, and when she smiled, one of the pustules on her face popped. No liquid emerged. Instead, a milky white centipede crawled out from the broken flesh, its legs writhing in a shocking fashion. When Meng Hao looked at this Hong Chun, his heart sank a bit. Planet 8 Designs was also one of the 4 great planets in the 8th mountain and sea. As for the Church of the Dragon God, it was even more powerful than the One Profound sect, and was one of the unflappable top 3 sects in the Heaven God Alliance. Clearly, these 2 sects had been recruited by Patriarch Black Soul. If they succeeded in the venture, and thus obtained the services of Patriarch Black Soul, then the sect's power would increase by an entire level. The One Profound sect would then be able to compete directly with the Church of the Dragon God, and as for the Church of the Dragon God, they would then be just as glorious as the second-ranking force in the Alliance, the Godchild Society. As soon as these 3 powerful experts appeared, the Meng clan ship suddenly stopped moving. By this point, their young leader had regained consciousness, and had ordered the ship to be stopped. Now he was staring at Meng Hao with glittering eyes, and his Tao protector was doing nothing to hold him back. People exist everywhere who hope to take advantage of a crisis for personal gain, and the Meng clan was no exception. "I'm Meng Hao," he said in introduction. Even if he had faced these 3 almighty Tao lords of the senior generation back when he was uninjured, he still would have been killed. Therefore, there was no need to even mention what a fight now would be like, considering that he was seriously injured. In fact, even facing one of them would be quite difficult for him. However, he still wasn't willing to lose his pride, and therefore, when Hong Chun and Xianxia formally introduced themselves, Naturally, he did the same. As for where he came from, it was sufficient that they were aware of the facts. There was no need for him to state it himself. Patriarch Black Soul glared at Meng Hao, eyes brimming with intense hatred. Meng Hao had destroyed his entire existence, and now he wished to do the same to Meng Hao. Meng Hao, Patriarch Black Soul said, his voice booming like thunder. Echelon cultivator from the 9th mountain and sea. What a high status. But not here. Here, you're nothing. Something else happened that nobody noticed, not even Patriarch Black Soul, or perhaps he didn't deign to care. On the Meng clan's ship, the scar-faced young bodyguard trembled in response to the words. Then his eyes began to shine with a bright light as he looked out at Meng Hao. However, the light in his eyes quickly faded, as if whatever matter had occurred to him moments before was really an impossibility. Nobody noticed this happen. All of the cultivators on the Meng clan ship were paying close attention to what was likely about to develop into a deadly Dao realm battle. Rumbling filled the air as Patriarch Black Soul began to stride forward. He waved his right hand, causing countless souls to silently materialize. Essence power also rocked out, causing the starry sky to tremble as it all bore down on Meng Hao. Anyone under the Dao realm who faced a deadly attack like this would be destroyed in a single attack, regardless of the level of their cultivation base. But Meng Hao was an all-heaven Dao immortal, and his fleshly body was in the great circle of the ancient realm. Because of that, despite not being in the Dao realm, he could definitely match up with Dao realm cultivators. Meng Hao's face was calm, although he really had no other choice but to remain calm. Any sort of emotion was useless at this point. This fight was going to happen, therefore, how to fight, how to defend, how to counterattack, and all other aspects of the battle were decided by Meng Hao in an instant. He suddenly flickered into motion, raising his right hand to summon numerous immortal mountains, and even the Paragon Bridge, which descended toward Patriarch Black Soul to block his path. When their divine abilities met, a tremor ran through Meng Hao, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, his eyes flickered as he suddenly borrowed the force of the blow to shoot backward, toward the 33 glowing rifts that he had seen earlier. After observing the area earlier, he knew that it contained vast dangers, and that they were places where there was virtually nothing but death. But he was in a similarly deadly situation right now. Furthermore, when two deadly situations like this slammed into each other, it was possible that the explosive result would not necessarily be death, but an elusive chance to live. The people in the Meng clan could take advantage of a crisis for personal gain, so naturally, Meng Hao could too. In the moment that Meng Hao fell back, Patriarch Black Soul was rocked by the Paragon Bridge. However, even as the blood oozed out of his mouth, the white-robed Xianxia suddenly laughed, blurring away and then rematerializing right next to Meng Hao. "Get back here, child," he said coolly, reaching out with his right hand to grab Meng Hao. Next, it was as if his hand transformed into a black hole, causing the starry sky to reverse its movement, and time to run backward. Even the Meng clan's ship was affected, and began to emit creaking sounds as it began to tilt over on its side as it was sucked towards him. Seeing that he was about to be grabbed, Meng Hao suddenly laughed coldly and began to walk. He was using the time-walking technique taught to him by the black-robed figure named Slaughter. 1 step, 2 step, 3 steps. Meng Hao stepped through time, seemingly moving slowly, and yet, despite the fact that Xiandaozi's palm was causing time to flow in reverse, Meng Hao was still able to walk forward. This was using time to fight time. A brief moment later, and Meng Hao was already off in the distance, leaving Xiandaozi standing there gaping. In all his years of cultivation, this was the first time anyone had defeated his essence magic in such a fashion. His eyes began to shine brightly with disbelief as he watched Meng Hao, and especially the way he was walking. What walking technique is that? It contains a Tao of time that's even more profound than my own. As soon as Xiandaozi saw Meng Hao's walking technique, his own essence of time suddenly began to boil with thirst. It was a feeling that he had never, ever experienced before. It took only a moment for the reaction of the essence to grow stronger, and cause him to begin to tremble with excitement. My essence is moving, thirsting. This matter is something which is mentioned in the histories. Heavens! I can't believe I've encountered something that exists only in legends. Where did this Meng Hao's walking technique come from? It can actually stir my essence up and cause it to exhibit a powerful thirst. My essence wishes to absorb the Tao of time in that walking technique. If I can gain enlightenment of it, then my own essence of time could potentially progress another step and form a sliver of the Tao source. According to the legends, essence stirs only for the Tao source. The Tao source is something so mysterious that only almighty Tao sovereigns can possibly grope for understanding of it. Only the legendary paragons could actually aspire to such supreme heights. Xian Daozi's eyes were wide, and his heart was pounding in excitement. To Tao realm experts, essence was only the beginning. It was the destination of their journey, and yet it was another starting point. That starting point was actually where the vast majority of Tao realm cultivators would be stuck for the rest of their lives. They searched for more enlightenment in order to possess more essences, and thus reach the absolute pinnacle. The first pinnacle was a three essences Tao Lord, above which was the Tao Sovereign. And anyone who possessed 7 essences could rightly be termed a paragon. In truth, though, there was even something that not all Tao realm cultivators understood. Only certain Tao Lords and Tao Sovereigns had heard that becoming a paragon was not the absolute peak of cultivation. For example, Paragon 9 Seals had 9 great essences, and yet, as strong as he was, he eventually died. Beyond the 9 essences paragon, there was the Tao Source realm. Actually, no one even knew whether the Tao Source realm was real or not. After all, from ancient times until now, be it in the times of the Paragon Immortal realm or the current Mountain and Sea realm, the entire immortal world had never produced a single Tao Source realm cultivator. There were only stories and legends which said that the key to the Tao Source realm was that essence stirs merely for the Tao Source. The Tao Source. This is definitely the legendary Tao Source. This is the first time since stepping into the Tao realm that one of my essences has moved. Xian Daozi looked at Meng Hao for a moment and then suddenly shot after him. His action was not taken on behalf of his sect, which had been recruited by Patriarch Black Soul. Rather, he was doing this for himself. When he thought about the fact that not even the legendary paragons could touch the Tao Source, Xian Daozi went wild with joy. However, there was someone else who reacted even faster. In almost the exact same moment that Meng Hao used the special time-traveling walking technique, Hong Chen laughed a hoarse, grating laugh. Suddenly, she waved her finger, causing 7 of the pustules on her face to pop. 7 milky white centipedes then shot toward Meng Hao. Dragon God, your presence is requested. Hong Chen's eyes glittered coldly, and as soon as the words left her mouth, the 7 centipedes swirled around each other, as if they were forming some bizarre spell formation. A shocking aura began to radiate off of them, and at the same time, an enormous illusory figure appeared, surrounding the centipedes. That figure was not a dragon but, rather, a huge centipede that was fully 3,000 meters long. As soon as it appeared, the starry sky shattered. The dragon god roared and then lunged toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's heart was pounding. The dragon god was bearing down on him, and Xian Daozi was closing in rapidly. At this critical moment, Meng Hao was incapable of dodging. His hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, causing the Paragon Bridge to appear. As he proceeded along using his time-walking technique, immortal mountains descended, around which swirled a sun and a moon. The full power of an all-heaven Tao Immortal also exploded out. The meat jelly appeared, forming a suit of armor. The copper mirror materialized into the battle weapon. The mastiff transformed into a cape. The 4th nirvana fruit appeared, which Meng Hao pushed into his forehead. It all happened in the blink of an eye, causing Meng Hao's energy to spike dramatically. He waved his hand viciously, causing the starry sky to tremble. Even the Meng clan's ship began to vibrate, and its protective shield shattered. Numerous disciples of the Meng clan coughed up blood. The dragon god let out a miserable howl as it collapsed into pieces. Xiandaozi stopped his frenzied pursuit and waved his sleeve, causing his cultivation base to erupt with a powerful attack. Patriarch Black Soul also roared as he went on the offensive. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth as the Paragon Bridge was sent spinning away. The mountains collapsed and the sun and moon shattered. The meat jelly armor fell to pieces, the battle weapon faded away, and the cape reverted back into the mastiff, which spewed out blood. Meng Hao's fourth nirvana fruit was forced out of him, and Meng Hao was rapidly enveloped by a mist of his own blood. He appeared to have been seriously injured, and as he continued to flee, it was even possible to see shattered bones in the mangled mass of flesh that was his chest. "Die!" cried Hong Chun, killing intent flickering in her eyes as she advanced directly toward Meng Hao. Patriarch Black Soul unleashed his most powerful essence magic as he attacked Meng Hao gleefully. Xiandaozi's face suddenly flickered. "Don't kill him!" he barked, stepping forward to intervene. Rumbling filled the air as he blocked the attacks of both Hong Chun and Patriarch Black Soul, who then glared at him angrily. "Xiandaozi, what are you doing? Fellow Taoist Xiandaozi, you're blocking me? What is the meaning of this?" Hong Chun and Patriarch Black Soul both stared at Xiandaozi, eyes aflame with rage. "I need him," Xiandaozi explained immediately. "Keep him alive, and after I'm done with him, then you can kill him. I'll even owe the both of you a big favor." His words immediately caused the faces of Patriarch Black Soul and Hong Chun to soften. Meng Hao took advantage of their brief moment of interaction to fall back even further. His face was pale, and his cultivation base had plummeted. In fact, the extent of the injuries were far greater than the ones he sustained when he had attacked the Black Soul Society. He was only a single person facing 3 Tao Lords, and he wasn't even truly in the Tao realm himself. He wasn't their match to begin with, and now he didn't even have time to flee into the 33 glowing rifts. Off in the distance, everyone on the Meng clan ship had been injured. As for the young lord, he wiped the blood off of his mouth, and his eyes flickered with greed. "I want his place in the echelon," the young man roared. "Go! All of you get out there and kill him!" Although none of the other Meng clan disciples actually did anything, strange gleams could be seen in their eyes as they stared at Meng Hao, as if they were a pack of wolves staring at an injured tiger. It was only the scar-faced young man who was apparently unable to conceal the concern he felt, and looked somewhat anxious. Currently, Meng Hao was in full retreat. Xiandaozi and the other 2 Tao realm experts had come to an agreement, and looked over at him, killing intent swirling. They closed in, completely ignoring how distasteful it was for the powerful to bully the weak, or for people to gang up on others. Meng Hao chuckled bitterly. He had no Taoist magics which could block their attacks. He even tried to use the Paragon's blood inside of him to summon the light of the mountain and sea realm's sun and moon, to no avail. "I guess I was a bit too reckless after all," he murmured. "However, I don't regret anything. Although, it's a real pity that I won't be able to get Qinger back, or save Chuyuan." Meng Hao sighed as the 3 Tao realm experts bore down on him. However, it was at this point that a tremor ran through him, and his eyes suddenly began to shine with a bright light. "Wait, I actually do have one more Taoist magic." He suddenly looked up and gritted his teeth. Then, he bent his legs into a circle and lifted his right arm in front of his face. "The Tao is in my heart," he roared. Instantly, the starry sky went completely silent, as if all noise had been consumed. In fact, any noise that was emitted was completely wiped away. Within that stifling silence, an incredible pressure suddenly weighed down. Xiandaozi's face fell, Hong Chen's eyes went wide, and Patriarch Black Soul gaped in shock. All 3 of them were Tao Lords, and were keenly in tune with heaven, earth, and the starry sky. All of a sudden, they could sense a will descending, something that caused their hearts to tremble with intense fear. Meng Hao was also shaking. As he roared the words, his divine sense spread out. Although he had practiced this magical technique with the Taoist priest over and over again, nothing like this had ever happened. Suddenly, hope flared up within him, burning strong and bright. Deep in his heart, obsession and faith melded together. As of this moment, he firmly believed that the Seal the Heavens incantation would definitely catalyze the mountain and sea realm into motion. He couldn't sense the pressure in the area, as he was completely immersed in a bizarre state. It was as if he had become the world, as if he was the eighth mountain and sea, as if he was the will of the entire mountain and sea realm. When it came to the words, "The Tao is in my heart," Meng Hao viewed that Tao to be the entire mountain and sea realm. The mountain and sea realm was in his heart. "The will is in my eyes." His left arm rose up to a horizontal position, and together with his right arm it formed the character circle covering his eyes and making it impossible for him to see the world in front of him. However, what it could not cover over was his heart and his will. The truth is that on many occasions, it is only when you close your eyes, when you completely cover your field of vision, when you can see absolutely nothing, that you can truly feel the world. That was exactly what Meng Hao was experiencing right now. He could feel the 9 mountains and 9 seas within the starry sky, and he could also sense the sun and the moon. He began to tremble as his perception completely filled the entire mountain and sea realm without hindrance of any kind. His will was now the will of the mountains and seas, and his mind became the mind of the mountains and seas. Even the Taoist priest could never have predicted that Meng Hao would be able to so easily unleash the Seal the Heavens incantation. In fact, it was so easy that it was almost as if it were a heavenly magic that had been prepared specifically for him. Believe yourself to be the Lord of the mountains and seas, and seal the 33 heavens. However, if you actually were the Lord of the mountains and seas, then the magic would be unimaginably powerful. Meng Hao was shaking as he shifted his legs to form the shape of a mountain. Then he stretched his hands wide, as if to embrace the entire world. "I shall possess the mountains and seas. Seal the heavens. Incantation," he roared. In that instant, the starry sky trembled, and the world shook. The mountain and sea realm's 9 seas roared, and the 9 mountains shook violently. The sun and moon vibrated. Everything was shining dazzlingly. The mountains and seas were completely rocked. It was only in this place and only Meng Hao who could begin the initial sealing of the heavens. As Meng Hao widened his arms, the starry sky in front of him distorted, and a gigantic, blurry figure suddenly appeared, which instantly charged forward. Massive, shocking ripples emanated out that could shake heaven and earth. Patriarch Black Soul charged toward it, letting out a powerful shout and raising his arms up, unleashing the full power of his essences. A huge boom could be heard as his body was shredded to pieces, causing Patriarch Black Soul to once again let out a roar. The chunks of blood and flesh which appeared quickly turned black, and in the blink of an eye, had formed into countless souls which carried Patriarch Black Soul away at top speed. However, the giant was still on the offensive. Miserable shrieks could be heard coming from Patriarch Black Soul's souls. In the blink of an eye, the souls collapsed, and Patriarch Black Soul was killed in body and spirit. The grand and magnificent Patriarch Black Soul first had his sect destroyed, and then was himself cut down. None of the souls escaped. All were completely exterminated by the Seal the Heavens incantation. As the destruction was carried out, and Patriarch Black Soul was wiped from existence, the last thing that echoed in his mind was a voice that only he and Meng Hao could hear. "The mountains and seas loathe you. Punishment. Execution." However, the Seal the Heavens incantation wasn't finished. The giant next charged toward Hong Chun, emanating massive pressure, sending out shocking and terrifying ripples, carrying with it the will of the mountain and sea realm. Hong Chen's face was deathly pale. She had just personally witnessed Patriarch Black Soul's death, and considering the level of her cultivation base, she had never imagined that Meng Hao, being seriously injured, would unexpectedly unleash a magical technique like this. In fact, it seemed impossible to her that a cultivator could even utilize such magic. When she looked at the enormous giant, she could sense the will of the entire mountain and sea realm. "Impossible!" she screamed, backing up as fast as possible. "This is impossible." However, she realized she simply had no way to escape. Roaring, She performed an incantation gesture, causing her cultivation base to surge. Essence power rumbled, and all of the pustules on her face burst, causing countless milky white centipedes to shoot out toward the giant. They screeched as they formed together into a dragon god that was over 100,000 meters long. Surging with energy, it shot toward the incoming giant, and when they slammed into each other, the dragon god screamed. In the blink of an eye, it vanished, having been completely pulverized by the giant. Hong Chun trembled, looking on in despair as her dragon god was completely shattered. All of her milky white centipedes were killed, transformed into nothing but ash. Blood sprayed out of her mouth, her body was lacerated into shreds, and her clothes were ripped apart. When her wrinkled skin was revealed, it was suddenly possible to see a totem tattoo. It was none other than a dragon god totem. It began to shine with a brilliant light, and a dragon god once again appeared. This time it was just as large as the previous one, but much less illusory. Instantly, it bared its claws and fangs, then shot toward the giant. However, even as it roared, it was completely engulfed by the giant's attack, and was killed. That in turn caused Hong Chen's totem tattoo to be wiped away. Instantly, her aura weakened, and her cultivation base dropped down from the level of a Tao Lord. Simultaneously, a voice suddenly echoed out in both her mind and Meng Hao's. You have cultivated the magic of the outsiders. Since you were born in the mountains and seas, your life will not be taken. Only the bloodline of the outsiders which you possess will be destroyed. Blood sprayed out of Hong Chen's mouth, and her face turned ashen. The giant then ignored her, spinning to charge Xian Daozi. Xian Daozi's eyes widened, and he backed up as fast as possible. However, try as he might, he was unable to escape the giant's charge. Just as the giant was about to reach out and crush him, he lifted his right hand, within which appeared a command medallion. It was ancient, primeval, as if it had existed for countless years. It was engraved on the front with 9 mountains and 9 seas. On the back were ancient magical symbols which read, 9 seals. As soon as the command medallion appeared, Xian Daozi screamed, My ancestor once performed meritorious service, and was given this death exemption medallion by Paragon 9 Seals himself. You can't hurt me. After a pause, a voice echoed out into the minds of Meng Hao and Xia Daozi. Authorized. Xian Daozi was trembling, and fear lingered in his heart as the command medallion transformed into ash. The giant's attack still blasted out, but didn't harm him at all. When the command medallion turned into ash, Xian Daozi's heart twinged with pain. Next, the giant swiveled and charged toward the Meng clan's merchant ship, from within which could be heard screams of terror. As soon as the giant turned on the Meng clan, Meng Hao suddenly got extremely anxious. Although he could unleash the Seal the Heavens incantation, he actually couldn't control it. If he could, then he would definitely have wiped out Xian Daozi and Hong Chen. The truth was, this magic had a will of its own. Once that will awoke, it wished to cleanse and purify all living things within the mountain and sea realm. Rumbling could be heard as the first attack hit the merchant ship. Although it didn't harm the ship, the cultivators aboard let out miserable shrieks, evidently receiving some sort of punishment. Although these members of the Meng clan had eyed Meng Hao greedily earlier, they were still members of the Meng clan. Meng Hao had no wish to see them destroyed. Besides, showing a bit of greed was no justification for the death penalty. Even more importantly, they weren't even aware of his own connection to the Meng clan. His eyes widened as the giant's attack once again threatened to overwhelm the ship, and suddenly, he forcibly reined the Taoist magic in. He dropped his arms, causing his body to shudder, and a mouthful of blood to spray out. His body weakened further, but he still forced the magic back in check. The Seal the Heavens incantation seemed to be sucking away, not at his body, but at his soul. As he pulled the magic back in, the giant turned and looked in his direction. In that moment, rumbling filled his mind, and it felt as if the giant bore his own countenance. He didn't take the time to analyze the matter. As soon as the giant vanished, he unhesitatingly shot backward. wounding himself even more in the process. He employed his top speed to shoot toward the region with the 33 glowing rifts. He was still going to enter that land of potential death. That was because, the instant the giant vanished, Hong Chun and Xian Daozi began to chase him once more, venomous expressions on their faces. Xian Daozi was a bit faster than Hong Chun. In the blink of an eye, he was bearing down on Meng Hao. Meng Hao quickly transformed into an azure rock, which increased the distance between them with a rumbling burst of speed. Xian Daozi snorted coldly and was about to speed up himself, when suddenly he stopped in his tracks. The shock and terror on his face right now was no less than when he had faced the Seal the Heavens incantation. It wasn't just him. Hong Chun also stopped in her tracks, face flickering as she stared off into the distance and cried, "That's the 33 hells." The area encompassed by the 33 glowing rifts was even larger than before, and had almost reached the area they were in. Meng Hao in azure rock form didn't pause for a moment as he shot into that very area. 33 hells. So the 33 hells are opening again. This is just the initial opening. According to the records of the past, the 33 hells can appear anywhere in the 8th mountain and sea. Once they do, there is an unknown, varying period of time before they become fully opened. It is not until they are fully opened that they are at their most dangerous, and even Dao sovereigns can be killed inside. Even now, during the initial opening, the place is still very dangerous. Damn it, the 33 hells. They go tens of thousands of years without opening once. How could there be such a coincidence that they're opening here and now? Xian Daozi stared at Meng Hao. Were it not for the fact that his essence had been so intensely moved, Xian Daozi wouldn't have hesitated to turn around and leave. After Patriarch Black Soul perished, he could not become the slave of any sect or individual, therefore trying to kill Meng Hao held little meaning. However, the possibility of getting that sliver of Dao essence had wrapped around Xian Daozi's heart. After a moment, he clenched his jaw and then headed directly toward the 33 hells. Time to gamble. If I succeed, I might be able to get a bit of Dao source. Even the tiniest bit would still be worth it. If I fail, considering the level of my cultivation base, and that this is only the initial opening of the 33 hells, I won't necessarily perish. Having made up his mind, he shot forward at top speed. Hong Chen's face flickered, and uncertainty could be seen in her eyes. The legends about the 33 hells had always been talked about in the 8th mountain and sea. Supposedly, there were 33 heavens sealing the mountain and sea realm from above. However, there were also 33 hells, although they were not seals but graves. Back during the Great War between the Paragon Immortal realm and the other two terrifying forces, there were certain outsiders who could not be completely exterminated. In fact, among those, there were some who were so strong that their bodies could not be destroyed even after dying. Despite having been killed, they weren't really dead. Since their souls could not be destroyed, they were instead suppressed, and that was the origin of the 33 hells. According to the legends, the 33 hells were jointly created by the three paragons of past times. Paragon 9 seals took the lead in suppressing those outsiders who could be killed in body but not soul. The 33 hells were essentially a terrifying cage. Those 33 glowing rifts represented 33 graveyards, and they, in turn, represented the 33 terrifying outsiders of yesteryear who had been suppressed. The reason the 33 hells opened up every so often was not to give people a chance to enter and explore them, but rather that the sealing power inside would grow weak. Every so often, the 33 hells needed time to replenish their power before sinking once again into concealment. However, in the process of being opened, it was possible for people to enter them and even seek good fortune inside. Such good fortune might be great or small, and truth be told, few people knew as much about the good fortune of the 33 hells as Hong Chun. That was because the Church of the Dragon God had once been a small sect. Back then, it hadn't even been called the Church of the Dragon God. However, because one of the patriarchs of that sect had happened to enter the 19th hell and encounter a dragon god, he was able to accept a legacy that led to the formation of the Church of the Dragon God. The 33 hells are opening, she thought, gritting her teeth. Another storm of carnage is coming to the 8th mountain and sea. Her cultivation base had dropped, and she was now no longer a Tao lord. In fact, she had also lost the power of the dragon god. She had truly been weakened significantly. However, considering that Xiandaozi had charged on ahead, her eyes flickered and she also headed in the direction of the 33 hells. She was not going for Meng Hao, though, but rather the potential good fortune inside. Right after Xiandaozi and Hongchen flew toward the area of the 33 hells, the Meng clan's ship began to move. The young lord on board was very excited. "Follow them, all of you. Go. I'll wait for you here to bring back some good fortune from the 33 hells. I don't care what good fortune it is. Just bring it back here and you'll get a huge reward." "Huge. Damn it. Get out there. All of you. If anyone refuses to go, then when we get back to the clan, I'll report you to the clan priest. 11th uncle. You stay out here to protect me. But everyone else, you get in there." The young man's direct order caused the dozens of Meng clan cultivators to tremble as they flew in the direction of the 33 hells. One of those cultivators was the scar-faced youth Meng Chun. Meng Hao moved with incredible speed, bursting into the region of the 33 hells, with Xiandaozi and Hongchen hot in pursuit. Soon, all three were speeding through the area near the rifts, which was permeated with an aura of death. Meng Hao's eyes flickered coldly. He had chosen to enter this deathly region, and as such was prepared for the deadly nature of the area. After looking around, he couldn't be sure, but it seemed that only 4 or 5 of the 33 glowing rifts could be entered. Apparently the others were as yet unopened. However, his eyes didn't betray the slightest sign of hesitation as he shot directly toward the nearest completely opened rift. It almost looked like a gaping mouth that sucked in life and breathed out death. As soon as Meng Hao neared it, he vanished. Behind him, Xiandaozi and Hongchen gritted their teeth hard and then followed him in. Further on back were the various trembling members of the Meng clan. They only had Immortal realm cultivation bases, so any young lord who had a brain would never ask them to participate in a struggle between Tao realm experts. However, this young master of the Meng clan, who was referred to as a young lord, had given clear orders. Anyone who refused to comply would be severely punished once they returned to the clan. Therefore, they could only grit their teeth and risk life and limb. There was no backing out, and therefore, it was with grieving, bloodshot eyes that they flew into the shining rift, one after another. Not long after everyone followed Meng Hao into the 33 hells, a collection of white bones suddenly rumbled in the same direction from off in the starry sky. They moved with incredible speed, and eventually came to a stop not far from the Meng clan ship, revealing the figures that had been barely visible inside before. All of them had completely expressionless faces, and radiated powerful murderous auras. When the young lord on the Meng clan's ship saw the bones, his face flickered. Han Qinglei. The old man standing off to the side stepped forward protectively, and the ship's shield was activated. Both of them looked nervously at the bones and the black-robed young man who sat in their midst, chin resting on his hand. This was none other than the echelon cultivator from the 8th mountain, Han Qinglei. "Meng clan?" he said, eyes flickering with killing intent as he glanced first at the Meng clan's ship and then the 33 hells. "Where is Meng Hao?" he asked coolly, his voice echoing out in all directions. The Meng clan's young lord began to tremble. He could act fiercely toward his own clan members and behave arrogantly in front of Meng Hao, but that was only because he didn't know the difference between heaven and earth. When it came to Han Qinglei, though, he was instantly filled with dread. The person to respond to Han Qinglei was the young lord's Tao protector. "Meng Hao went into that area over there," he said. He was a cautious man who was well aware that Han Qinglei could not be underestimated. He was also aware of the deadly enmity which existed between Han Qinglei and the Meng clan. The initial opening of the 33 hells. Han Qinglei frowned as he examined the 33 glowing rifts closely. Finally, an expression of determination appeared in his eyes. Uncharacteristically ignoring the Meng clan's ship, he sent the bones flying toward the 33 hells. All of his followers once again turned blurry as they clustered around him to follow. Time passed. Several hours later, More beams of light could be seen flying through the starry sky in the area, which were cultivators of the Heaven God Alliance. They had come in pursuit of Meng Hao, but once they realized that the 33 hells had appeared, cries of shock could be heard, and jade slips were pulled out to inform their sex. It didn't take long for the shocking news to spread throughout the Heaven God Alliance, and soon countless cultivators were flocking to the area. One powerful expert after another arrived. After all, the 33 hells were the most mysterious and enigmatic place in the entire 8th mountain and sea. In fact, they might even be the most mysterious and enigmatic place in the mountain and sea realm as a whole. The opening of the 33 hells was something that would shake the entire 8th mountain and sea. Soon, more and more cultivators had gathered in the area. However, few people actually dared to enter. Apparently, Meng Hao wasn't even that important anymore. What was more important was the good fortune to be had in the 33 hells. As soon as Meng Hao entered the world of that glowing rift which was the 33 hells, he was cut off from the outside world. He was in another world, a world where everything was gray and filled with a boundless aura of death. Rubble could be seen everywhere, as well as numerous decaying shades who shuffled about blankly, occasionally letting out howls and roars. The powerful aura of death was concentrated enough to extinguish one's life force. As soon as Meng Hao entered this world, he could sense it, and his skin began to gradually wither. His life force slowly began to decay, and apparently not even his eternal stratum was useful. His injuries worsened. Off in the distance, an enormous stone stele could be seen rising up into the air. Despite how far away it was, Meng Hao could still see the faint characters written on its surface. Sealing Paramitha. Exalted celestial Sidao rests here, where his soul shall be suppressed for all time. The characters were filled with a powerfully domineering air, and the stone stele itself seemed to form the center of this entire world. It was almost as if it was the only seal holding this world in place. Underneath all of those characters, a name could be seen. 9 seals. When Meng Hao saw that, his mind began to tremble, and the drop of Paragon's blood inside of him began to boil. It transformed into qi and blood that filled Meng Hao, causing his heart to begin to beat in resonance with the world itself. Ba-dump, be-a-dump. As his heart pounded, the lands around him shook, and at the same time, the shades shuffling around suddenly stopped in place and looked up at him. It was in that exact moment that rumbling could be heard coming from behind him as Xian Daozi and Hong Chan arrived. Meng Hao, it doesn't matter that you've fled to this place, you're dead. Xian Daozi shrieked, flying directly toward Meng Hao. Killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. Ignoring how it increased his injuries, he gritted his teeth and transformed into an azure rock, shooting toward the stone stele and causing rumbling sounds to fill the lands. He could just barely tell that something was beckoning to him from there. Meng Hao flew at top speed, and as he got closer to the stone stele, the Paragon's blood inside of him seethed even more. That in turn caused his wounds to begin to heal, much to Meng Hao's delight. Simultaneously, the shuffling shades down below suddenly began to shriek, and fly into the air toward both Meng Hao and Xian Daozi, as if to prevent them from getting close to the stone stele. That was the moment in which the clan members from the Meng clan began to appear, one after another, their faces pale with astonishment as they looked around. Massive rumbling could be heard as the rotting shades shot through the air. Some were cultivators and others were beasts, but all of them were adorned in a fashion that was clearly not from modern times. Obviously, they had been involved in the same ancient battle, and had been buried alive in this place along with the one who was being suppressed here. Even as they neared Meng Hao, his eyes flashed as he fortuitously recalled something which had happened in the past. It was in the ruins of immortality in the 9th mountain and sea, when he had encountered the 6th generation demon sealer. That was when he had learned the 6th demon sealing hex, the life-death hex. He clearly remembered how the 6th generation demon sealer had encountered entities similar to these, and had used the life-death hex to control them. There were many similarities between what happened back then and what was happening right now. The main difference was that this was the 33 hells, and that had been in the ruins of immortality. Without any hesitation, Meng Hao waved his hand toward the incoming shades, eyes glittering as he unleashed the sixth hex. Dozens of magical symbols appeared in the palm of his hand, which radiated scintillating light. Suddenly, identical magical symbols appeared on the foreheads of all the entities charging Meng Hao. The entities then trembled as the magical symbols flickered in sync with Meng Hao's, then flew off of their foreheads toward him, where they converged on the palm of his hand. He then closed his hand into a fist, and suddenly could sense the dozens of shades inside of his mind. And he could control them. The life-death hex had never been so easy to use, but Meng Hao didn't have time to think about it. He immediately sent out orders, causing the dozens of shades to howl and then pass by Meng Hao to charge toward Xian Daozi and Hong Chun. Xian Daozi was completely shocked. He had no idea what kind of magical technique Meng Hao had just used, but he could see that the strange shades were completely ignoring him. Xian Daozi's heart began to thump. Hong Chun had a similar reaction. Meng Hao didn't even look back at what was happening. He continued onward, putting more distance between him and them. However, he wasn't done with his counterattack. As soon as he started moving, he would unleash the life-death hexing seal on any entity he saw, and send them all back to attack Xian Daozi and Hong Chun. Soon, he was in the region of the stone steel, and had sent over 100 entities back to engage in fierce fighting with Xian Daozi and Hong Chun. The entities had no regard for their own lives or deaths. They only followed instructions. Auras of death swirled around them as they fought with incredible fierceness. Even as the booms rang out, Meng Hao arrived at the base of the stone steel. When he looked up, he realized that the stone steel looked almost like an enormous staff, plunged deep into the earth. It was impossible to say how deep down it went. In either case, instead of saying that it was a stone steel, it would be better to say that it was an enormous gravestone. If it's a gravestone, Meng Hao murmured, then this place really is an enormous grave, because of the call of the gravestone and the boiling paragon's blood. His cultivation base was being restored even faster. A bright glow appeared in his eyes. His injuries had been severe, so if he could recover here, he didn't care if it was because of the gravestone or even because of some ancient corpse. He quickly shot up into the air to appear moments later at the top of the gravestone, where he sat down cross-legged. As he sat down, the entire gravestone began to rumble, and the paragon's blood inside of him boiled with more intensity. Furthermore, his cultivation base was being fully restored at a terrifyingly fast speed. As he healed, he looked out coldly at all of the dozens of shades surrounding Xian Daozi and Hong Chun, and his eyes gleamed with killing intent. Simultaneously, as he sat there cross-legged, in the soil at the base of the gravestone, suddenly 2 greedy eyes appeared, which stared up at Meng Hao. It's been a long, long time since I've seen any living being in my world. Even when people came in from the outside and stood directly in front of me, I could never see them. But him, I can actually see him. A fresh, living body. Greed, must have it. Meng Hao suddenly looked at the air behind him, frowned, and then looked down at the ground. He didn't know it, but those eyes beneath the surface were actually staring directly into his, although Meng Hao sensed nothing out of the ordinary. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching him. He continued to ponder the strangeness of this place as he then looked back at Xian Daozi and Hong Chun, surrounded by wave after wave of enemies. Then he continued cultivating to recover from his wounds. Behind him in the ground, the eyes narrowed. How shockingly perceptive. A body like this is perfectly suited for me. If I can possess it, then I can finally get out of this damned place. Time passed. Meng Hao's injuries continued to heal, and he was actually already half recovered. Booms rang out from the direction of Xian Daozi and Hong Chun as more and more shades besieged them. Unexpectedly, some of those shades even emanated the ripples of the Dao realm, indicated that they had been Dao realm experts when they were alive. Their essence power had gradually faded, but their instincts remained, and due to the constant onslaught of that aura of death, they were actually even more fear-inspiring than before. Even Xian Daozi was alarmed. As for Hong Chun, she was trembling in fear as she joined forces with him, unleashing all sorts of divine abilities that filled the air with the sounds of explosions. It was around this time that a gray mist suddenly began to rise up from the ground, obscuring everything. The sudden appearance of that mist caused Meng Hao's hair to stand on end. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped forward and left the place where he had been sitting. Looking back, he waved his sleeve, causing the essence of divine flame to slam into the spot where he had just been sitting. However, nothing happened in response. His eyes began to shine, and inwardly he was more vigilant than ever. Moments ago, he had clearly sensed an indescribable coldness rushing towards him. Had he not moved away, it was likely that the coldness would have frozen him solid. However, whatever it was that had caused the coldness couldn't be detected. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary at all. Meng Hao backed up slowly, then vanished into the mist. Unbeknownst to Meng Hao, there really was a blurry shade laying in the spot where he had just been sitting. The shade seemed to be made completely of mist, but his eyes were clear and bright. They were crimson and they were staring at Meng Hao. "So, he can actually sense me getting near him," the shade murmured. "It seems his divine sense must be particularly strong. Well, that's fine. The stronger it is, the stronger I'll be after I possess him. I've been suppressed in here for far, far too long. Damn it. I must get out of here. I'll kill my way out if I have to." The shade distorted, then flashed into the mists and vanished. Meng Hao moved along at top speed. The intense sense of crisis he felt in this world caused him to be more vigilant than ever. As he moved along, he looked around at the mists, eyes flickering. "This place is dangerous for me and everyone else in here. The arrival of this mist means that the time to counterattack is at hand." He suddenly flickered into motion, heading back in the direction he remembered Xiandaozi and Hongchan were fighting. Before long, the booming sounds of battle could be heard from up ahead. Xiandaozi's bellow echoed in all directions, and the ripples of a magical technique spread out. However, the mist seemed to be covering up all the light, and Meng Hao couldn't see anything clearly. However, his eyes flickered with an increasingly strong desire to kill. Eventually, he just closed his eyes. Gradually, 19 images appeared in his mind. They were all in different directions, and were surrounded by a gray, colorless world. Those were the entities he had taken control of with life-death hexing. The ones that were still around were now visible in his mind's eye, and in fact became his eyes. He flew silently through the mist slowly, threading his way through the various entities therein, and avoiding the most powerful shades of death. After a few dozen breaths of time, he shot forward with a new burst of speed. Then his eyes opened, and they brimmed with killing intent. He sped forward, his right hand clenching into a fist. The power of an all-heaven Tao Immortal erupted out from inside of him, as well as that of his fleshly body, as he unleashed the god-slaying fist. That fist strike suddenly appeared directly in front of Hong Chun. She was in the midst of utilizing all sorts of magics to defend against the death shades who were attacking her. In the midst of her exhaustion, Meng Hao suddenly unleashed an explosive attack, causing an expression of shock to appear on her face. Before she even had time to analyze what was happening, the god-slaying fist was upon her. A boom rattled out as the fist slammed into her chest, causing blood to spray from her mouth. Falling back, her eyes widened, and she shrieked, "Meng Hao!" Even as she fell back under Meng Hao's surprise attack, she produced magical items and prepared divine abilities to fight back. However, what came at her next through the mist was an azure rock, which slashed at her with its deadly claws. Booms rang out and even Xian Daozi was shocked. He turned and was about to come over to help when over 10 death shades suddenly lunged madly in the way to intercept him. "Screw off!" Xian Daozi roared. Simultaneously, Hong Chen's shrill voice could be heard once again. "Save me!" She was terrified, and couldn't even see what was happening around her. She fell back, her chest mangled and bloody, and her head punctured in 3 spots, out of which a reddish-white fluid oozed. Meng Hao wasn't in very good condition either. Blood oozed out from wounds all over him. After all, his previous injuries weren't completely healed, and trying to kill this old woman aggravated them. However, the killing intent in his eyes hadn't lessened at all, and in fact, grew even more focused. He suddenly advanced with incredible speed, sending swirling essence of divine flame toward the retreating Hong Chun. She gritted her teeth, performing an incantation gesture to unleash explosive essence power in all directions. But Meng Hao was already in a different position, having unleashed the Paragon Bridge onto her. She screamed, her body already showing signs of cracking to pieces as she continued to flee. By now, Xian Daozi had finished cutting down the death shades which were blocking him, and was now speeding towards them. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as his left hand reached up and pushed his fourth nirvana fruit into his forehead. Suddenly, his speed increased dramatically. He shot toward Hong Chun, making a grasping motion which summoned the copper mirror. Sighing repeatedly, the parrot also emerged. Without a pause, it complied with Meng Hao and transformed into the battle weapon. That caused Meng Hao's energy to rocket up. Hefting the battle weapon, he slashed it toward Hong Chun. Xian Daozi was racing against the clock, but apparently was out of time, and could only roar in response to what was happening. Hong Chun also roared, using all the power she could muster to defend herself. However, she had already been injured by the Seal the Heavens incantation, and her cultivation base had declined. Thanks to Meng Hao's previous attack, she was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Meng Hao could completely ignore whatever magical items or divine abilities she used to fight back. Drawing on all the power he could from his fleshly body, he sent the battle weapon streaking down in a flash of dazzling light. The screams ceased as Hong Chen's head flew off her shoulders, and her body collapsed. Just when her nascent divinity was about to flee, the battle weapon smashed into it. Yet another Dao realm cultivator had fallen by Meng Hao's hand. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth, and his face was ashen. The magical items and divine abilities that had been used just now actually increased the severity of his injuries. Eyes bloodshot, he shot off into the distance. Meng Hao! Xian Daozi roared. The sound echoed out into the mists, filling the entire world. Some distance away, the members of the Meng clan were sustaining heavy casualties. Meng Chun was covered with blood, and in flight. Han Qinglei was also out in the mists, proceeding along as cautiously as ever. Some of his followers had already been killed, and he himself was filled with fear by the 33 hells. However, these weren't the only people present. There were others. Furthermore, this was only the initial opening of the 33 hells, so not all the glowing rifts had opened up, only somewhere between 3 and 5. Therefore, some of the cultivators of the Heaven God Alliance on the outside chose to brave the danger and enter, although that number wasn't significant. About 20 to 30% of them chose to enter the same glowing rift as Meng Hao. Those who were brave enough to enter obviously were not weak in terms of cultivation base. At the very least, they were in the late ancient realm. There are even some Quasi-Dao experts who were attempting to find one of the legendary items that could keep Quasi-Dao cultivators from dying. There were also more than a few Dao realm experts who entered various glowing rifts. Therefore, when Xian Daozi's howl echoed out, the other cultivators within the mists could hear his voice, and their hearts began to pound. Meng Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood, but continued onward as fast as he could. He put the battle weapon away as well as the nirvana fruit. His eyes were now completely bloodshot, but his chi and blood were actually flourishing. The shade that had been following him the entire time was watching him, and growing more and more greedy. Meng Hao was flying along, eyes bloodshot, when he suddenly ran into a death shade. "It's been a long time since I've actually used the blood demon grand magic," he murmured. The shade up ahead was a cultivator, who turned, looked at Meng Hao, then howled as it pounced on him. Meng Hao did not place a life-death hex sealing mark onto him. Instead, he shot forward and slapped his hand out. His palm immediately turned blood-red, landing on the shade, which shuddered and then began to wither. In the blink of an eye, it was nothing more than ash. Its gray aura flew out toward Meng Hao, fusing into him and actually withering him more than before. Apparently, it wasn't any help to his wounds at all. Shaking his head, he continued onward. Before long, his eyes flickered, and he shot forward like lightning as an ancient realm cultivator appeared in front of him. This was one of the cultivators who had been part of the search parties trying to kill Meng Hao. He had actually turned tail and fled when things had gone south, but now apparently he had returned. He was looking around vigilantly, so as soon as Meng Hao closed in on him, his face flickered. Before he could do anything, Meng Hao's crimson hand snaked out and latched onto the top of the man's head. Before he could scream, Meng Hao clamped his hand over the man's mouth. The cultivator trembled as he withered. His life force, his flesh and blood, his cultivation base and soul, were all absorbed in an instant. Meng Hao's face was now less ashen. Soon, nothing was left in his hand other than a desiccated corpse, which dropped down and turned into ash. Meng Hao licked his lips. Eyes bright red, he continued on his way. Meng Hao slipped through the mists like a lone wolf in the night, completely silent. The only signs of his coming were his glowing red eyes and the fluctuations of the blood demon grand magic. No screams could be heard, as he only targeted ancient realm cultivators. By means of the blood demon grand magic, Meng Hao slowly recovered, although the process didn't go as quickly as when he had taken advantage of the gravestone. However, what Meng Hao wanted was to awaken his eternal stratum. With his eternal stratum at work, his recovery would go much more quickly. He proceeded along, absorbing other cultivators he encountered. As for the blurry shade, it kept following him, looking for the perfect opportunity to make the killing blow and possess Meng Hao. He couldn't see Meng Hao killing Hong Chun, nor could he see Xian Daozi chasing him. However, he could sense the brutal air radiating off of Meng Hao, and when he unleashed the blood demon grand magic, the way it sent the qi and blood boiling caused the shade to be filled with an intense desire to possess Meng Hao. I, greed, have been favored by destiny for my entire life, the shade murmured. When I was young, I was nearly killed when fighting my greatest enemy, until an extraterrestrial object fell from the sky and smashed him to death. When I ventured out into the world, I never came back empty-handed, and everywhere I went, treasure abounded. My cultivation even proceeded smoothly and without a hitch. However, when I reached the absolute peak, I met a person, a damnable bastard who deserves to die. Other than him, there has never been anyone who could suppress me. Even being sealed in here is a temporary thing. I won't remain here forever. This person here is the greatest gift that the heavens have ever bequeathed upon me. The greed in his eyes grew more intense, and yet, he didn't make a move. His earlier attack had failed, so after that he had chosen to simply follow and wait. Wait, and keep waiting. Meng Hao's slaughter continued. By now, dozens of cultivators had died at his hand. At the moment, his hand was latched onto the top of another cultivator's head as he absorbed him, when suddenly, all of the hair on his body stood on end. Not waiting to finish absorbing the cultivator, he shot backward at top speed. In that same instant, a hand stretched out from the mists. It was covered with black fur, and moved with incredible speed, grabbing viciously onto the half-absorbed cultivator. The cultivator screamed, and was dragged back into the mists, whereupon crunching sounds could be heard. Hungry, so hungry. A growling wail could be heard, along with a sound like that of clinking iron chains. Meng Hao retreated rapidly, an expression of surprise on his face, as he sensed the terrifying aura coming from within the mists. After a long moment, the aura faded away, and the wailing sound drifted off into the distance. Meng Hao looked around, feeling more apprehensive than ever. Finally, he turned and made his way off to find another Heaven God Alliance cultivator to absorb. Time passed. As he went about his work, he encountered that terrifying hand on 3 more occasions, and one time even developed into a deadly crisis. Feeling more vigilant than ever, he absorbed yet another ancient realm expert, whereupon a rumbling sound filled him, and his eyes burned with a light like that of fire. At long last, his eternal stratum was awakened from its state of withered sleep. It slowly began to work, restoring his life force and energy. In that moment, the blood-colored light in his eyes faded away, and his body's wounds began to heal naturally. It was also in that moment that a stream of divine sense swept toward him from up ahead. He backed up, but the divine sense was fast, and quickly enveloped him, scanned him, and then began to completely converge in the area. "So, it turns out you're here as well," said an ancient voice. A terrifying pressure began to weigh down, causing the mists in the area to be pushed away. Meng Hao's pupils constricted. Based on the intensity of the pressure, he could tell that this power exceeded that of a Tao Lord. Furthermore, he was familiar with this pressure. It was none other than the old man who had attempted to stop him from leaving the Heaven God Alliance to begin with. Meng Hao knew that he was no match for this man, not even if he were completely recovered and back at his peak. Without the slightest hesitation, he transformed into an azure rock and fled. However, the pressure was like a sharp arrow that pierced through the mists in pursuit. In fact, were it not for the mists, the old man would have been able to catch up with Meng Hao in the blink of an eye. Even as Meng Hao fled, Xianxia appeared in a different direction, eyes flickering with killing intent. He had even resorted to one of his secret magics in order to lock down Meng Hao's position within the mists. The price he had paid was a significant amount of life force and longevity, leaving him looking like nothing more than a bag of bones. His aura weak even though his cultivation base hadn't been reduced. "Meng Hao, this time you're dead," he roared, shooting like lightning in Meng Hao's direction. Meng Hao's face flickered. He could tangle with Xianxia for a while, but as for that old man, he was much stronger, to the point where Meng Hao was terrified of him. Gritting his teeth, he continued to flee at top speed. It was at this point, just when the powerful pressure was nearing, that a faint howl echoed out, mixed with a wailing sound. "Hungry! So hungry!" In addition to the voice, a sound like the rattling of iron chains could be heard. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed as he realized what the old man from the Heaven God Alliance had run into. It was in that moment that the divine sense that had been locked onto him suddenly retracted. However, Xianxia's killing intent continued to bear down on him. Meng Hao's eyes glittered coldly as he suddenly spun, waving his right hand to summon the essence of divine flame and immortal mountains to fight back against Xianxia. Rumbling booms could be heard, and blood oozed out of Meng Hao's mouth. Just when he was about to borrow the force of the blast to retreat, Xianxia retracted the power, defeating Meng Hao's effort. "I guessed you would try something like that," Xianxia said, laughing coldly. Suddenly, his essence of time erupted out, causing his body to grow blurry, as if he were walking through the streams of time. Meng Hao's face fell, and he immediately utilized his walking technique. Both parties were using the Tao of time to fight each other, causing the mists to churn and slowly form into a vortex. The vortex grew larger and larger, and the rumbling sounds grew more intense until it turned into a massive explosion. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth, and he tumbled off to the side. Blood also oozed out of Xianxia's mouth, but he didn't give up. He was already injured, and yet, his eyes gleamed with excitement, and his heart was pounding. Just now, his essence had been stirred into intense anticipation. As he saw Meng Hao trying to flee again, a cold flicker could be seen in his eyes, and he suddenly threw his head back and cried out, "To all fellow Taoists in this place, I am Xianxia. Help me stop Meng Hao. If you encounter him, notify me immediately. To express my thanks, the One Profound Sect will bestow a quasi-Tao treasure to anyone who helps." Xianxia knew that Meng Hao was a slippery character. Once he escaped, it would be difficult to find him again. Therefore, he chose to make an incredible promise to enlist the aid of everyone else out in the mist. Bolstered by the power of Xianxia's cultivation base, his words echoed out through the entire world, to be heard by all. Everyone's eyes flickered. Simply notifying Xianxia of Meng Hao's presence was a much easier task than trying to kill him. All they had to do was pass word. If that word enabled Xianxia to take down Meng Hao, then they would be rewarded with a quasi-Tao treasure. Everyone was instantly excited. Meng Hao's face darkened, and he proceeded along as quickly as before. However, it didn't take long before a shadow up ahead suddenly flickered into the shape of an ancient realm cultivator. As soon as the man saw Meng Hao, he went wild with joy and bellowed, "Meng!" However, he only got one word out of his mouth before Meng Hao flashed like lightning, clamping his hand down onto the top of the man's head and unleashing the blood demon grand magic. The cultivator trembled as his chi and blood, life force, cultivation base, and soul were absorbed by Meng Hao. Even still, that one word caused Shen Daozi to unhesitatingly shoot in the direction of the call, as did some of the other powerful experts. The killing intent in Meng Hao's eyes grew stronger. Just as he was about to flee, a jubilant cry rang out through the mists. Meng Hao's right here. The voice was actually some distance away from where Meng Hao actually was, causing the people rushing in his direction to stop in their tracks. Even as Xian Daozi frowned, another voice rang out, "He's here! Hurry! He's right here!" Then another voice cried out urgently from another direction, "I saw Meng Hao! He's over here!" Xian Daozi gritted his teeth, turned, and headed off in another direction. Meng Hao's jaw dropped as he realized that there were people helping him. There was little time to consider the matter. He immediately turned to flee, but then suddenly stopped as he sensed familiar fluctuations approaching. Fluctuations that their owner was doing nothing to conceal. "Han Qinglei," Meng Hao said slowly as Han Qinglei floated out from the nearby mists. When they were a dozen meters or so apart, they stopped and looked at each other. "Many thanks," Meng Hao said as everything clicked. He looked deeply at Han Qinglei, clasped hands and bowed. Han Qinglei looked back at Meng Hao with mixed emotions. Meng Hao was clearly in a very bad state, worse than he had been at any point in the windswept realm. His injuries were severe, and his body was covered with wounds. Deep exhaustion could be seen on his face. An exhaustion that medicinal pills and the mending of his wounds could not heal. It would require time to recuperate. Even still, among Han Qinglei's mixed feelings was a sense of admiration. He had heard of all the things Meng Hao had accomplished recently, how he was the subject of a deadly manhunt in the Heaven God Alliance, and how he had even slaughtered Dao realm cultivators. Because of his accomplishments, Meng Hao's name had long since spread throughout the Heaven God Alliance. Han Qinglei looked at Meng Hao, his face cold as he said, "I don't need you to thank me. As long as I'm around, the only people who qualify to kill you are other echelon cultivators. I didn't save you for your sake, but for my own. Therefore, take your words of thanks back. I don't need them, and in fact, to accept thanks from you would be beneath my dignity. You don't qualify to thank me. Nobody in heaven and earth qualifies to thank Han Qinglei. That's who I am. In the future, I will be unrivaled and unmatched. One of these days, you and I will fight to the death, and in that battle, I'll personally defeat you." As Han Qinglei's words echoed out, filled with arrogance and superiority, he folded his hands behind his back and set his jaw. Meng Hao sighed. He would never forget how Han Qinglei had saved him, but seeing how arrogant, proud, and haughty he was, Meng Hao couldn't hold back from saying, "You know, if your smugness didn't make me want to give you a good beating, we could probably be good friends." As soon as the words left Meng Hao's mouth, Han Qinglei's face flickered, and he glared at Meng Hao. However, when he thought about all the things Meng Hao had done while fighting the Heaven God Alliance, he couldn't but admire him. His expression remained icy, and he snorted coldly, but at the same time he waved his hand, sending a jade bracelet flying over, which Meng Hao caught. "Put that on. Not only will you become illusory, your aura will be concealed, and I can take you out of the Heaven God Alliance." Meng Hao looked at the bracelet thoughtfully for a moment, then said, "As a cultivator of the 8th mountain and sea, you must be familiar with the Heaven God Alliance's search methods. I believe there to be a seal on me or something of the sort, enabling them to track me down no matter what I do." Meng Hao looked at Han Qinglei as the sounds of explosions echoed out from the mists around him. "Seal?" Han Qinglei muttered. He patted his bag of holding, producing a jade slip which he studied for a moment. Then he looked back at Meng Hao. "The Grand Elder of the Heaven God Society is adept with blood magic. The blood in your body permeates your organs and your aura. All he would need is a single drop of your blood to detect your presence. If you suspect something like that to be the case, it's most likely the work of the Grand Elder. He's using a blood tracking magic. That makes things a bit difficult." Han Qinglei frowned. After thinking for a moment, Meng Hao laughed coolly and said, Any technique can be broken, as long as you understand how it works. Then he lifted his right hand and pushed it down onto his chest, causing the essence of divine flame to sweep through his body, burning up his blood in the process. That burning involved indescribable pain as every drop of his blood was scorched away. After his blood was gone, he was almost like an ordinary person hovering on the brink of death. Not even cultivators could remain in such a state for very long. Meng Hao's face was ashen. The burning away of his blood also caused his body to age significantly, as it was left without a single drop of blood. But then he rotated his cultivation base, sending out cultivation base power into his body. Coupled with the intense power of his fleshly body, the blood manufacturing in his body was stimulated. Although the process happened relatively quickly, it still involved incredible pain, as well as a shocking level of danger. Even Han Qinglei was shocked by Meng Hao's vicious decisiveness. He watched as the color slowly returned to Meng Hao's face, and his life force aura was gradually restored. In the end, Han Qinglei took a deep breath and reminded himself that it would be best to never provoke Meng Hao. Meng Hao had purified himself by getting rid of all of his old blood and replacing it with fresh blood. Meng Hao wasn't sure whether or not that would free him from the Grand Elder's magical technique, but it was the only method he could think of to achieve that result. "Brother Han, I'll still need a bit of assistance from you," he said. With the wave of a hand, he caused a dozen or so drops of the burned blood to coalesce in his palm. "I understand," Han Qinglei said, nodding. Waving his hand, he caused a dozen figures to materialize around him. Each person took a drop of blood, then rapidly vanished off into the distance. Finally, Meng Hao put on the jade bracelet, slowly turning blurry, whereupon he floated over to Han Qinglei, where he looked like nothing more than one of his other followers. Han Qinglei cleared his throat and looked at Meng Hao out of the corner of his eyes, feeling quite satisfied. However, he knew that it wouldn't be appropriate to say anything, so he merely took a step forward, whereupon his throne of bones appeared. He sat down and then shot off into the mists. At the same time, Meng Hao and the other dozen or so illusory followers followed along. As Han Qinglei and Meng Hao flew off, the blurry shade within the mists was watching with crimson eyes. "I've taken a liking to your fleshly body. Do you really think I'll just let you leave?" The shade's eyes flickered with red light as he began to mutter some ancient curse, which caused a roar to erupt out within the mists, a roar like thunder that left everything in the area shaking. "Hungry, so hungry," the sound echoed out, filled with an unyielding air, and even rage. And yet, gradually, the mists off in the distance were beginning to disperse. In fact, within the space of a few breaths of time, the mists were completely gone, apparently because of that terrifying entity. All of a sudden, all of the nearly 100 cultivators in the rift could see each other clearly. The man from the Heaven God Society with the astonishing cultivation base was the most powerful person present. Panting, he turned his head and looked off into the distance. He had just been fighting that enormously gigantic, terrifying creature, and the fierce fighting had been dangerous to the extreme. Everyone was on guard at the moment and was looking around to size up the situation. Soon, everyone could see Han Qinglei making his way out of the place. Meng Hao was right there next to him, and when the mists suddenly vanished, his heart sank, and he cursed to himself at the sudden discouraging turn of events. He looked over at the exit, which wasn't very far away, and began to consider making a run for it on his own. It wasn't necessarily impossible to make it. However, if he moved, it would reveal that Han Qinglei was helping him, and besides, even if he got out, he didn't have the proper status in the 8 Mountain and Sea to be able to escape the wrath of the Heaven God Alliance. Xianxia was also there, his divine sense spreading out and yet unable to locate Meng Hao. His eyes narrowed, and he gave a cold harumph as he looked over at Han Qinglei. Han Qinglei's expression was the same as ever, and he maintained the same speed as before as he rose through the air toward the exit. Xianxia's eyes glittered, and he suddenly flickered into motion, appearing directly in Han Qinglei's path a moment later. Glaring at him, Xianxia suddenly said, "Fellow Taoist Han, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Han Qinglei's expression didn't change as he looked coldly back at Xiandaozi. Suddenly, a vicious smile appeared on his face. Xiandaozi, your cultivation base might be higher than mine, and I might not be able to beat you in a fight, but that doesn't mean that killing me would be a simple task. Do you dare to try? Do you dare to try to harm even a single hair on my head? Han Qinglei stood up and roared, causing his energy to rise up dramatically. He was now more powerful than he had been in the windswept realm, and was clearly on the verge of being a threat to someone in the Quasi-Dao realm. After making a breakthrough, he would even be able to try his hand out at engaging a Quasi-Dao expert in all-out battle. Do I need to ask your permission to go places in the 8th mountain and see? Swishing his sleeve, he sat back down on his vicious bone throne. Xiandaozi's face darkened. Han Qinglei had a special status in the 8th mountain and sea, and Xiandaozi had no desire to get into a dispute with him. However, Meng Hao was simply far too important, and Xiandaozi couldn't bear to lose him. After a moment of hesitation, he looked at the Heaven God Society elder, who stood on the ground not too far off in the distance, clasped hands and bowed. Zhou Shi, could you provide some assistance? Xiandaozi's deep bow and his cordial expression made him seem very sincere. I was on very good terms with Patriarch Black Soul, as well as with Hong Chun. The three of us joined forces to chase down Meng Hao, and now calamity has befallen both of them. Only I remain, and I swear that we'll find Meng Hao and exact vengeance, killing him in revenge for Black Soul and Hong Chun. Xiandaozi's words were spoken very sincerely, and with passion. Down on the ground, the old man from the Heaven God Society muttered to himself for a moment, then nodded. He lifted his right hand and performed an incantation gesture, then opened his eyes to reveal a flickering blood-colored glow. Meng Hao remained by Han Qinglei's side, expression normal, but heart filled with vigilance as he watched the elder from the Heaven God Society. Soon, the old man lowered his hand and said, Interesting. He must have noticed my tracking magic, then physically disseminated to escape. He must be outside already. As soon as the words left the old man's mouth, Meng Hao sighed with relief. Han Qinglei snorted coldly, then proceeded forward stoically. Actually, he had been very nervous just now as well, having had no idea that the mist would disperse, revealing that he was leaving. Xiandaozi sighed inside, and stepped aside, making way for Han Qinglei to near the exit. Meng Hao is devious and cunning. If he wants to escape, it's going to be difficult to find him. Plus, it's giving him time to restore his cultivation base. If that happens, it won't be easy for me to handle him alone. However, I can't reveal that to anyone. Xiandaozi frowned, and his gaze once again came to fall upon Han Qinglei's back. He then looked at blurry images of Han Qinglei's followers. At first, he hadn't paid the followers any attention. After all, Zhou Shi from the Heaven God Society had spoken his words in complete confidence. Whatever he said was sure to be true. However, as soon as he laid eyes on one particular follower among the group around Han Qinglei, Xiandaozi's essence suddenly trembled. Although it was very slight, it caused Xiandaozi's eyes to go wide, and his heart to pound. He had no time to consider the matter carefully, so he took a step forward and roared, You're not going anywhere. Get back here. With that, he stretched out his hand, causing an enormous hand to materialize and grab toward, not Han Qinglei, but Meng Hao. Meng Hao frowned. It wasn't the elder from the Heaven God Society who had discovered him. It was Xiandaozi. That in itself was very telling, and caused Meng Hao to suddenly wonder why Xiandaozi was pursuing him so relentlessly even after Patriarch Black Soul was dead, and could not offer his services as a slave. That's the key to the matter, he thought with a sigh. Mind racing with ideas, he suddenly revealed himself, laughing coldly. Almost as soon as he appeared, Han Qinglei's face fell, and he spun around. Meng Hao, it's you. Damn it. I can't believe you were pretending to be one of my followers. Roaring, Han Qinglei stepped forward and waved his arm at Meng Hao. An incredible force surged out toward Meng Hao, hitting him before Xiandaozi could. A boom could be heard, and blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth. However, he borrowed the force of the blow to shoot off into the distance. Han Qinglei, Meng Hao shrieked. Mark the words of Meng Hao. I won't rest until you're dead. With that, he sped away as quickly as possible. Han Qinglei, Xian Daozi said, glaring at Han Qinglei. The act put up between Meng Hao and Han Qinglei was too obvious, and yet Han Qinglei didn't seem to care. Even as Xian Daozi began to chase after Meng Hao, he cried out, Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Taoists, please help me capture this man. My promise from before still stands. The surrounding cultivators of the Heaven God Alliance looked on with flickering eyes. Many of them immediately flew out to try to block Meng Hao's path. 2 of them were actually in the Tao realm, although they weren't Tao lords, just 2 essences cultivators. The sudden appearance of Meng Hao caused the old man from the Heaven God Society to stare in shock. Then, a strange glow appeared in his eyes and he looked more closely at Meng Hao. Finally, he understood. He's definitely a vicious, decisive person, the old man muttered. Numerous people closed in to try to block Meng Hao's path. The two essences Tao realm cultivators couldn't be evaded easily, plus Shen Daozi was closing in with murderous intent. If Meng Hao paused for even a moment, he would fall into the snare. As he looked around, he realized that he really was in a tight spot, like a bird in a trap with its wings clipped. It was in that moment that strange phenomena suddenly rose up within this world of graves. The entire world was shaking. The grave vault up above filled with clouds and mist, and the lands quaked as though a writhing dragon lurked underneath, on the verge of bursting out. The gravestone which rose up in the very center of the world appeared to be tilting to the side, and thunder-like rumbling could be heard from the earth underneath it. Rumble! As the massive sound echoed out, everyone, including Meng Hao, felt their minds spinning. The ancient realm cultivators coughed up blood, and their expressions were that of astonishment. Han Qinglei's qi and blood were boiling, and he hovered in midair, gasping for breath. The blurry figures around him were all forced out into the open, looks of shock on their faces. The Tao realm experts had it a bit better off. Their minds were shaken, but no blood spurted out. However, it only took a moment for another huge boom to echo out, even more boundless and powerful than the first. Rumble! That sound caused everyone under the level of a Tao lord to cough up blood. Meng Hao's body was trembling, and blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth. As for the Tao lords present, their faces were ashen as waves of shock surged in their hearts. As for the two essences Tao realm cultivators who had been trying to block Meng Hao's path, both coughed up blood, and their faces fell. Unable to deal with Meng Hao any longer, they looked down toward the ground and saw crevices spreading out in the soil beneath the gravestone. The 2 booms that had echoed out just now had come from those very crevices. Next, a 3rd boom could be heard. It sounded like the roar of a giant, causing the lands to shake violently, and the sky to dim. Xian Daozi coughed up blood, and was completely astonished. Suddenly, an ancient voice that was laced with unending venom and madness filled the entire murky world. 9 seals, I curse you to meet a horrific death. I curse all living things in your immortal world to have their bloodlines severed. You can destroy my body, but you can't destroy my soul fire. My soul cannot be destroyed by anyone who has yet to fully reach heaven trampling. So you can't kill me. You only have a heaven-trampling fleshly body. Your cultivation is still a half-step away. Therefore you can only suppress me. Everything shook, and soon, it was possible to see a bright light shining up from the crevices in the soil beneath the gravestone. It was a blue light that filled the entire world, almost as if what was buried in this place was not a cultivator, but rather a sun. Mind trembling, Meng Hao blinked his eyes 9 times in succession, then poured the power of an all-heaven Tao Immortal into his eyes. After examining the situation closely, his eyes widened. Shockingly, beneath the soil of the grave, he saw that there really was a sun. A blue sun. The sun caused massive waves to run through Meng Hao's divine sense, and for some reason, he recalled imagery from a scene that he had seen before. He saw 9 suns, pulling a vast land mass and a huge statue through the starry sky. One of those suns was the same sun he was looking at now. They looked identical. Xiandaozi's heart trembled, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. He wanted to chase Meng Hao down and kill him, but at the moment he couldn't. His body was stuck in place in midair, completely incapable of moving. As for his eyes, they brimmed with excitement as he looked at the crevices, his mind reeling. The Tao Source realm actually exists. Tao Source. Tao Source. The actual source of all Taos. According to the basic overview I read about in the ancient records, once 9 essences makes you a paragon. That's a realm analogous to the exalted celestials and 9 Tao divinities of the Paramitha. The Tao Source realm of the immortal world does not expand one's enlightenment outward, nor does it take an alternative route. The key to stepping beyond the Tao realm is to continually look inward, to seek the source of the Tao. Expanding out beyond the Tao is the boundless Tao of the Paramitha. As for the alternative route to stepping beyond the Tao, that is the heaven trampling of the Paramitha. Xiandaozi was trembling, and his eyes filled with unparalleled desire and madness. He had come to a clear realization of the truth of these matters, and in fact the number of people in the entire mountain and sea realm who knew about these things was so few that they could be counted by hand. Although he currently couldn't move a muscle, neither could anyone else, not even Meng Hao. There was only one person in this entire world who was not so intensely affected, and that was the old man from the Heaven God Society. An exalted celestial, from the Paramitha, he murmured, eyes shining brightly. In almost the same moment that the entire world was shaken, the light shining from the crevices beneath the gravestone suddenly vanished. At the same time, an indescribable gravitational force suddenly appeared. The intense force sucked at everything, causing the entire world to dim. Even the vault above seemed to be on verge of being pulled in. As the ground shook, the shocked old man from the Heaven God Society bit the tip of his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood and performing a double-handed incantation gesture. Shockingly, 5 essences erupted out from him, which fought back against the gravitational force. He was the only person capable of such an act. No one else present was even in control of their own body. Rumbling filled the air as numerous figures transformed into beams of light that shot toward the crevices and were then consumed. The first to meet such a fate were those in the immortal and ancient realms, followed by Han Qinglei. Next were the 2 Tao realm experts as well as Xiandaozi. None of them could prevent themselves from being sucked in. Meng Hao was trembling as he also transformed into a beam of light and was pulled inexorably inside. However, at the same time that Meng Hao was being sucked towards the crevice, something else happened that no one else noticed. Not too far away was a blurry shade, whose red eyes shone with greed. He suddenly shot forward at an indescribable speed, and in the blink of an eye was upon Meng Hao. The exact moment that Meng Hao fell into the crevice, he suddenly pounced, not giving Meng Hao a chance to react. In a flash, he fused into Meng Hao, becoming one with him. In fact, the shade was so incredibly excited that it didn't notice that the moment it fused with Meng Hao, a strange light gleamed in Meng Hao's eyes. A tremor ran through Meng Hao, and then he was gone, sucked in by the powerful gravitational force. Soon, the only person left outside was the old man from the Heaven God Society, who trembled as he was slowly pulled toward the crevices. As he neared, the gravitational force increased dramatically, and a 4th roar echoed out. This old man had 5 essences, making him a 5 essences Tao sovereign. Drawing upon that power, he threw his head back and roared, causing blood to spurt out all over his body, which then transformed into an enormous Taodal character that surrounded him. That character seemed to bestow boundless power upon him, allowing him to fight back against the gravitational force. And yet, it couldn't completely match it, and the man was dragged even closer to the crevice. The only difference was that the speed was reduced a bit. Soon, he was only about 30 meters away from the crevice. It was at that point that an angry sigh echoed out from within. The gravitational force vanished, and the crevice closed up without a trace. In that instant, the old man coughed up a mouthful of blood. His hair was disheveled, and he looked to be in very bad shape. His body was a mass of mangled flesh. He had just barely been able to fight back, but his fleshly body was weaker than his cultivation and thus he had been severely injured. According to the legends, the exalted celestials of the Paramitha were comparable to paragons. If he was in a complete state, he could cut me down in an instant. Nothing remains of his body and only his soul exists in a state of suppression. That's the only reason I had a chance to escape. Face filled with astonishment, he unhesitatingly shot up into the sky toward the exit. Even as he left, other cultivators of the Heaven God Alliance decided to enter the place to seek good fortune. Beneath the surface of the grave was a necropolis. The necropolis was accessible from all sides and was very large. The cultivators who had been sucked in were not sent to the same location, but were scattered about. Some ended up unconscious, others were still awake. Meng Hao was among the unconscious ones. He looked almost dead as he lay there in a side chamber, a small room with ornately carved walls. In the middle of the room was a coffin with no lid, filled with boiling white mist, tendrils of which would occasionally spill out onto the ground and dissipate. Everything was quiet in the side chamber. Meng Hao wasn't the only person lying there. There was an ancient realm cultivator laying off to the side, also unconscious. Soon, a tremor ran through the ancient realm cultivator, whose eyes then opened. He immediately sent his divine sense out. After ensuring that there was nothing dangerous in the immediate area, he cautiously rose to his feet, then looked around, completely shaken and terrified. He recalled having been consumed by the crevice, and when he realized that he was most likely deep in the ground beneath the gravestone, the hairs on his body stood on end. Then he looked around, his eyes eventually coming to rest on Meng Hao. Meng Hao, the ancient realm cultivator thought, shocked. He backed up, staring dead at Meng Hao for a moment before finally starting to search for way out of the side hall. After finding it, he made to leave, but then stopped for a moment and looked back at Meng Hao. So he still hasn't woken up. The cultivator gritted his teeth and suddenly waved his hand, sending a flying sword shooting toward Meng Hao. Shockingly, it stabbed into his head, causing blood to flow out everywhere. Meng Hao never moved a muscle. It was as if he were dead. The cultivator could never have imagined that things would go easily. After staring in shock for a moment, his eyes went wild with joy. He's dead? He was already severely injured before. After getting sucked in here, his injuries must have worsened, but he still shouldn't have died. Acting as cautiously as possible, the cultivator sent the flying sword chopping viciously toward Meng Hao's throat. A snapping sound rang out, and blood sprayed out in a fountain as Meng Hao's head was severed cleanly from his body. The cultivator gasped, and without any further hesitation, shot toward Meng Hao. Today's my lucky day. He's dead, and his bag of holding is mine. The cultivator excitedly neared Meng Hao, reaching his hand out to grab Meng Hao's bag of holding. However, even as he extended his hand, a sense of impending crisis crashed within the man's mind like lightning. All his hair stood on end, and a look of shock filled his face. He went completely stiff as he realized that Meng Hao's hand had just shot up and grabbed onto his arm. The trembling cultivator could feel the incredible coldness radiating through greed-possessed Meng Hao's grip. It was like being held by a block of ice, and it filled his mind with sounds like howling. He was instantly overwhelmed by a feeling of imminent death, and his face went deathly pale. Just when the cultivator felt that he couldn't endure it any longer, Meng Hao's grip suddenly loosened. The cultivator screamed and shot backward, indescribably terrified of Meng Hao. Ignoring the fleeing cultivator, greed-possessed Meng Hao slowly rose to his feet. As he did, his head floated up from the ground and slowly dropped back into place on his neck. Then the flesh and bone rapidly grew back together and healed up. His injuries were also rapidly recuperating. Cracking sounds could be heard as the broken bones in his body were set straight and linked back together. All of this took place in the space of a few breaths of time, and then he was completely healed. By that point, the cultivator had discovered the location of the exit of the side chamber, and was going crazily all out in his attempt to flee. Meng Hao shook his head slightly and suddenly opened his eyes. As soon as they opened, a blue light spilled out, cold and merciless. His eyes seemed vastly ancient and filled with a gleam of greed. He looked up and then vanished. When he reappeared, he was at the exit of the side chamber, directly in front of the fleeing cultivator. Before the man could react, Meng Hao's hand snaked out and grabbed onto his neck. A cracking sound could be heard as his neck was subsequently crushed. Meng Hao took a deep breath, then murmured, "Ah, slaughter. It's been a long, long time since I've had some good slaughtering. To have a body again feels really good." It was Meng Hao's voice, and yet there was something husky about it, as if it was reverberating out from countless years in the past. "This body is something even I haven't seen the likes of throughout the years. It has a unique bloodline too. Excellent. Most excellent. Even more rare is its foundation. With a body like this, I definitely have a chance to reach heaven trampling." Meng Hao's slight smile grew even more terrifying than before. Furthermore, this person's injuries were significant, making the possession process go even smoother than I imagined it would. "Ah, it must be the will of heaven that I, greed, can finally step out into the world again." Hoarse laughter filled the side chamber. "From this day forward, this is my body. Since that's the case, I think I'll make it even more powerful than it already is." His eyes glittered as he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, then pushed down with his finger repeatedly on locations all over his body. Every time he pushed down, a tremor would run through him, and the spot he touched would wither. However, a powerful qi and blood force exploded out within him, causing his fleshly body, which was already at the very peak, to suddenly push toward a breakthrough. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. His hands sped faster and faster, depressing numerous pressure points on his body and increasing the range of the withering. Soon, he looked like nothing more than a bag of bones, and yet his fleshly body power had reached an unbelievable degree. Furthermore, as the rumbling echoed out, he continued to grow more powerful. Previously, his fleshly body had reached the great circle of the ancient realm, just half a step away from breaking out of the ancient realm and into the Tao realm. However, that half a step was a vast and difficult gap to cross. Despite having considered many options, Meng Hao hadn't been able to come up with one that would work. But now, after being possessed and having the pressure points on his body depressed, he was getting closer and closer to having a Tao realm fleshly body. "What does a Tao realm fleshly body count for?" Greed said in a hoarse voice. "I just need some god blood, and I could break through easily. It seems that this body could have grown more powerful all along. It's just that its previous owner was inexperienced. Not so me. I won't let things go to waste." His hands suddenly stopped moving. As for his body, it looked almost like a skeleton. And yet, the intense fleshly body power that radiated off of that skeleton was several times stronger than before. Although it wasn't in the Tao realm, in terms of power it was equivalent to it. Meng Hao took a deep breath, then flickered into motion as he began to fly through the necropolis. As he proceeded along, he continued to refine his fleshly body. Soon, another ancient realm cultivator appeared up ahead. It was an old man who, upon catching sight of Meng Hao, stared in shock. Meng Hao didn't look familiar at all to him. His skeletal body was shocking, causing the old man to fall back without the slightest hesitation. However, in the moment that he fell back, a vicious smile appeared on Meng Hao's face, and he vanished. When he reappeared, he was behind the old man, lifting his hand to clamp onto the top of the man's head. He pressed down softly, and the man shuddered. Rumbling could be heard as he suddenly transformed into ash, as well as floating wisps of white mist. That mist flew out and fused into Meng Hao's body, causing a bit of flesh and blood to be restored to it. "I can still get stronger. Now that I'm finished refining the flesh and blood, it's time to work on the bones." Rumbling echoed out as a boundless sea of fire rose up around him and then poured into his body. Popping sounds could be heard, and intense pain radiated through him, and yet he didn't so much as frown. In fact, he began to float forward, following the corridor as his bones were refined. After the process was complete, his power once again increased dramatically. And finally the qi passageways. he said, taking a deep breath. A screaming wind erupted, surging into his chi passageways, opening them, sweeping through him. He trembled, but clenched his teeth hard and endured, continued to progress forward. Suddenly, he vanished, to reappear in another side chamber, behind another ancient realm cultivator. The cultivator's scalp went numb, and as he turned around, his expression was one of shock. Suddenly, Meng Hao headbutted him, a violent collision which shattered the man into pieces. A bang could be heard as his body transformed into ash, and a white mist appeared which Meng Hao absorbed, after which he proceeded along without the slightest pause. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, Meng Hao's eyes glittered as the refinement of his chi passageways was completed. And last, the blood. His right index finger pressed down onto his chest, digging in deep, stabbing through his flesh and blood into his heart. In response, his soul began to radiate an essence power unique to his own soul. That was the source of the power which maintained his existence and extended his longevity. But now it was being unleashed in an effort to further strengthen his fleshly body. That was the essence of his life force, and as soon as it poured into his heart, rumbling could be heard as all of the blood in his body began to boil. As it burned away and lessened, his body began to produce more blood to replace the old. The cycle continued. Gradually, the regeneration of his blood could not match the speed with which the new blood was being burned away. Eventually, the regenerative process of the blood itself was affected, and the color of his blood turned deep gold. Less and less blood existed inside of him until, in the end, only 30% remained. However, his energy had risen explosively, making him far stronger than an ordinary Tao realm cultivator. He was comparable to a Tao lord, and yet, his fleshly body still wasn't actually in the Tao realm. "Now this is a perfect fleshly body," Meng Hao said, a smile breaking out on his face. He slowly pulled his hand out of his chest, which healed up instantly, without even a drop of blood emerging from the wound. "Now it's time to test it out and see if it's as strong as I think it is." Smiling oddly, he strode forward, moving with speed that vastly exceeded what he was previously capable of. He left behind only afterimages as he shot off into the distance. He was like a ghost in the necropolis, harvesting all forms of life that he encountered. Currently, there were 3 Tao realm cultivators in the necropolis. There were the two essences cultivators who had attempted to block Meng Hao's path. Then there was the most powerful of the 3 Shendaozi. All 3 of them were in different locations, relying on the advantage they had because of their cultivation bases to search for Meng Hao. At this point, 6 ancient realm cultivators appeared up ahead of Meng Hao. They had banded together and were proceeding along carefully. Everything about this burial ground left them terror-struck, and at the moment, they weren't thinking at all about good fortune, but rather were merely looking for a way out. As they proceeded along, suddenly, one of the cultivators whispered, "What was that sound?" The faces of the others around him flickered as they looked around in all directions. When they saw nothing out of the ordinary, that made them even more nervous, so they picked up speed. However, it wasn't long before all of them got a creepy sensation from the fact that the only sound to be heard in the area were footsteps. Those footsteps originally belonged to the 6 of them, but now they all realized that there was the sound of a 7th set of footsteps. The scalps of all 6 cultivators went numb, transmitting messages to each other. Their cultivation bases exploded with power, and they unleashed divine abilities in all directions. The glow of their magical techniques immediately revealed a skeletal figure. Booms rang out, filling the necropolis, to be heard by quite a few of the cultivators there. However, to the 6 cultivators unleashing divine abilities, it was a completely shocking matter. All of their divine abilities and magical items slammed into the skeletal figure, but the only result was that they heard faint banging sounds. The figure itself wasn't hurt at all. "Too weak," the skeletal figure said, smiling. He sped forward, his index finger flashing as fast as lightning as he stabbed into the foreheads of all 6 cultivators in quick succession. It happened in the blink of an eye. The skeletal Meng Hao was now directly in front of the 6 cultivators, who trembled as they transformed into ash. The white mist appeared, which he absorbed, restoring more of his fleshly body. Now he looked less like a skeleton, although he was still incredibly gaunt. "Well," murmured Meng Hao, "I'm in no hurry to test the limits of this fleshly body. It seems this fellow is sadly short when it comes to magical items. Too bad he's a pauper. His bag of holding is virtually empty." There really wasn't much at all to be seen in Meng Hao's bag of holding, only a cauldron, a spear, and a few swords. Greed wasn't really aware of how suspicious it was that the bag of holding was so empty. Previously, it had also held a copper mirror, a parrot, a meat jelly, and an ocean of immortal jades, promissory notes, and magical items. Now, though all of that was nowhere to be seen. Well, it doesn't matter. This Meng Hao must have been engaged in an intense battle for quite a while. His expendable items have been used up, which is only natural. Presumably, these remaining items are quite nice. However, once I use my essence power to refine them, they'll be even more powerful. Greed-possessed Meng Hao lifted his hand, within which appeared a long spear, which was none other than his world tree bone-tip spear. Wow! This thing is pretty incredible. The wood is rare, and the spearhead appears to have come from a Dao realm beast. Unfortunately, it was forged improperly, and has a lot of imperfections. Although, what's even more important than that is that the spear has been sealed. Meng Hao hefted the long spear and looked at it closely for a moment before smiling. Interesting. It was actually sealed by a cultivator from home. It would be very troublesome for anyone here to unseal it. They might be able to forcefully wipe out the seal, but then the spear would be destroyed. To me, though, undoing the seal will be easy. He waved his hand, causing a droning sound to emanate out from the spear as he flew through the necropolis, divine sense emanating out in all directions. Suddenly, he turned and headed in a different direction. It didn't take long before he was closing in on two ancient realm cultivators. Almost immediately, their faces fell. Just as they were about to retreat, the long spear appeared in Meng Hao's hands, stabbing through the forehead of one of the cultivators, completely destroying him in body and spirit. The spear didn't stop. It kept on going until it stabbed through the second cultivator's heart, causing him to explode. In the instant that the two of them died, Meng Hao's left hand flashed in a strange sealing gesture, which was not a magical technique of the mountain and sea realm. Then he waved his finger, causing the cultivator's souls to be forcefully extracted. Finally, he clenched the souls hard in his hand, transforming them into two magical symbols, which he then placed onto the long spear. "Open," he growled. The spear in his hand shook, and then suddenly cracks appeared all over its surface, almost as if it were shedding a layer of skin. Then, an intense aura rumbled out as the spear transformed into an azure dragon. Unexpectedly, the spearhead transformed into the vicious image of a ghost with a violet body and a long horn on its head. It appeared to be an evil spirit, but was in fact a vicious beast from ancient times. Rumbling could be heard as pressure emanated from the spear. This was an explosive change that was almost like a rebirth compared to what the spear had been like before. "Now that's a bit more imposing," Greed said with a sinister grin. With that, he put the spear away and then proceeded onward, taking out the lightning cauldron as he did. As he examined the cauldron, a strange gleam appeared in his eyes, almost as if he were recalling something from the past. "It seems he and I really are connected by destiny. However, this cauldron has been refined via sacrifice." He suddenly shoved his hand down, causing a boom to echo out as a ball of lightning flame shot out from his palm to surround the cauldron. Cracking sounds could be heard, and fissures spread out over the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, it shattered. However, at the same time, Meng Hao performed a double-handed incantation gesture, then spit out a mouthful of blood, causing the cauldron to reform. Congeal! In a short instant, the countless fragments of the cauldron formed back together into the shape of a cauldron, which now shone with boundless magical light. Mountains, rivers, and countless living beings could be seen on its surface, and most shocking of all was that far more lightning crackled around its surface than before. A shocking pressure also emerged from the cauldron which far exceeded that from before. Apparently, this was the cauldron's most powerful state. A hoarse laugh could be heard as Meng Hao waved his hand, sending the lightning cauldron floating up above his head. There it turned slowly, boundless lightning forming a pool which spread out, making Meng Hao look even more incredible than before. Form displacement transposition. How could it be limited to flesh and blood? Laughing heartily, he strode forward, suddenly slamming into a nearby wall and punching through it to the other side. The 5 elements lightning cauldron makes its comeback starting now. After shooting through the hole in the wall, he appeared in another corridor, whereupon he waved his finger down the hall. Immediately, the lightning cauldron rumbled, causing masses of lightning transform into tens of thousands of silver dragons to rush forward in the direction he was pointing. Down the corridor was a middle-aged man, one of the Tutu Essence's Dao realm cultivators. His face fell and he let out a roar, unleashing the power of his cultivation base, which happened to be that of wood-type power. It caused an enormous tree to materialize, which shot toward the lightning. Backing up, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, then waved his finger at Meng Hao. Instantly, the corridor began to tremble as stone thorns burst out from everywhere to stab toward Meng Hao. Simultaneously, 2 hands formed from soil rose up and made a grab for his legs. "Earth essence buries all," roared the man. As he fell back, he waved both hands, causing rumbling to fill the air as the lands collapsed. A terrifying power then erupted out, threatening to inundate Meng Hao. 5 elements lightning cauldron. Meng Hao said coolly, "Convert the 5 elements into lightning. Earth to lightning. Wood to lightning. Kill him." Rumbling could be heard as the enormous tree distorted and then collapsed, transforming into numerous bolts of green-colored lightning, which spun around and shot toward the middle-aged man. At the same time, the earth power was reversed, shattering and transforming into gray lightning bolts which rocketed toward the middle-aged man at an indescribable speed. The man's face fell, and before he could even retreat, he looked down to find that a withered hand was stabbing into his chest. He had no idea when that hand had appeared, but it was grabbing at his heart. Although it seemed to only be gripping his heart, it felt like his soul, his life force, his everything were being grabbed a hold of. His nascent divinity had no way to flee his fleshly body, as if it were sealed by that palm. "New!" the middle-aged man wailed madly. The withered hand clenched down viciously, and rumbling sounds could be heard as his heart shattered into countless pieces. The man's body trembled, then transformed into ash. Moments later, greed-possessed Meng Hao appeared behind him, licking his lips. When that man died, vast amounts of white mist floated up into the air to pour into Meng Hao's body. Cracking sounds rang out from inside of him as his withered fleshly body was restored even further. No longer did he look completely terrifying, just a bit pale. "See, Meng Hao, I'm going along with many of your wishes. I'm helping you to exterminate everyone in here." If anyone who knew Meng Hao could see him licking his lips as he was right now, they would definitely find it to be very bizarre. "Next, let's take a look at these swords." He waved his hand, causing a handful of swords to fly out from his bag of holding. Shockingly, these were the wooden swords that Meng Hao had collected from the various corpses over the years. As soon as the greed-possessed Meng Hao saw them, he shivered, and a strange light began to glow in his eyes. These were forged in the other great landmass, for the specific purpose of killing immortals. They are immortal murdering swords. They are also sealed. This Meng Hao might have an empty bag, but the items he does possess are treasures. Licking his lips, Greed tossed the swords out into the air. Eyes shining strangely, he took a deep breath and then spit out a mouthful of flame essence. As soon as the fire touched the 9 wooden swords, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Face somber, he occasionally uttered some complex spells and tossed in further incantation gestures. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, beads of sweat were pouring down his forehead, and his aura was weakening. However, the swords were beginning to superimpose with each other, as if they were transforming into one single sword. When that single superimposed sword dropped down, Greed grabbed it and looked at it with a bit of disappointment. What a pity, he sighed. It's not the structure I'm familiar with, so I can only attempt to force it back together based on memory. I can't fully restore them to their genuine state. Then he sucked in a deep breath, causing the superimposed wooden swords to transform into a dark beam that shot into his mouth. Okay, now it's time for my cultivation base. He took another deep breath, which caused peals of thunder to fill the necropolis, and a huge wind to spring up. His energy suddenly rose up rapidly, and the bloodline power of an all-heaven Tao Immortal exploded out. After a certain critical point was reached, the power of his cultivation base caused the Paragon Bridge inside of him to become visible. Is that? Greed's expression flickered with disbelief, and he began to shake with wild joy. It's that bridge. How is this possible? He actually has that bridge inside of him. Good fortune. This is indescribable good fortune for me. Probably the greatest good fortune of my entire life. Shaking, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. My fleshly body power is perfect, but my cultivation base is a bit lacking. Well, that doesn't matter. I have ways to improve this cultivation base right now. He lifted his hand and produced Meng Hao's fourth nirvana fruit, which he examined closely. What a pity that Meng Hao's memories were obscured because of his incredible injuries. Thanks to his soul being damaged, I can't see very much, and have no idea what this thing is. However, I can sense that it has the ability to increase my cultivation base. After a moment of thought, he pushed the nirvana fruit down onto his forehead. He trembled, throwing his head back and roaring as his cultivation base rocketed up. Moments later, though, the fourth nirvana fruit suddenly appeared back outside of his forehead. Since it was impossible for him to absorb it fully, it fell back down. Get back in there, Greed said, eyes flashing coldly. He performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, then pushed a finger down onto his forehead, once again using some of his life force essence to create a seal, after which he tried to forcefully keep the fourth nirvana fruit inside. The real Meng Hao would not have been able to do something like this. Not only did he not have any ability with such a sealing mark, the life force power necessary to do such a thing was something he couldn't sustain. But now, when the matter was being controlled by the person possessing his body, his nirvana fruit was forced to once again fuse into him. Forcefully causing the fruit to begin fusing with him caused his cultivation base to explode with power, but at the same time the life force absorption rate from the nirvana fruit soared. Life force essence, Greed roared. Using the essence power of his life force, he pushed the fourth nirvana fruit into a state of fusion. Greed's life force essence could keep him alive in this land of the dead. It was the key to him being able to avoid death after he had been imprisoned here. That was normally his most prized possession. But right now, he could sense that Meng Hao's body had so many desirable traits that he would risk anything and pay any price to enhance it as much as possible.